inhaled and I gotta watch my mic go up. My bad. Alright, so we are back. We are finishing Yoichi's route today. Or dying in the process. It's one or the other. There is no in between. There has to be a storm or a power outage to stop me at this point. Whew. I might even keep going after that, just in case. We'll see how it goes. But thank you for just tuning in and joining me tonight. We are on chapter 7. Yeah, we're on chapter 7. Which I like how this chapter name starts. Oh, I just remember this. This crashed like 3 times. I have reopened this a bunch of times, so hopefully we don't crash again. Yes, we are playing Yoichi's route. Last time on Yoichi's route, I continued to complain that we are not a very, what's that word, get stuff done kind of group. We had suspicions that this family might be involved in the Blightfall that was happening. We confirmed that something bad was going on in their house. We did nothing. We waited. We finally talked to the girl, confirmed that she knows who's causing the issues, still did nothing. Blightfall are popping up in the daytime. People are like scared to go outside. We have yet to break into these people's houses and threaten them with violence. I don't understand what's happening. Also, on top of that, Yoichi isn't talking to us because we said we liked him and he did not believe us. Just rude. Ooh. Look at the little foxy mask. This is actually, I think, the same area where we first met Yoichi. Obviously, they reused the background, so the backgrounds don't change all that much, but like, dang cute. I used to have some cranes like that before. I miss them. Huff, huff, huff. I was out of breath because I ran full sprint the whole way here. Oh, that's right. She's chasing down Yoichi because Miyagi basically said, "Get it, girl," and so we're getting it now. All right, phew. I took a deep breath, then exhaled. Once I'd finally managed to steady my breathing, I walked into Yanagi Brewery. It's not right here, by the way. Where's Yoichi? I took a look around. I saw servants cleaning up, but no sign of Yoichi. Maybe he's over in the warehouse? Just as I turned on my heel, I caught sight of Yanagi. He might know where Yoichi is. Excuse me, sir. Do you happen to know where Yoichi is? He looked surprised for a moment when I called him, but was soon back to his usual amicable self.
夜市なら平岡様のお屋敷に行っていますよ。何でもお嬢さんが夜市と二人きりで話をしたいとか。
Don't go back there? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, my stars. As another note, in case you didn't watch the previous stream, the young lady in question here is the person that is responsible for Yoichi's existence. Because in this reality, if you love something enough, it turns into a person. And he was so loved as a comb, he turned into a person, and then was created to fight Blightfall, be a monster hunter. You know, normal things. All right. Yoichi went to Mr. Hiroyoka's manor. It seemed like the young lady wanted to speak to him. Ooh, this is dangerous times. When did he leave?
半時ほど前です。夜市の態度は落ち着いていたので、問題ないだろうと判断して行かせてしまったんですが。
About half a bell hour ago, Yoichi seemed calm, so I figure it wasn't an issue to let him leave.
Oh.
Leah? Gone. Sprinting. I don't work out enough. My sides were hurting from running so much. But I'm more worried about Yoichi right now. Something must have happened if she'd summoned Yoichi here under the current circumstances. Then I heard a loud sound coming from the manor. I hope you're safe, Yoichi. I ran over to the courtyard where I found Yoichi and a gigantic Blightfall engaged in battle. I've never seen a Blightfall this big, and it's shaped like a person, which I've never seen in a normal Blightfall. It easily stood over 7 shaku tall. I feel like we could have done something else there. Making it look like an adult and a small child were squaring off. Unit of length. A shaku is approximately 30 centimeters. 30 centimeters is approximately 12 inches. 12 inches is 1 foot. So we're saying that it's over 7 shaku tall, which means it's 7 feet tall. Damn, you're stubborn. There's more? I almost didn't see them because the giant blightfall was so large, but upon closer inspection, there were several other blightfall about half its size behind it, which means they're 3.5 feet tall. And it's not just 1 or 2. I only took a quick peek, but I saw 6 of them. We were completely outnumbered. Would this make sense if all 6 of them were all form folk and the person that's 7 feet tall was the young miss? Yoichi was doomed. I attempted to help Yoichi out, but then something blocked my entire field of vision. I can't get any closer to him. What's happening right now? Although I couldn't see very well, Yoichi must have sliced the giant blightfall's mask in two, based on the shriek I just heard. After a short while, however, I could hear another blightfall roar. When a human morphs into a blightfall, you can just slice their mask off, but with form folk, you have to cut their wooden tag, or their original object. When the dust finally settled, the huge blightfall's entire body came into view. Where's the testimonial tablet? I strained my eyes looking for it, but I couldn't find anything that resembled one. Every form folk has a wooden tablet with their name carved into it somewhere on them, though. That or the original object, but how would I even be able to tell what that is? Yoichi took a hit from a feeler and tumbled to the ground. The other blightfall attacked him while he was down, and he barely managed to defend against it. Then he stood back up and got ready for the next attack. While Yoichi fended off the blightfall's attack, the large one swung its huge arm down towards Yoichi's back. Yoichi's gonna be crushed. Yoichi! Leah! Yoichi was frozen in shock. I grabbed his arm and pulled him towards me. I then grasped my dagger in my other hand and plunged it into the giant blightfall's arm. The other blightfall reached out and touched my arm with their feelers, but I fearlessly stabbed them with my dagger. She's a fighter in this world. The giant blightfall stepped back, letting out a shriek. The other blightfall fell back as well, likely to protect the larger one. Why are you here? We can talk about that later. For now, we need to get out of here. I started running, still holding onto Yoichi's arm, but then... Unable to stand after the horrific shriek unleashed by the giant blightfall, I fell to my knees. I didn't hear that. Was that like a dog crawl? Yoichi dropped to his knees too, covering both ears with his hands. It's no use. I can still hear its voice in my head, even with my ears covered. I barely managed to lift my head anyway and shifted my attention to the large blightfall. It was screaming, protecting the arm I just injured. Is that it? I could see something resembling a wooden tag hanging from its arm, which was woven together with black threads. Is the giant blightfall groaning because I injured its tag? I can't believe it was buried in its body. The wooden tag normally hung from the form folk's neck or wrist, so these were the only places I'd been looking the entire time. Okay, that is incorrect. They have stated before that form folks' tags can hang anywhere. Maybe for the blightfalls they're typically there, and they do constantly mention them being around their necks, but that's inaccurate. You're lying to me. Blightfall took shape when black threads came together, in which case it was entirely possible the tag was submerged somewhere in its body. What is this halo? I hear a grumbling voice that sounds like it was reciting something. Who's chanting a sutra? Everything you said was a
もう
lie.
私には必要ない。
I don't need you or your
あ
presence
なた
anymore.
自身も
I'm gonna pop my
こ
ears
の
really
贈り
quick.
物も
My ears are like crazy right now. I don't need you or your presence you gave me anymore. Or the present. That's Yoichi, by the way. Those are lines for the romance novel. When I thought what I thought was a sutra was actually lines from the book.
あなたを見るだけで胸が弾んだ。
Just looking at you made my heart go
あ
wild.
なたを見ると憎しみで胸が張り裂けそうになった。
Looking at you filled my heart with so much hatred it nearly split
あな
open.
たを愛してよかった。
I'm so glad I
あ
loved
な
you.
たを愛したのが間違いだった。
I was wrong to have ever loved you.
私を愛していると言ったのに、
You said you loved
そ
me.
の口でお前は他の女に愛をささやいたのだ。
I can't believe you whispered sweet nothings to another woman. The Blightfall took direct shot at my head and The Blightfall took direct shots at my head in concert with the giant one in tandem. I don't know. The giant Blightfall shrieking alone gave me such a bad headache. I was rooted to the spot. With the other Blightfalls in the mix, I was done for. I can't escape. The moment I accepted I was going to die. Huh? A bright white thing that looked like a spirit flew out of the giant Blightfall. What is that? It didn't have a mask where its face was. I could sense it was something ominous. It appears to be a Blightfall. I've never seen one Blightfall emerge from another before. Maybe the form folk's different from any other Blightfall we've seen before. Given its ability to coordinate attacks with the others, it was incredibly powerful even for a form folk turned Blightfall. As I focused my gaze on the spirit-like object, I saw its body begin to wobble.
憎い憎い憎い。あの忌まわしき一族の匂いがする。
How utterly detestable. I smell the most loathsome of clans. Is it just reciting lines from a book like the other Blightfall were? Its voice sounded different, though. The talking Blightfall had female voices, but this one was male. I thought it might have been a large Blightfall, but when I glanced over in that direction, the large one was still shrieking and withering in pain. Its voice was completely separate from the spirit-like Blightfall. Who are you? I whispered in awe at the phenomenon which felt utterly removed from reality.
一族のものなのに、そんなことも知らないの。僕は日々へ、この良いかに力を与えている神だ。
Oh wait, I think this is voiced by the voice actor of... I'll remember. Liam. The Hot's voice actor from Paradigm. You don't know, despite being a member of the clan. I am Hebe. I am the god who granted this Blightfall its powers. The Blightfall, no god, that emerged from the giant Blightfall answered my question. But why would a god do something like this? Would it answer this question too? When I fearfully asked this, the god named Hebe nodded rather generously.
この人たちの悪意が心地よかったから協力してあげているんだよ。でもまさかまだ白石の一族が生き残っていたなんてね。
I found their malice pleasing, so I've been lending them a hand. However, I never imagined any of the Hakuseki had actually survived.
君を殺して江戸の住民も皆殺しにしてあげるよ。
Is he always a serial killer? I'm going to kill you and murder all the citizens of Edo as well. This god knows about the Hakuseki clan. Not to mention he said he couldn't believe I had survived. Did that mean Hebe was responsible for wiping out all of the Hakusekis? Maybe he didn't kill me back then because I didn't look like one. I heard from the Lord Yoshimon earlier that my mother had snow white hair. Maybe I escaped danger because as a mixed race child, I inherited my father's hair color. Were you the one who wiped them all out? And if you're a god, why would you make people suffer? As if gods are only there to make people happy? What?
人間が憎い。だから同じ気持ちを抱く人に僕は力を与えているだけだ。
The Hakuseki clan is detestable, as are humans. All I did was grant powers to someone who felt the same as I. Hebe yelled this, his voice dripping with hatred. The giant Blightfall bellowed too. A coordinated attack from the other Blightfall was bound to follow. I'm going to be in big trouble if they catch me again. I covered my ears with my hands and braced myself for their attack. The other Blightfall didn't read lines from the book out loud. The giant Blightfall never let out a ghastly shriek either. The giant one withered in pain while the others watched vacantly.
君の憎しみはこんなものじゃないよね。さあ、もっと憎め。人間を、すべてを憎め。
Is that all the hatred you've got? Give me more. More hatred. Hate humans. Hate everything. There. Hebe appeared to be giant, granting the giant Blightfall powers, but it was still suffering anyway. The giant Blightfall, as suspected, wasn't able to take the massive amount of power Hebe was providing it. Yoichi's now our chance to escape. Yoichi and I looked at each other. We quickly got to our feet and ran from all the Blightfall. The Blightfall. I glanced behind me and didn't see any of them chasing us. Looks like we'll make it out of here after. I was startled to see Shizuki standing in the middle of a pillar. She glared at us with an expression that reminded me of a Hanyu mask. Her expression was the spitting image of Hebe's, consumed with rage. Classic. I did nothing but run, and before long the manor was out of sight. After making sure that no one had followed us, we stopped. That should be enough running for the rest of my life. I was all tuckered out since we'd just battled a Blightfall too. I can't let my guard down just yet though. It was completely dark all around us. This was the time of the day when Blightfall were most active. If we didn't proceed carefully, I lost all composure when I felt a tug at my arm.
ここまで来ればもう安全だから。
We're in the clear. But what if the Blightfall followed us?
あんたが親玉に傷を負わせたんだし、こんなところまでは追ってこない。
You injured the boss, so they won't follow us all the way here. When you put it that way. It had been granted powers by the god named Hebe, and it was nighttime. When Blightfall were stronger, its wounds would heal instantly. My mind immediately cleared when Yoichi calmly pointed this out. Now that I had cooled off, I wanted to ask Yoichi a question that had been bugging me. Yoichi, why did you go to Shizuki's house alone? She'd summoned Yoichi there under the current She summoned Yoichi there under the current circumstances, and Yoichi himself seemed to know what she meant by that. He slowly began to speak while looking in the direction of her house.
静木にもう一度会って、今度は普通に話をしたかったから。
I wanted to see Shizuki again and just talk to her.
あの人にとって俺は忌まわしい思い出でしかないのかもしれないけど、俺にとっては一応親みたいなもんだから。
I may only have terrible memories of her, but she's basically my parent.
そんな人間に俺は傷つけるような言葉を吐いた。そのことも謝りたいと思ってたんだ。
And I said things to her that hurt her feelings. I wanted to apologize.
あんたに俺は生まれた時から記憶を持ってて、でも持ち主が静木だって思い出したのは最近って話をしたでしょ。
I told you I'd had memories ever since I was born, but recently remembered Shizuki was my owner, remember?
それなのにあの人は俺のことをずっと覚えていた。恨みだろうと。
She
覚え
never
ててくれ
forgot
たんだ。
about me, though. She might resent me, but she still remembered.
あの人の形人が酔いかかして、その影響を受けておかしくなってるって分かってたんだから、もっと違う言葉をかけてあげればよかった。
I knew she had gone mad due to her form folk turning into a Blightfall, so I should have phrased things differently.
挑発して傷つけて、その挙句にヨイカの被害を拡大させた。俺もまだお庭番だからね。お庭番としてのけじめもつけておかないとじゃん。
I provoked her, hurt her, and when all's said and done, I aggravated the damage done by Blightfall. I'm still a member of the Oniwa Bond. I have to take responsibilities. But even though I knew that was going on, you still didn't. I couldn't even finish my sentence. He couldn't come to me because I'd hurt his feelings. Having realized I was just about to ask an insensitive question, I bit my tongue.
ねえ、俺から質問していい？
Mind if I ask you something? Sure, go ahead.
どうして俺を助けに来たの？
Why'd you come here to help me? Yoichi turned and asked me directly while I stood there smiling awkwardly. Because you're my friend, Yoichi. He was actually more important to me than that, but I figured it would be better not to say that right now. Or I guess I should say it would be really embarrassing to tell Yoichi I like him right to his face. I had only managed to say it before because I'd been rolling with the punches. Now that I was self-aware about my feelings for Yoichi, it was going to take a generous amount of mental fortitude to tell him. He questioned me the last time I said I wanted to help because he was my friend, though. I wonder if he'll question it this time. I stood there timidly waiting for Yoichi to say something. He gave me a rather indifferent response.
確かに、あんたは仲間の危機を知って見て見ぬふりできる人間じゃないよね。
You're definitely not the type to stand by and pretend you saw nothing when you know your comrade's in danger. He seemed to have accepted what I said earlier. I was relieved, but then, whoa. He grabbed my wrist out of nowhere, and I let out a shrill yell. What's wrong? It was more than I could bear because I couldn't stop crushing on him.
ここ、怪我してる。
You're hurt. When I looked where he was pointing, I noticed a bit of blood running down my hand. It's nothing.
血が出てるのに。
But you're bleeding. It's just a scratch. I tried to pull my hand away when I said this, but I couldn't since Yoichi still had a firm grip on me. I didn't even notice until he said anything. I'm fine, really. Yoichi still stubbornly refused to let it go. Pretty please, let go of
手
my...
当てさせてくれるなら話す。
I'll let you go if you let me treat your wound. The look on Yoichi's face was dead serious. He definitely wasn't going to let go of my hand unless I let him do it. Sure, be my guest. After giving me an approving he let go. Then he reached inside his kimono and pulled out a hand towel.
応急処置になるから、戻ったらちゃんと手当てするよ。
I'm just gonna do some first aid. I'll treat it properly when we get back. He wrapped the back of my hand with his towel as he said this. It looked brand new. Is he sure he wants to use that to treat my wound? Before long, his brand new hand towel was soaked in blood. Seeing this made me feel bad.
ごめん。
Sorry. Aww. What just happened? What just happened? No, no, no. No, 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 no. I did not hit that button. We're gonna save over this. And then we're going to load. I will not have you take things from me. I didn't hit the button unintentionally. Trying to make me miss things. We get to see Hebe again, so that's cool.
Shizukiにもう一ここ 怪我してる。手当てさせてくれる？応急処置。
Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. All right. Yoichi quietly apologized. I only got hurt because I was careless. You had nothing to apologize for. If I'd kept a closer eye on my surroundings, instead of just focusing on the giant blightfall, I would have noticed other blightfalls moving. I wanted to tell Yoichi it wasn't his responsibility, but that too. I want to apologize for earlier. You said I was a good friend of yours, but then I said something horrible and hurt your feelings. I also just realized, I don't know if I took a screenshot out of my panic. Okay, I did.
あれからあんたと別れてずっと考えてた。あの日、俺を仲間だって言ったあんたの言葉は嘘じゃなくて本当なんじゃないかって。
Ever since I left you that day, I've been wondering whether you were lying when you called me your friend or if you actually meant
で
it.
も、なかなか信じられなかった。俺が、俺の持ち主だったあの人が、それで裏切られたのを見て
Oh, you're... I didn't even see Asia. Hi, Asia. Hi, Jay. Gotta watch me accidentally hit fast forward and have to go back. Anyway, I just couldn't bring myself to believe it because I watched as my old owner betrayed me.
言葉なんていくらでも偽れる。だから、
Is
言
that
葉で
font
仲間だ
easier
と
to read?
か
I
力
still
にな
can't
りたいって
tell.
言われても、信じることができなかった。
Actually, wait, I don't recall changing the font to that. Wait, I'm more confused. Did I do that without even realizing it yesterday? I'd been lied to a few times, so I just wasn't capable of believing you when you said I was your friend and that you wanted to help
あん
me.
たは俺たちの力になれるよう、俺から体術を習ったりして、行動で示してくれてたのに、それでも信じられなかった。
You even demonstrated this by learning martial arts from me so that you could help out. I still didn't believe you.
でも、
But now... You paused and looked directly at me. Is it safe to say you believe me now? Yoichi nodded vigorously when I posed this timid
あん
question.
たには身を挺して守ってもらったからね。そこまでされて、信じないわけにはいかないでしょ。
You risked your life to protect me. How could I not believe you after that? Yeah, but don't you risk your life for people every
俺
day?
もあんたのこと、大切な仲間だと思ってるよ。
I also think of you as a good friend. Yoichi said it. I was his friend. Ooh, I was so happy. I just realized I kicked something under my desk. And I can't reach it. I've ruined it. I knocked it down. It's over now. I'm so happy. I was fully convinced our relationship would never go back to the way it was before. Sorry, I actually knocked out before stream needed like 1 hour before. You mean yesterday? It's okay. I got really hungry and I started to get a headache, so I stopped. I was like, you know what? I was gonna stay up until midnight, but it's 11 o'clock and I want to eat. And I was like thinking, like, if I pause this to eat, it's gonna be at least 15 minutes, if not longer, because I was hungry. It's like, so maybe I should just stop and come back. But I do intend to finish Yoichi's route. It's only 6 o'clock right now. So I plan on finishing his route. I'll probably start the entertainment route tonight. And then, because next week's weird for me, my days off aren't my usual days off. I'm off Sunday, which we're doing holiday shopping, and we have there's like a dinner thing for my sister's work, so we're going to that. So I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not, so I just wanted to get an early stream in for this. And then I'm not off on Tuesday, which I usually am off on Tuesday, but it's because I'm off on Sunday. So I might not stream on Tuesday like I usually do. I'll still be streaming Wednesday and Thursday though. So my goal is to get as much ahead as I can to get ready for those routes as possible. So that's the plan right now. And the main reason for that is that next Monday, not this Monday, is Christmas. And I have a Christmas party I'm going to, and I wanted to give her game back. So I gave myself a deadline. It's like a finals week, right? I'm like, now I'm serious. So we'll see how we do. I couldn't believe we were close enough that he would call me his friend. Girl. Hehehe.
ちょっと、何その変な笑い方。
I thought you wanted to date him. What do you mean we're friends? I got the hiccups. Oh no. How could I get the hiccups right now? What's with that weird laugh? It just makes me so happy to hear you say that. I thought you would be really hard for you to make up. I thought it'd be really hard for us to make up. Technically, you had to risk your damn life for it. Thank you once again for being my friend.
はいはい。よろしく。
Yeah, you too. He replied in his usual nonchalant way, but I could see a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I can't any... I said it right. Look, the person who wrote that is like me and has dyslexia. I can't see any threads around Yoichi's neck. Not that I care, though. I almost can't believe Yoichi doesn't have a heart after hearing him talk like that. I'm positive he has one, even though I can't see it. I don't know if there's character development or her just like, look, I can be a girl who cannot see threads and not assume this person's heartless. The thought made me feel lighter than air. Kamame's alive. Chirp, chirp. I could almost fly right now, just like Komame. Oh, but she can't fly because of her injury. Wait, Komame? Chirp. Komame said cutely, almost as if she were asking, did you call? But now wasn't the time to be soothed by Komame's cuteness. Why are you here, Komame? She normally stayed in the women's quarters at the Yanagi's brewery. Komame's small. Maybe she crawled into my kimono sleeve? If she had, wouldn't I have noticed her sooner? I don't remember, but I think I fell asleep at the end of the other stream. Good. Everybody went to sleep. We all got some sleepy sleep. And now we're back. Hopefully to finish Yoichi's route. And learn about the entertainment district. I am too close to my desk right now.
またついてきたんだ。
You hitched a ride again? Yeah! God, I love this bird. Komame jumped from Yoichi's shoulder to his head, then started hopping around restlessly. When you say again, does that mean she's done this before?
ここ最近はなぜかずっと付きまとわれてる。
For some reason, she's been following me everywhere lately. Then you must have been the one who brought her here.
言い方。俺が連れてきたんじゃなくて、このスズメが勝手についてきたの。
Watch your choice of words. I didn't bring her. The sparrow followed me here on her own. Sorry. Going at it like that, it almost takes me back. So his master or whatever, his mom, I don't know. She doesn't seem to have a connection to animals. Usually they like resemble their owners a little bit, and I don't see it. Komame loves Yoichi the way Asia does. That's right. That is Asia right there. His tongue was as sharp as ever, even though he just admitted we were friends. I'm Komame. I'm glad you accept it now, because originally, like, I don't like Komame. I'm like, this is you in this. Chirp, 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 chirp.
お腹が減った？はいはい。柳屋に戻ったらご飯をあげるから。
You're hungry? Alright, I'll feed you when we get to Yanagi's. Chirp! He's carrying on a conversation with her. It's like Mimi. I've seen Mimi talk to Komame before. You'd think it was totally normal being able to have a conversation with a sparrow. As Komame's owner, I feel like I've lost to him. I need to work hard so I can talk to her too. Didn't I say some point in the last stream, like, where the hell's my bird? Like, I haven't talked to Komame in a while.
ねえ、あんたは何が食べたい？
Hey, what do you want to eat? Did Yoichi really ask that while I was quietly getting myself fired up? Are you offering to make me something, Yoichi? Komami's still my least favorite animal in Otome, but she's got good taste. But look at her. She's got like a little ribbon around her neck. She's enthusiastic. Wouldn't have asked if I wasn't. True. Anything I want? Yoichi gave me a firm nod. Maybe he'll make me okazuke again. It was so good. I'd really love to taste it again. But if he's saying anything goes, maybe I should ask for something he's never made me before. He's made you one thing. Like something fried. Speaking of which, the tempura we ate the other day was really good. I'm sure Yoichi could recreate that. Create the way it tasted. You might even be able to make it taste even better.
そんなに食べたいものがあるの？あんたって食いしん坊だね。
Other games have cute mascots. I can't wait for you to meet the others, Leah. Ooh. Is it one of the ones I've already said I'm gonna play, or is it all the ones you guys have been suggesting me? She can't beat one of my #1 favorite animals in Code Realize. Listen, Code Realize is a 3-game engagement, and I just got through a game that took 90 hours to beat, okay? Is Yoichi talking to the bird and not me? You want to eat all that? You're a big eater. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Cafe Enchanté and Cupid Para. Yeah, those ones I have. Well, I don't know where my Cafe Enchanté is. Honestly, my sister might wrap it for Christmas because I told her to buy it, but she hasn't given it to me yet, so she might be like, Merry Christmas.
お茶漬けが食べたい、天ぷらが食べたいとか言ってたくせに。
Cupid Parasite has a pet though? Wait a second. Oh wait, I don't have the physical version. Just looked at my collection. I have the digital. I was like, I don't remember seeing a pet on there. Someone needs a ferret in one of these games. Other than Jack and Jean. And that's not really a ferret. That's like a sun god. It's cheating. Even though you just said you wanted okazuki and tempura first off. Wait, did I say that out loud? When Yoichi saw me clap my hands over my mouth in a panic, he started chuckling.
ただの勘。でもそう言うってことは本当に思ってたんだ。
This is the 4th-ish time. You guys are over here like just, I don't even know what that means. It's like one of those things where you know the joke and I don't. What's the joke? Just my intuition. Is one of them a ferret? Wait, did I just call it? Does someone have a pet weasel? Hang on. Just my intuition, but you totally thought you did. This is the 4th-ish time, was what I was about to say, that they've like mind read in this game. Only because your cooking's absolutely delicious.
そう？普通よりちょっと美味しいくらいじゃない？
But it's only a little better than what you normally eat. I don't know. She was eating hearts and stars. Like, she was like dying in love with the food you made. But his confidence, that's it.
お茶漬けでも天ぷらでも作ってあげる。俺も食べるからたくさん作っておいて損はないしね。
One day you'll understand. Evil laughed. Oh goodness. Listen, I'll make 12 months. I'll tell you what, January 1st ish. I will make a list and I'll post it on Twitter. I'll talk about it on stream too, most likely, with what I plan on playing each month, because Otome games take about a month to play if it's the long ones. And then you guys can see which ones I plan on playing. I will double check some of the indies ones, because some of the indie ones are shorter, like A Date with Death. That was a great little adventure. That was a great little 5-hour day. And then I'm going to probably start playing Jack and Jean one day a week. Just so I can finish it. I haven't even finished the first route because I'm so confused. I'm too used to traditional routes. This thing confuses me. And I've had people swear it's their favorite Otome game, and I'm like, here I am going, I can't Tell what's happening. I'll make you okazuki and tempura. I'll have some too, so none of it will go to waste, even if I make a ton of food. Thank you. What is this? He's being so nice. Yeah, is this a trap? Are you even Yoichi? Although I was glad he was being so nice to me, I was starting to get my hopes up that I was special to him.
あんたにはいろいろと迷惑をかけたから。
Think of it as an apology.
そのお詫びってことで。
Since I caused you so much trouble. Yeah, see, I'm not special or anything. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
わかったよ。せかさなくてももう帰るから。
Got it. No hurry. Let's head back home. But yeah, usually there's something there. Wife him up. He's cute and he cook. He don't want Mary though. That's the problem. Chirp. Komame jumped from Yuichi's head to my shoulder. Sure, let's. I started walking towards Yanagi with Yoichi while petting Komame's head with my finger, just like, oh my god, I need to get a little baby sparrow for my shoulder. I just had a thought.
明日みんなに今日のことを話そうと思っている。
Tomorrow, I'd like to tell everyone what happened. Hi, Sleazy. Welcome to the game today. You mean about this Hebe god helping Blightfall?
しずきに呼び出されて屋敷に行ったことも話すつもり。
I also plan on telling them I was summoned to the manor by Shizuki. But if you do, they'll realize you have your memories. The Onuaban knew Shizuki was affected by her form folk turning into a Blightfall. If she'd summoned him, he should have discussed it with everyone before going there. It would be pretty hard to come up with a convincing lie if they asked why he acted on his own. I could hear the sound of footsteps approaching us from the road. Who could be at this hour? I thought, straining my ears. Is it Tomonaru? This just sounds like a game like... It wouldn't be terribly unusual for an Oniwan band member like Tomonari to be patrolling at this time of night.
無事でよかった。
I'm so glad you're safe. Hi, Tomonari. You weren't looking for me, were you?
うん。君たちが危ないかもしれないって柳屋から連絡をもらったから。
Yanagi's brewery contacted me because they thought you and Yoichi might be in danger. I dashed out of the brewery, so Yanagi must have been concerned about me and contacted the Oniwaban. Wait a second. Is Collar X Malice made by this game? Like, is it the same company? Did they do this on purpose? Is Yanagi literally a reference to Yanagi from Collar X Malice? Sorry for making you worry. As you can see, we're fine. I got the hiccups again.
その件以外で報告したいこともあって、君たちを探していたんだ。
I was actually looking for you because I had something else to report. Tomonada looked very stern as he said this.
驚かないで聞いて。あれだけいた江戸中の喋るよいかが、すべて姿を消したよ。
Don't be too surprised, but the talking Blightfall all over Edo have vanished. What does that mean? He makes me smile every time I see him. The furball on his chest looks like those popular bag furball charms. It makes me laugh. He adorns them on his chest. I mean, he's got an adorable aesthetic. I don't know why, but I thought you were going to say snowballs, like the candy that's like usually covered in coconut. Afterwards, Tomonari brought us back to the Oniwaban base. That's it. We need to take every character from this game and assign them a snack version. Dango is Yoichi. Even though it's already the hour of the boar. The hour of the boar? What is that, 11 p.m.? Look at that! The 2 hours of 9 to 11. Ooh, I did it. I guessed that just now. Even though it's already the hour of the boar, the entire Onyoban was assembled there.
京志郎さん、陽一たちを連れてきました。
Oh my god, I should start telling time by the Chinese zodiac, dude. Kyoshido, I brought Leah and Yoichi back with me.
ご苦労だった。
Hi boy, I missed you. I'm sorry you're not a route in this game. Marshmallow mochi snowball for Tomonari. Yeah, perfect. I mean, they have white ones. They're not just pink. I've seen white versions of that, so that's perfect for Tomonari. We've already done Tojo's story, and he's green. Maybe like Sakura Mochi or something. That'd probably be accurate for him. Good work. Thanks, Kyoshido, Kyoshido said, then gestured to an empty seat. We bowed to Kyoshido out of respect before sitting down.
友成からすでに話を聞いていると思うが。
I was gonna say just a plain apple. He's a granny smith. I'm sure Tomonari's already told you, but allow me to explain it once again.
喋るよいかが江戸の町から消えた。武家町だけでなく、城下町、娯楽街でも確認済みだ。
It's concerning, honestly. The talking Blightfall have completely vanished from the city of Edo. We checked Samurai Town as well as Castle Town and the entertainment district.
いや、驚いたよ。金次と一緒にヨイカと戦ってたら、いきなり目の前から消えちゃうんだもんな。
Man, this game was a huge surprise. I was fighting a Blightfall with Kinji, and it just disappeared right before my very eyes. Actually, here's a great, we have these two boys now. I haven't done the route, so I don't know how they are personality-wise. But you're right. If Tojo is a plain apple, then Otaru could be strawberry mochi because he's got green and pink on him. Hyuga is a dark chocolate, slightly bitter, or coffee. Ooh. I was thinking something with plum since he's got green as well. Oh wait, Hyuga. Hyuga, wrong person. I was talking Hinji. Hyuga. Oh wait. That's right. Did I just forget Hyuga was a person in this game? You know what? Coffee something sounds perfect for him because he's a little bitter. But sweet at the same time. We'll have to like take a photo of like who's who. Comes as a huge surprise. I was fighting a Blightfall.
それでこれは何かあると思い、清彦さんに報告したんです。
And here we were planning on going home and having dinner. My bad. I thought something may have happened, so I reported it to Kiyohiko.
最初は怠ける口実じゃないかと疑ったんだが、現場に行ったら本当に影も形もなかったからな。
And he's chocolate-covered coffee beans. He's terrible. At first, I thought you were making up excuses to slack off, but then I checked it out myself, and there really was no sign of them anywhere.
ひって俺たち仕事は真面目にやってるじゃん。
Rude! We take our job seriously, you
こ
know.
こ最近は休む間もなく、良いか退治をしていただろう。少しは疲れて休みたいと思い、そのような嘘をついた可能性も否定できないからな。
Imagine everything this guy just said and not know they don't deserve a break. You've been slaying Blightfall without a moment's rest lately, you know? You can't deny that you could have been lying because you were tired and wanted a break. Actually, I just realized Otaro's evil. I know no one's confirmed it, and I appreciate you guys not confirming it. I just know things. He's gotta be. You can't have an evil villain and not have him be like a love interest. So he's definitely the bad guy. So he actually should be something that's a surprise, right? Like they look innocent and then it's not innocent. He's got so many squares on him. I like truffles, like chocolate truffles, something like that.
嘘って、キコが嘘つくわけないだろ。
Lying? Vessels don't tell lies.
うるさい。とにかくそんな話を鵜呑みにするわけにはいかないし、上役として調査するのは当然だろ。
Otaro, I think you would tell a lie. Quiet. Moving on. I couldn't just accept your explanation so obviously as your superior, I had to investigate.
それはそうかもしれないけどさ、一箇所だけでは確証が持てないとか言って、
いろんな場所を回らなくてもよかったんじゃない？
True, but then you said one place wasn't enough evidence. Do you really need to stop by multiple places?
娯楽街を隅から隅まで見て回ったので、報告が一番遅くなってしまいましたしね。
You checked out every nook and cranny of the entertainment district, so our report was the last to come in.
うるさいうるさい。俺はお前らと違って慎重派なんだ。
Quiet. I'm much more careful than either of you.
ごめん。
Sorry, Leah. What's wrong? I couldn't recall anything that warranted apology, so it surprised me to hear him say that out of the
柳
blue.
屋から連絡をもらってすぐ平岡家に向かったわけじゃないんだ。その時僕と国高は宵花退治をしててすぐ行ける状況じゃなくて。
I didn't head straight to Hiroka's estate when Yanagi contacted us. Kunitaka and I were fighting a Blightfall at the time, so I couldn't leave right away. Kenji, he's got an elegant vibe. Fig, purple, yam. It's gotta be something fancy. Yeah, fig is what I was thinking, or plum. Something like that. It definitely could have chocolate in it. Or something made with alcohol, because he seems like sophisticated. Plus, he's the oldest one.
数も1体や2体
He's
じゃな
the
かったから、
oldest.
どちらかが抜けるわけにもいかなくてな。そんな時、源十郎が駆けつけてくれたんだ。
Chojo felt like it stopped when I was starting to say something. Plum sake. Ooh, that's like my favorite. I like plum wine a lot, so like that's fine with me. I accept these terms and conditions. Neither of us could leave because there was more than just a few. That was when Genjiro ran over to help. That reminds me, Miyagi did say Kyuga left to assist the Samurai Town crew.
それで僕だけ抜けて平岡家に向かってる途中で京志郎さんから武家町の宵花が消えたって報告をもらったんだ。
This is the sussiest thing I've ever heard, guys. When I left for Hiroka's by myself, I received a report from Kyoshiro, I just changed that person's name, that all the Blightfall in Samurai Town had disappeared.
いやー、俺も驚いた。源十郎と一緒に戦ってたら、いきなり宵花が苦しみ出して消滅するんだもんな。
Yeah, that caught me by surprise too. Genjiro and I were fighting them together when all of a sudden the Blightfall started groaning and just vanished.
これは何かあるってお頭に報告して、
When I
調査してもらった
cut
ら、
their hands,
武家町全体から宵花が消えてるって結論が出てな。
I reported to the captain that something was going on. Upon investigating, he concluded that Blightfall had completely disappeared from Samurai Town.
ちょうど城下町からも宵花が消えたから京志郎も迷わずその結論を出せたみたいだね。
The Blightfall had just disappeared from Castletown as well, so Kyoshiro was pretty confident in his
江
conclusion.
戸全体から宵花が消える。実にいいことだが、その原因がわからないのは君が悪いな。未だに喋る宵花の元の道具もわからぬままだし。
Edo's Blightfall has disappeared, which is great. But I've got a bad feeling we aren't sure why. We don't know the talking Blightfall's original object.
僕は宵花を発生させている形人の体力、または精神力が尽きたのが原因ではないかと考えています。
I assume the form folk who spawned all the Blightfall must have ran out of energy, either physically or mentally.
どんな方法で生み出しているのかは分かりませんが、平岡家のお嬢さんが関係しているのは間違いありませんからね。
Though we aren't sure how they were being created, it's safe to say that Hiroka's family's daughter has something to do with it.
そうか？暴れるだけ暴れて飽きたからどっか行っちゃったんじゃない？
Really? Maybe she went berserk but got sick of it and went somewhere else.
あ、そうだ。あんたたちは形人が酔いかかした事件を解決したんだから、これが普通か普通じゃないかってこともわかるんじゃない？
Oh right, Leah and Yoichi solved that one case of a form folk turning into a Blightfall. Wouldn't they know if it was normal or not? One case. I solved one case and I'm the expert now. Formfolk turned into Blightfall are stronger than normal Blightfall, but not that much stronger.
じゃあ今回の良いかが特別ってこと？でもなんでこんなに
Now
特
tell
別
them
な
about
良いかばっかり
Hebe.
出現するようになってるんだろうな。
Oh, there was this cute boy with like a tattoo on. Should I do that? Wait. Is Hebe pop up again? Does Hebe show up again? No reason. Should I dress up as Hebe? I realized it'd be easier to open my computer. Everything froze. I froze everything. My bad. I looked down. My bad. Let's see. So bright. Oh, my stars. What's really sad is my computer is set to night mode at all times. I'm a dark girl. I just want darkness. So when it does that initial bright before it remembers, oh yeah, she likes the dark setting. Blinds me. I don't know how important Hebe is to Winter's Wish, if I'm being honest. I need it to at least 3 characters more than an entire 2 sentences. Let's see. There's Hibby and Hibina, and they're voiced by the same person, and they have tattoos on opposite cheeks. But do they pop up in the same route? Leah's like a vampire in sunlight. I mean, that's fair. I hate going out in the sun. I also tan very easily. If I'm out in the sun for like more than like 10 minutes, it feels like I've gotten a little bit darker. I have 2 different tones on my hands right now because I always wear long sleeves, and my fingies were exposed to the sun last time. So yes, technically, I think I've told you this. My full name for streaming is Psycho Vampire Bunny, so it works. This woman's special somehow, but then why are they all these special Blightfall appearing? Otaro's question reminded me of what I had seen earlier. Girl, tell him. There's Hebe. Look at him. Look how cute he is. Ah, Hebe's Ying and the other one's Yang. And they're best friends, sort of. Or is he just corrupted? Either is possible. I'm gonna sneeze. I lied. I wonder if the Blightfall that called itself a god is behind all this. Even if he wasn't, Hebe was one who turned Mitsu into a Blightfall. You don't... He didn't say he turned Mitsu into a Blightfall, did he?
確認のため聞くが、お前はしずきに呼び出されて屋敷に行ったんだな。
Just making sure. Shizuki summoned you to her mansion, correct? Kyoshiro turned his attention onto Yoichi. Hope that's okay. If he pursues this further, he might realize Yoichi had memories. Feeling nervous, I balled my hands into tight fists.
そうだよ。そこでしずきの酔いかかした形人に襲われて、神って名乗る酔いかともあった。
He'd be kind of cute in a dysfunctional kind of way. Yeah, just like Dahat, which is voiced by the same person, so I agree with this statement. It's like, I'd date him. Why can't I date all the people in this game? Just saying. I was attacked by Shizuki's form folk, the one who transformed into a Blightfall, and also met a Blightfall that called itself a god.
何？どういうことか詳しく説明。
Can you give some further explanation about the... Excuse me, I was there too, so do you mind if I explain?
わかった。ではお前から説明してくれ。
Because she can lie. Because she is human. Understood, go on then. I nodded to Kyoshiro, then told everyone what happened at Hiroka estate. In addition to the giant Blightfall, there were several talking ones. The giant Blightfall and the talking ones were able to coordinate their attacks. When the giant Blightfall was injured, a godlike being emerged from it. The god called itself Hibi. It's pretty cute. About a 7 on a 10 scale in terms of cute power. I don't know. Hibi granted the giant Blightfall powers, but it couldn't take it. Hibi was also the one who laid waste to the Hakuseki clan. He announced that he would kill me and all the citizens of Edo.
なるほど。だからか。
I see. Is that why? When I finished telling them everything, Kyoshido nodded with an all-knowing look on his face.
江戸の町からヨイカが一斉に姿を消したのは、お前が神と名乗るヨイカを弱らせたからだろう。
The Blightfall disappeared from Edo all at once because you weakened the Blightfall that introduced itself as a god. I have so many questions. Alright, keep
巨
going.
大なヨイカに力を与えているのが神ならば、江戸全体にヨイカを出現させることもできるはずだ。
Tomonari gives me Kai vibes from Collar X Malice. That is so accurate. I friggin' hated Kai so much. Oh my god. He was so like, is that so? All the time. Oh man. And then he shot me. But he was right to shoot me in that one situation. In his defense, he was doing his job. If he's the god who gave the giant Blightfall its powers, he might also be capable of making Blightfall appear all over Edo.
しかし、ここでお前の一族が出てくるとはな。
I'm shocked that your clan came up, however. Yeah, it surprised me too. Lord Yoshiman told me the entire Hakuseki clan had been wiped out. I never thought I'd come face to face with what caused that to happen. Really?
巨大ヨイカはこいつに傷を負わせられて弱ってるんだろ？それで神が力を与えても動けないなら今が攻め込む絶好の機会じゃん。
So the giant Blightfall's weak because Leah injured it? If it can't move even after the god gave it powers, now's the perfect time to strike. Otaro insisted, bending forward. However, Yubura shook his head from side to side with pained look on his face.
いくら手負いとはいえ、神とやらが力を貸しているんだぞ。しかも今は真夜中でヨイカが活性化している時間帯だ。
Did they say anything about them healing before now? Is this the first time I've heard them being reinvigorated? And injured as it might be, it's still being assisted by a god. Besides, it's midnight right now when Blightfall are revigorated.
返り討ちになるのが目に見えている。ヨイカの力が弱まる早朝に突撃するのが上策だろうな。
The tables have clearly been turned. Our best bet would be to attack first thing tomorrow morning when the Blightfall's powers have weakened.
俺も清彦に賛成かな。彼女の話からすると、巨大なヨイカや神の他に喋るヨイカもいるみたいだし。
I agree. Based on what
確
she
実に
told
仕留めるの
us.
なら早朝が一番いい。
Based on what she's told us, there's a giant Blightfall and a few talking ones. Tomorrow morning is the best time to bring it down once and for all.
そんな悠長なことを言って朝までに全回復したらどうするんだよ。
What happens to
弱
the
って
rest
る
of
今
our...
叩くのが一番だって俺は思うけど。
What happens if we rest on our laurels and it completely recovers by tomorrow morning? I think we should attack now while it's weak. Otari dug his heels in. It didn't sound like he had any intention of changing his mind. In situations like this, Kyoshido, the one who makes the final call. Everyone's eyes were on Kyoshido, not just my own. He looked around at everyone before making a declaration.
明朝、城下町組だけで平岡家に突撃してもらう。
Tomorrow morning, the Castletown team will infiltrate Hiroka Mansion on their own.
京志郎がそう決めたなら従うけど、城下町組だけってどういうこと？
I'll go along with whatever you decide, Kyoshido, but what do you mean on their own?
突撃するならお庭番全員の方が良くない？
Wouldn't it be better if we all attacked it together?
確かにその方が確実に仕留められる。だが、また江戸の町にヨイカが出現しないという保証もない。
We'd certainly kill it if we did, but there's no guarantee. We have no proof Blightfall won't reappear in Ito.
でも、巨大ヨイカは弱ってるんだし、また出現したりしないだろう。
But the giant Blightfall's weak. There won't be any more.
今はな。早朝までにある程度回復していると考えたら、お庭番全員を突撃させるわけにはいかない。
For now, if it's recovered enough by early tomorrow morning, I can't allow it to attack the entire Oniwaban once again.
これまで通り、武家町組は武家町を、娯楽街組は娯楽街を守ってもらう。
The Samurai Town team will take care of Samurai Town as per usual. Same for the entertainment district.
城下町については、武家町組か娯楽街組から一人選んで。
As for Castle Town, choose one person from either Samurai Town or entertainment.
その前にいいか。
Before that, do you mind if I say something? I kind of do, actually. Yabuda raised his hand, interrupting Kyoshido.
与一が静木に呼び出されて屋敷に行ったのは分かった。しかし、お庭番の誰にも相談せず、単身で乗り込んだのはなぜだ？
We learned that Shizuki summoned Yoichi to her mansion, but why did he march in without discussing it with any of the other Oniwaban?
平岡家の形人が酔いかかして、本人も影響を受けている。そんな場所に一人で行くのがどれだけ危険かわからないわけがないだろ
う。One of Hiroka's form folk turned into a Blightfall, and Shizuki's clearly affected. There's no way he didn't know how dangerous going and somewhere like that would be.
それなのにどうして敵の誘いに乗った？与一、理由を説明しろ。
What's funny is I need to recross my legs. They're already crossed. I did such a good job that I can't stretch them now. And they're like a little bit in pain. Oh my goodness. Usually don't do such a good job. I finally was able to tilt my chair back enough that my feet don't fall forward by themselves anymore, which is great. But also painful for my ankles right now. Why did he accept the enemy's invitation anyways? Explain yourself, Yoichi. You're not my boss. Suzuki said she wanted to talk to Shuichi alone. That's why Yoichi went there by himself without notifying anyone.
俺はお前ではなく与一に聞いている。
I'm asking Yoichi, not you.
それとも与一に何かやましい事情があるからそうやってお前がかばっているのか？
Or are you sticking up for him because he did something he ought to feel guilty about? No. I meant to deny it with everything I had, but my voice cracked. Yobuda looked at me with total suspicion. I looked back, resisting the urge to look away. I screwed if I do. We're in a staring contest, you and me. I've blinked. He blinked. Okay, great. After some heated back and forth, Yoichi sighed quietly.
もういいよ。
That's enough, Leah. Yobuda, I'm gonna bully you so badly. Enough.
もうかばわなくていいから。
You don't need to stick up for me. Yoichi's expression was eerily calm as he said this. But they might get rid of him if everyone finds out he has some memories. Maybe Yoichi had been planning to confess that he had memories all along. That would explain why he was acting this way.
やはり何か事情があるんだな。包み隠さず話せ。隠しても俺が徹底的に追求するから覚悟しろ。
Calm down, my guy. Like, you literally just admitted that form folk cannot lie. I knew there must have been a reason why. Spill, you can try to hide things from us, but be warned, I'll be doing a thorough investigation.
脅すようなことを言わなくても全部話すよ。
You don't need to threaten me, I'll tell you everything. Yoichi then began to speak. He told them he had memories ever since he was born as a vessel, and that before becoming a vessel, he was Shizuki's absolute favorite comb. Suzuki gave the comb away because her fiance dumped her and she didn't want to look at it anymore. When we went to Shizuki's mansion earlier, she realized Yoichi was the comb that her fiance had gifted her. Irritated by Suzuki, who renounced Yoichi. He provoked her until she flew into a rage. Just a little rage, though. Blightfall proliferated as a result. Yoichi went to her manor alone because he felt that as a member of the Onyoban, he needed to settle this. Yoichi said all of this matter-of-factly.
そういうわけで、俺は一人で屋敷に行ったってわけ。
And that's why I went there alone.
お庭番としてのけじめか。ああ、そうだな。記憶がある以上、お前は即刻処分。
Yobuda, I really don't like you. Out of responsibility as a member of the Onyoban, huh? I see. As for your having memories, we'll have preparations to dispose of you immediately. Wait? I'm sure part of that reason why Yoichi went there alone was because he didn't want to cause any trouble for the rest of you. But that wasn't the only reason why. Yoichi wanted to see Suzuki and apologize since she's something of a parent to him. He also wanted to help Suzuki, who was so affected by her form folk turning into a Blightfall that she nearly became one herself. That's why he braved going there alone.
それならますます捨ておけないな。記憶だけでなく心もあるなら、良い家退治に生かせられるわけがない。
In that case, even more of a reason to get rid of him. If he has a heart, not just memories, there's no way we can send him off to fight Lightfall.
ましてその良い家は、こいつの元持ち主だ。裏切られてお庭番が全滅させられても困るし、やはり即刻処分で決まりだな。
The Blightfall is his former owner. Did we establish the Blightfall was her? She wasn't a Blightfall, right? She's not a Blightfall. The Blightfall is his former owner. We can't risk him betraying or destroying the Onyoban. It's settled. We dispose of him immediately. My statement had put Yoichi in a bind. I was left with only one option. Was that your option? This? Please don't. Please, I beg you.
頭を上げろ。そんなことをしても決定は覆らないぞ。
Yobuda, we need to talk. Grabbing a rope. Dude, what? Lift your head. Doing this won't overturn our decision. If you're going to go through with it no matter what, then get rid of me along with him.
できるわけあるか。お前は人間で、しかも白石の一族の末裔なんだぞ。
Like we do that? You're a human and the only surviving member of the Hakuseki clan.
それに、君が処分される理由がないよね。
Besides, we have no reason to. Yes, you do. I shot Tomonari down. I knew Yoichi had memories and didn't report it. Yoichi didn't order me to keep quiet. I didn't tell any of you because I didn't want to. Tomonari, shut up. So I bear some responsibility for this as well. If you're gonna get rid of him, get rid of me too.
そうだとしても、お前を処分できるわけがない。そんなことをしたら、吉宗様に説明がつかないからな。
Even so, we could never. There's no way we could explain that to Lord Yoshimun. Y'all gonna have to get rid of me too. If you don't get rid of me, I'll get rid of myself. Like, you know what I mean? I got ways. I'll burn the house down, guys. Don't get rid of Yoichi.
そもそもなぜ生まれた時から記憶があるんだ。帰国家の儀式で雑念でも混じったのか。
How is it even possible for you to have memories ever since you were born? Did some idle thoughts get mixed in when they performed your vessalization ritual? Is that a word?
こいつを作った陰陽師たちに詳しく追求したいところだが、今はそれどこ
I
ろ
was
じゃ
saying
な
that
いし
too. I got ways to get rid of myself. Yeah, I don't need your permission. I don't have to be here. I'd like to press the soothsayers who made him for more details, but we've got bigger fish to fry.
ああ、今は余市の処分を決めるのが先決だ。
We do. Right now, we need to decide whether or not we'll be disposing of him. I instinctively looked up at Kyoshiro. He was regarding Yoichi with a shockingly cold look in his eye. Kyoshiro has no heart. You can't even say that. That's not even his fault. I could beg Kyoshiro, but getting him to save Yoichi will be a tall order. As a vessel, Kyoshiro was all about efficiency. He had been standing nearby listening at Yabuda. As Yabuda said, vessels who had their hearts and memories back needed to be discarded and didn't so much as raise an eyebrow. If he determines that Yoichi is of no use against Blightfall, he'll throw him to the wolves. No. He'll throw him to the unvesseling the mitification. I knew Yoichi was a vessel. I couldn't bear to stand by and watch as they got rid of him. Won't somebody take Yoichi's side? A very concerned Kyuga caught my eye. Kyuga is Yoichi's partner. Maybe he will. A certain person should say something. Someone that starts with a... I can't spell his name. An M? Oh, Miyagi. M-I-Y-A-J-I. Miyagi. M person, speak! Kyuga, mind if I ask you for your thoughts on the matter?
そうだな。余一には面倒をかけられることも多いが、優秀な貴子なのは間違いない。
Yoichi might give me a lot of trouble, but he's undoubtedly an excellent vessel.
私個人としては、余一にはこれまで通り、お庭番を続けてもらえると助かる。
Personally, I'd greatly appreciate if Yoichi could remain in the Oniwaban. Also, we're kind of fighting a really big deal right now, you know? I'm so glad Kyuga's on Yoichi's side. My joy only lasted for a brief second before he closed his eyes, looking rather sorry.
だが、お庭番の頭である京志郎さんが、余一を処分すると決めたのなら、私からは何も言えない。
But if Kyoshiro, the captain of the Oniwaban, has decided to dispose of Yoichi... Have the sneezies. There's nothing more I can say.
それがどんなに無情なものでも、私はその決定に従うだけだ。
He's a follower, guys. As uncertain as I might feel about it, I'll fall in line with his decision. Kyuga wasn't being cold and indifferent. It was a correct reaction for a vessel to have. Above all the sniffles. It was the correct reaction for a vessel. I feel like I'm going to sneeze again, and it's annoying because it's like, I can sneeze 3 times in a row, right? But like, why are you taking 30 seconds between sneezes? Kyuga, you on my list of people who need to get slapped. Kyuga wants to be like a husband and wife with MC. How could you say that about Kyuga? He loves her, sort of. Not on this route, but... My sneezes are getting violent. That was the correct reaction for a vessel to have. Above all, Kyoshiro was the captain of the Oniwaban. His subordinates had no choice but to follow their leader. But now Yoichi had no one on his side. M-person, speak! Kyoshiro slowly moved to speak as if he was going to follow up on what Kyuga said when...
余一を処分するのは待ってくれないかい
M-person! Could we wait before getting rid of Yoichi? Miyashi spoke first, not Kyoshiro.
確かに今までの規則だと、記憶や心を取り戻した貴子は処分することになっている。
I know the rule has always been to get rid of vessels who have their hearts and memories
でも
back.
それは、良いか退治において、貴子が良いかになる可能性があるからだ。
Miyashi, I'm gonna slap you. He just said, can we wait? He did it. He's here to save the day. That's only because the vessels could turn into a Blightfall while fighting them, though.
もし江戸から良いかが消えたら、記憶や心を取り戻した貴子がいても、 問題ないんじゃないかな。
If all of the Blightfall have disappeared from Ito, what difference does it make if some vessels have their hearts and memories back?
江戸から良いかが消えるそんなわけが。
Why wait to speak though? Because he's assessing. He's not gonna jump in there with, hey guys, guess what? MC has a crush on Yoichi. Maybe, hear me out, we don't kill Yoichi. He can't just say that. It's bad timing. All the Blightfall gone? We can't.
ないとは言い切れないと思うよ。
Who? Say that happens for a fact yet, I know.
根拠でもあるのか。どうせただの憶測だろ。お前は自分の部下が処分されるのが嫌で、あ
What
れこれと
reason do
理由
you
をつけ
have
ている
then?
に過ぎない。
That was speculation anyhow. We need to make further excuses. No need to make further excuses if you just don't want to get rid of one of your subordinates.
確かにそうかもしれない。それでも、俺の話を聞いてほしいんだ。
You're probably right, but
頼むよ。
please listen to what I have to
Kiyohiko.
say. Could you
京志郎。
please? Kiyohiko, Kyoshiro. Aisha is anger from Disney Inside Out. What's funny is I actually have one of the Inside Out Funko Pops, and it's sadness because she is me. I am sadness. I'm just like, that's me. Just dragging me on the floor, touching things.
お願いだ。俺の話を聞いてくれ。
Please listen to what I have to say.
ああ、わかったわかった。聞いてやるからお前の憶測を話せ。それで余一の処分を決めてやる。
Okay, okay, I get it. Let's hear you out. Then we'll decide whether or not to get rid of him. Any objections?
ああ、
None.
ありがとう、二人とも。
Thank you both. After thanking them, Miyagi began to give us his thoughts on the matter.
お庭番がまだ存在しなかった頃、よいか退治は白石の一族が生りとしていたよね。
Before the Oniwaban existed, it was the Hakuseki's clan job to fight
この
Blightfall.
白石の一族を滅ぼしたのが、彼女の出会った神、日比恵。そし
Okay.
て、よいかが大量に目撃されるようになったのも、この時期だ。
How does he know this? Wait, what's happening? We're gonna take a pause just because I sneeze so much that my nose is stuffing out. I'll be right back. And we'll let Miyagi tell us the story about the Hakuseki clan because apparently he knows more than he's been letting on this entire time. What? Wahahaha. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Am I comfortable? Am I close enough? Can I read what I'm looking at? These are all questions I have to ask myself. All right, we did it. We're alive. Okay. I'm still so confused. I know the very beginning of this game. In Asian D, I've already seen more of this game and know more about it than I do. But at the very, 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 very beginning of this game, it starts with a guy running through the woods going, I gotta get back to her. And I thought it was like a flash forward, but I'm gonna assume it's a flashback. of before, like the befores, the before time when she was a little baby, maybe. Hibi, the god she met, is the one who laid waste to the entire Hakuseki clan. That was around the time the Blightfall were sighted in huge numbers.
良いかを滅ぼす一族がいなくなれば増えるのは当然だろう。そのまま放置していたら全ての人間が良いかに滅ぼされていたかもしれない。
It makes sense that they were on the rise without the clan to destroy them. Had that continued, all of humankind might have been destroyed by the Blightfall by now.
そこで吉宗様が裏の鬼輪番を設けられた。それが君たち、キコだね。
Then Lord Yoshimun established the secret Oniwaban. That would be you, the vessels. Hi guys.
そんな当たり前のことを今更言ってどうする？それがお前の話したかったことか。
What do you expect from us saying all this obvious crap? Is it obvious? Do we know who he... Did you guys know? Is that what you wanted to tell us?
いや、つまり、ヒビエという神を倒せば、良いかが増えることはないんじゃないかってことだよ。
Not quite. Essentially, if we defeat Hibi, the Blightfall won't grow in numbers.
白石の一族を滅ぼせる力を持った神だ。良いかに力を与えていると自らが告白しているようだし、ヒビエを倒せば江戸の良いか騒動も落ち着くだろう。
Hibi is a god with the power to destroy the Hakuseki clan. The Hakuseki clan are people. They're not special. I mean, they're special, but they're not like otherworldly. They can see things. So can the boy in The Sixth Sense. Like, that doesn't make him impervious to death. Like, that's not how that works. He confessed to granting Blightfall powers. If we defeat him, Blightfall troubles in Edo might quiet down.
とはいえ、すべての良いかがいなくなるとは思わない。良いかは人の悪しき感情から生まれる。
Not that I think Blightfall will completely disappear. They spawn from negative emotions.
人間がいなくならない限り、良いかがいなくなることはないだろう。
To pay attention. I'm sitting sideways in my chair because my back was hurting, and now I don't know if this looks normal. Every time Leah makes a theory, they make so much sense, and later some end up true, and I question whether the stories become too predictable for you. Apparently, it's a my secret power is I can predict the ends of things. I do it in movies as well, but my sister and I have this rule where if I figured out what the end is, I'll like tell her. I'll be like, and then at the end I'll be like, I was right. But like, oh wait, are you saying I just guessed something? Hang on. All right, wait, did I make... But like these stories kind of have a way of being stuff, right? Like the big bad has to have a face. If the big bad doesn't have a face, then it's not going to work because you're not going to be invested in that bad person. There was a different game I played. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Oh gosh. It wasn't Love or Pretend. It was before Love or Pretend. It was probably Paradigm Paradox. Where like we have like the bad doctors and it was Paradigm Paradox. The bad doctors didn't have faces. They were just evil doctors. And I'm just like, this is weird. Usually you give them a face, you give them a little bit of a personality, you kind of build up on them. And maybe it's because I messed up because I always play my first route without like being too, I'm going this way. This one made it too easy because it said, hey, pick your town, and your town was where you're going to date somebody. But in Paradigm, I just like went left instead of right, and I ended up with the bad guys right away. And so I instantly found out that the bad guys weren't bad in that one route. I played Hyuga's route right away. If you have a face, you important, except MC from Sympathy Kiss. The main character from Sympathy Kiss doesn't have a face? I thought she was redheaded. Wait, am I wrong? Or blonde? If you have a face, you're important. Yeah, which is very telling of a story, unfortunately. MC in Sympathy Kiss doesn't have a face? Are you for real? She's a faceless spirit? I know they do that because they like everyone likes to be like a self-insert in a way. Right? Like I am this girl, even though she's got a face. She's got blonde hair. Look at her. She's got blonde hair. She's real. They don't show her face. I didn't know. How would I know? I'm sad it ruins the CG where they kind of like hide their face off the screen. So you'd be like, it's me. That's honestly very common. I think literally in... Gosh. Other one, she's faceless. Wait, so does it show her face, but she's like got no face? Like she, like you could put like no face. You could put no face there and be fine. Am I understand? Oh my goodness, should I not play that game? Is that not going to be as fun as it sounded? Interesting. Unless humans... I'm too distracted now. Wait a second. But also, I think in Amnesia, like, they never really showed the girl's face, did they? Not wrong about once you see a visual novel at Tomy game, you add it to your list so quickly. Listen, it's a visual novel love story. Let's go. I'm totally down. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen the girl's face in Caller X Malice, right? They're not Caller X Malice. Well, I mean, they kind of show her face, but she was pretty basic in Amnesia. She was a pretty basic looking character. Like, her expressions really didn't change in Amnesia. The game doesn't have much thought from MC. You might like it. Listen, I'm not saying that the MC can't have thoughts. I'm just saying that a lot of their thoughts are repetitive and a little dumb and a very, I'm not like other girls. And I'm fine with that. I've accepted that about myself as I play these games, that there's always going to be a, I'm special. She can see strings. In Virtue, she was death. In Lover Pretend, she was the daughter of a writer who died at a young age and she wanted to figure out who her mom was. Oh, woe is me. Like, what? In Amnesia, she has amnesia. Like, they're always going to have their quirks. They're not always in the title. I don't know. Sympathy's Kiss is on my list because it's coming soon. But it sounds like you've all played it, and I'm confused by this. Unless humans disappear completely, neither will Blightfall. Guess what? We could do it. Asia still wants you to play it. That's true. That's true. I mean, because it's coming out, like, physically, I haven't played it. You have a lot of opinions for a game you haven't played. Wait a second. How do you know these things?
それでも、夜市を抜かしたみんなで
saw a
事足りる
review.
はずだよ。
And I'm the one who
俺や
avoids
清彦は
reviews because
今
they're
まで通りキコの
spoilers
補
for
助をして、
me.
残りのキコで江戸の町を守る。
We research. I avoid researching because I don't like spoilers. It's spoilers for me. We've established I'm really good at guessing games. There was a trailer, and it was like, not a trailer, no. It was like a little like picture this thing, and I guessed it so quickly. They're like where there's a monster, and the monster comes out once a year, and you have to fight it, and all the boys have to fight it, and then whoever kills the monster gets to buy a house and leave the city. And then last year, the main character, that's the story protagonist in this one, his brothers won. I'm like, great, so that means his brother is the monster. And that's... his brother's the monster. You turn into the monster. You don't get to leave the city. You turn into the monster. And I guess that from, like, that sort of thing. I kind of judging you. Why? I need to be surprised. I need it. There's not too many Otome games that make me hate my life, except for, like, one route on average. Like, it's fine. I like to be surprised. I'm like, oh, really? I thought Virtue Evermore took place at a school. What is that, a movie? Sounds interesting. It was a movie from my understanding, but I don't even know. I saw like the trailer and guessed. You're judging me about Sympathy Kiss? Why? Why? Because I looked at this one picture and said, oh, that's an Otome game. I need that game. I need it. Look, there's boys. And I'd say the same thing if there were girls, to be clear. It just happens boys are more popular. Weird. I don't want to spoil it. If I read too much, I'll know too much. I can't stop theorizing. I didn't know about the faceless MC. Well, that's because it only shows the boys on the covers. That's not uncommon. Also, there's legs. Look, there's a woman's legs. Look at those slender legs. How was I supposed to know she didn't have a face? She's got legs. Me too. I only have Otome games and a few other cozy games. That reminds me of, I need to get back to Fae Farm? What's it called? Oh, it's too late. We'll never know. It was somewhere. Fae Farm, I think. I was playing that and then I stopped all of a sudden because all the other games came out. I have like 3 genres and that's it. It's cozy games, Otome games, and horror games. That's it. That's all I got. Even without Yoichi, we still have enough people to take care of them. Kiyohiko and I can continue assisting the remaining vessels as usual and protect Ito. See, look, we're so off topic. You're mad that I didn't know that there was no face for the main character in Sympathy Kiss. How was I supposed to know? They don't usually promote the females. In fact, there's an option in here. And this is not just in this game. Where is it? It's in all these games. I see it all the time. They confuse the crap. Main character face. I can turn her face off. I'm supposed to notice that Sympathy Kiss doesn't have a face. There's an option to turn it off in all of these games. And I would never do that. Usually MC is on the cover with the poster boy. Yeah, her legs are on the cover. Hang on, we'll flip through this. Hang on. I got all the Otome games right here. There is no girl on the cover of PO40, if I'm saying that right. There is one on Bustafellas, and she's adorable. There's no girl on the cover of this one either. Look, the Charade Maniacs, no girl on there. Just boys. That's 2. That's 2 right here. There's no girl on the cover of this, even though I thought that was her. But that's a boy. That's a boy. I found out. So that's 1. Hang on, we're gonna do this. You want to challenge me? 2. 2 without a girl on the cover. 1 with a girl on the cover. 3 without a girl on the cover. This is a game called Melmo that I still need to play. It's not Otome, but it looks hella cute. Variable Barricade has a girl on the cover. Olympia Soiree has a girl on the cover. We're getting there. Rhapsody, not an Otome game, but I need to play this. Goodbye World, I've already beat this. This is not an Otome game. Jack and Jean only has a girl on the cover. That's almost unfair, honestly. Sometimes there's that's not we're not talking about alternate covers. We're talking about the covers. I'm not looking at other covers. Caller X Malice, no girl on the cover. No girl. White Day, not an Atomi game. Lover Pretend, girl on the cover. You want to fight me on this? I have 5 games in here with a girl on the cover and 4 without. That's almost half. So am I supposed to assume just because I don't see a girl's face on the cover that the MC doesn't have a face? Absolutely not. There's no way I'm supposed to assume that. There's not always a girl. It's still it's almost half. And that's only the ones I have sitting here in this room. You can prove your point, but I'm still gonna judge you. You're welcome to judge me all you like. But that doesn't mean I'm wrong. Although I will say that the other cover for Virtue Evermore is super pretty, speaking of. Look how pretty they are. Look at those people. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Sure, I'm supposed to know. My cards fell out of my Virtue Evermore case. I'm supposed to know. They don't usually put the girls on the cover. They want you to pretend you are the girl. I'm flipping my Virtue case over. They want you to think this could be me. And thus, they don't put the girl on the cover. It'd be too much. Like this on the cover, imagine this just as the cover of the game. Girls wouldn't know what to do with themselves. I will list you mine. Oh no. The ones that actually have girls versus the ones that don't. Not over this. You're gonna tell me I don't know. There's not always a girl there. That's why. Alright. We'll get back to reading while Jay finds the list of all her Atomi games. Well, I get judged for not realizing that Sympathy Kiss doesn't have a girl face showing on theirs. And maybe she does pop up. Maybe she do. Alright. Scene. Even without Yoichi, we still have enough people to take care of them. Kiyohiko and I can continue assisting the remaining vessels as usual and protect Ito.
これが一番いい解決方法じゃないかな。
Would you like to be... Wouldn't that be the best way to work this out?
都合がいいにも程があるな。日比江とやらがいなくなったからといって、江戸の酔いか騒動が落ち着くとは限らない。
Virche, Lover Pretend, Radiant Tale, that's on my list. I want that game. That girl looks so cute on the cover. PO4E, 1926. Wait a second. I think I have the other PO4E. Yeah, mine is the Faded Memory. This is the first one, right? I'm pretty sure I made sure to get the first one. Caller X Malice Unlimited, Code Realize, all 3 games. QP Parasite, Variable Barricade, Taisho X Alice. Wait, did that have a physical US release or do you have the Japanese version? Hola. Hang on. I didn't know that had a physical release. Dude, I want all of them. Japanese version. You scared me. I was like, dude, how did I miss that? Alice in Wonderland is my jam. That's on my list of games I need to buy. Because I know they have... You can buy the Japanese version and get the English patch. Like the English word patch or whatever. This is an Alice in Wonderland tattoo. Speaking of, this is Alice in Wonderland. This is Alice. I have the Mad Hatter here. He's actually G-Dragon from Big Bang. My little bunny. I have a little caterpillar on my wrist. You can't see him very well from here, but he's there. So yes, I need to play the Alice in Wonderland Atomi game. It was made for me. And then I can wear my Alice in Wonderland outfits, which I have multiple. It's gonna be a great time. I just gotta get the outfits together and the game. It's a process. We'll get there. Oh my gosh. I'll dress up as a bunny. Actually, wait, who do you date in that game? See, this is how much I don't pay attention. This is proof right here. Look at this. I love Alice in Wonderland. I don't even remember. Is it the characters? Like, because that looks like that one has a kitty cat mask, so he must be the... I see Snow White. I see Red Riding Hood. Yeah. I need it. Wait, is that the right one? Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. There's one on my list. I would load it, but then you would see my eShop account that I swore was all Alice in Wonderland, not Japanese. All Alice in Wonderland, but we'll get there. We'll get there someday. There are multiple parts. Okay. Yes, I will do the fairy tale romance. It's exciting. Code Realize, yeah. Cupid Parasite, though, that cover is like the best cover. Like, it's so sickeningly sweet. Like, I love how cute it is. All right, back to the game at hand, though. With an MC that has a face. Multiple times, I might add. A lot of her pictures are actually very character-centric as well. I know some people like the faceless characters. I really don't care. I don't care. I like more having like a picture of what they look like, and I like more when there's, because then they can actually draw them more together and they actually can interact better. So like, instead of it just like showing me a guy, I would rather it show me a girl and a guy, and I can still be like, ooh, just as much. I'll even be more ooh-oos if they're together. Did I just say my friend's on playing Lethal Company when she said she doesn't stay up this late? That's what happens when I have Steam turned on. That's all a little too convenient. Hibi's been gone. Being gone doesn't necessarily mean Blightfall will simmer down across Edo too, you know? Okay, Yabuda, but hear me out. Doesn't mean that Yoichi has to die. Honestly, why can't they just retire? They could go become monks in the mountains. They could just leave and not be where Blightfall are. But they might. We'll find out when we defeat Hibi.
要するにこの事件が解決するまでは陽一の処分は保留にしろと言いたい
I
んだ
really want that Taisho X Alice game so bad. I have so many dreams in this game. I could dress up so much for that game. I would like feel like I'm a cosplayer, even though I don't really. To put it simply, you're asking us to postpone disposing of Yoichi until we've solved this case.
陽一が静木を挑発し、江戸の町を混乱に陥れたのは許しがたい。
Ha 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 ha. Yabuda, we're ignoring that. Okay. I find that hard to swallow after Yoichi provoked Shizuki and plunged Edo into chaos.
だが、そのおかげで日比恵という良いかに力を与えている神がいることが分かった。その功績に免じて今は見逃してやってもいい。
Oh, Yabuda's gonna be cool right now. Okay, that's fine. Thanks to him, we've learned that the god Hibi has been granting Blightfall powers. In recognition of his contribution, I don't mind turning a blind eye for now.
だが明日、お前は平岡家に行くな。久我と宮地だけでは心もとないから、金次を連れて行け。
Keep trying to change. I'm still talking, right? Okay, cool. For some reason, it's like, do you want to switch your mic or something? And I'm like, no, please do not put the mic as my my camera. That does not make sound. Or maybe it does, and I just don't know it. That said, you won't be going to Haruka's estate tomorrow, Yoichi. Hyuga and Miyagi will go alone, and Kinji will go with them since I'm feeling unsure. What did I do? What did I do?
それなら俺が。
But then what will I?
俺に行かせて。
Let me go. Yoichi spoke up after waiting this entire time for his sentence.
記憶がある俺をしずきのところに行かせるのは不安だろうけど、しずきがああなったのは俺にも責任がある。
I understand your concern about letting me go to Shizuki's because I have memories, but I'm responsible for making her this way.
責任とか関係なく、俺が行ってしずきを正気に戻したい。
Actually, I want to restore Shizuki's sanity for reasons that have nothing to do with duty or
良いかかし
responsibility.
たらすぐ源十郎に注ぎをしてもらう。だからお願い。俺をしずきのところに行かせてください。
If she turns into a blightfall, have Genjiro perform snow sacrament on me immediately. Did I say if she? Sorry. Let Yoichi be a blightfall. Please let me go, Shizuki's.
お前。
You. Yobuda gasped. Everyone gasped. I'm sure no one expected Yoichi to bow before him either. We all stared at him in shock. Hyuga immediately regained his composure and bowed deeply.
陽一があそこまで言っているんです。もしもの時は責任を持って私が注ぎをします。
You heard Yoichi. I'll take responsibility for performing snow sacrament on him if it comes down to
だから
that.
どうか陽一も一緒に連れて行ってもらえませんか。
Could you please allow Yoichi to come with us? I'd like to request the same thing. Kyoshiro didn't respond. I waited with bated breath for a while, almost praying when I heard a voice speak above
わかっ
me.
た。
Understood.
京志郎、記憶があるこいつを元持ち主のところに行かせるんだぞ。それをそんなにあっさり。
Actually, what is Kyoshiro's thing? Is it his little pouch on his waist? Because he's got the little marble on it. That's got to be it, right? Do we know? Did they ever talk about it? Kyoshiro, you're seriously going to let this guy with memories go to his former owner's house? How can you just let
も
that...
し陽一が酔いかかしたら源十郎が注ぎをする。そして源十郎本人もそれを承諾した。ならば反対する理由はないだろう。
Genjiro will perform snow sacrament on Yoichi if he turns into a blightfall, and Genjiro himself confirmed he'd do this. Thus, I have no reason to be against
本
it.
人も覚悟を決めている。それでもお前はまだ反対するのか。
He's already mentally prepared for himself. I'm adding words. It's fine. It's not even late. He's already mentally prepared himself for what might happen, and you're still against it. Yobuda.
はあ、どうなっても自分は知らんからな。それでいいなら勝手にしろ。
I have no way of knowing how this will turn out. Whatever. Do what you want. Thank you so much. You're so sweet, Yobuda.
明
Aww.
朝
Heart, heart,
平
heart.
岡家には陽一を含めた城下町組だけで突入。他の者はそれぞれの持ち場を担当してもらう。
The Castletown team, including Yoichi, will infiltrate the Hiroka family mansion tomorrow morning, while the others will be in charge of their respected domains. Yobuda.
ああ、国高は城下町を見回ってくれ。
And Kunitaka, please patrol Castletown.
承知しました。
Roger, Roger.
おそらく明日が正念場になるだろう。しっかり休んで明日に備えてもらいたい。では解散。
It seems tomorrow will be a critical turning point. I want you all to get some rest and be ready for tomorrow. We'll adjourn here.
はい。
はーい。
Yes, sir. Everyone got to their feet and left the reception hall.
お前も明日は平岡家に突入するんだ。 せいぜい気をつけろよ。
You'll be invading the Hiroka estate with them tomorrow. Be careful out there.
心配してくれてありがと
I will. Thank you for being concerned about me.
別に心配などしていない。人間は酔いかかしやすいから面倒ごとを起こしてくれるなと忠告しているんだ。
That could still be concern. I'm not concerned. I'm just warning you because humans are easily turned into Blightfall, which could be a lot of
う。そ
trouble.
れを心配してるって言うんだけどね。京志郎もそう思わないかい？
That's what people call being concerned. Don't you agree, Kyoshiro?
確かに先ほどの発言は相手を気遣ったものだった。そう考えると清彦は光重を心配。
I think somebody's dancing. With Kyohiko, what Kyohiko just said is what you'd say to someone if you were worried about them, so he must be worried about you, Mia.
明日は早いんだ。俺も戻らせてもらう。
We gotta get up early tomorrow. Let me leave.
そうだな。
He's like, I need sleep. You're right.
みんなで一緒に戻ろうか。
Sure, why don't we all head back together?
ついてくるな。俺は一人静かに部屋に戻りたいって聞いているのか。
Don't come near me. I just want to go back to my room in peace and quiet. Hey, are you listening to me? Oh, there's a fan art of those two together. Miyagi and the others left the reception hall, leaving Yoichi and I
今
behind.
日はここに泊まるんでしょ。部屋まで送る。
You're staying here tonight, right? I'll walk you to your room. Thank you. Are you staying here at the base today?
うん。明朝出発だし、みんなも今日はここに泊まるんじゃない。
Isn't everyone staying here since we're heading out in the morning? Oh, right. Ibuda did say we're going back to the room, not back home. I need to get back to my room and go to bed soon so I can be ready for tomorrow too, because there's no such thing as anxiety in this reality, and there's no way I'd have any trouble sleeping tonight. Yoichi and I left the hall as these thoughts went through my head. One bell hour later. Instead of being in my room, I was walking around the garden at the base. Yabuda has a nice pony and waves. It's true, he does have pretty hair, but he just looks evil. I don't know. I mean, he's probably not evil, but he looks so evil. It's probably because he's got an evil person on his team. Otaro, I'm looking at you. Instead of being in my room, I was walking around the garden at the base. She's in her sleeping kimono. I got into bed because I knew I needed to go to sleep early, but I just couldn't fall asleep. I went outside hoping for a quick break might help. A lot has happened today, that's for sure. Shizuki's fiance, meeting Hebe, the Blightfall that called himself a god, fighting against the giant Blightfall that housed Hebe and surviving the battle in one piece, and making up with Yoichi. It's no use. Thinking about Yoichi just makes it even harder for me to fall asleep. I know, right? It's hard having a crush. My heart was pounding so hard it was making me fidgety. He's like a cranky grandpa yelling at you to get off his lawn. Oh my god. I mean, that's... I've watched Monster House too many times, so I can see it. But he's also a nice guy at the soul of it. Look at that. He's like, be careful, but like also just, you know, it's inconvenient if you die. My heart was pounding so hard it was making me fidgety. I caught sight of the towel wrapped around my hand and my face turned bright red. When we left everyone else and went back to my room, Yoichi actually did treat my wound. He treated my hand very carefully like he was handling something fragile, so it was bound to heal quickly. I heard the sound of footsteps approaching me, so I turned around. Yoichi?
声うるさい。みんなが寝てるんだから静かにしなよ。
Shh, be quiet, everyone's asleep. Sorry. Why are you out here, Yoichi?
あんたが部屋を出ていくのが見えたから、どこに行くのかと思って つけた。
Ooh, someone's stalking me, but like in a cute way, not in a creepy way. In a cute way. Not in a Lucas way. I saw you leave your room and was wondering where you were going. What?
何？そもそもこんな時間にふらふらどっか行くのを見たら心配するのは当然でしょ。
Yeah, what if you turned into a zombie? That'd be dangerous for us. Makes perfect sense to be worried about you. Oh my god, is there an Otome game set in a zombie apocalypse? I suddenly want it. It makes perfect sense to be worried about you, seeing you wander around at this time of night. You were worried about me?
だから怖い。もういいや。そう。あんたが一人でどっか行っちゃうんじゃないかって心配になった。
Didn't I just say to pipe down? Anyways, yes, I was worried you were going somewhere by yourself. Oh, okay. I blushed hearing him be so straightforward with me. Also, he didn't feed us. We're hungry. I'm hungry. She's hungry. Where's my food? Ever since he told me I was his friend, he's been a lot nicer to me. Not only did he treat my wounds, but he also got worried when he saw me go out so late at night and came to check on me.
それで、あんたはこんなところで何してるの？
So what are you doing out here? Just taking a walk. I couldn't sleep thinking about everything that happened today and what will happen tomorrow. Yoichi bowed his head and thought. When he looked back up, he muttered just a few words.
俺もあんたと一緒。
I'll go with you then.
明日のことを考えてたらなんとなく落ち着かなくて。そもそも自分がまだ生きているのが信じられない。
I haven't been able to calm down thinking about tomorrow. I can't believe I'm still alive.
あんたがかばってくれるのは想像がついたけど、他のやつはそうじゃないと思ってたから。
I figured you'd stick up for me, but I never thought the others would too.
たとえその場で処分が決まったとしても、なんとかしずきの件が解決するまでは生かしてもらえるよう、どうお願いしようか考えた。
I'd considered begging to be kept alive until Shizuki's issues were resolved if they had decided to get rid of me back there.
そうしたら、光重が味方してくれて、源十郎も味方になってくれようとした。
Then Mitsugi backed me up and so did
ど
Genjiro.
っちも意外だったけど、一番は光重かな。もしあそこで光重がかばってくれなかったら、今こうして俺は生きていなかったと思うし。
I didn't expect that out of either of them, especially Mitsugi. If he didn't stick up for me, I don't think I'd be alive right now.
今までは光重のこと、のろけ話する面倒な上司くらいにしか思ってなかったけど。
I only ever thought of Mitsugi as an annoying boss who never shut up about his wife.
いい上司だって、今なら言える。
Now I can say that he's a great guy to have as a superior. He is. I'm glad we both work under Miyagi. I just said his name weird. You can always count on Kyuga too. With that strong trust we all have in each other, we can fight anything, even a god.
そうだね。
Let's go fight a
日比谷を
god.
倒して、しずきを救う。
Yeah, we'll take down Hibi and save Shizuki.
今のあの人は、何が正しくて、何が悪いのかもわからなくなってる。早く正気に戻して、罪を償わせてあげないとね。
She probably has no idea what's right or wrong at this point. I want to restore her sanity quickly and repent for what I've done. I gave Yoichi a firm nod. Everything hinges on tomorrow. I guess I better head back to my room. Yoichi, you probably should too.
待って。あんたに聞きたいことがあるんだけど。
Wait, I wanted to ask you something. Before I could finish my sentence, Yoichi cut me off. Unlike his usual unmotivated demeanor, he was standing up straight and looking very serious. Sure. Ask away. I straightened up too, looking into Yoichi's face. I'll answer any question he throws at me, and I won't let it rattle my nerves. After telling him he could ask me anything he wanted, I braced myself.
前に、俺のことが好きって言ったよね。あれってどういう意味？
Earlier you said you liked me. What did you mean? Huh? His unexpected question completely threw me for a loop. What? That's where he was going with this? Right after promising myself I'd try my best for tomorrow's battle, too? Yoichi asked me one more time, not caring how flustered I was.
どういう意味なのか教えて。
Tell me what you meant. It means...
それは
It means... When he pressed me, I quickly looked away. You know, that I like you.
答えになってない。どう好きなのかって俺は聞いてるんだけど。
That isn't an answer. I'm asking in what way. Like a man. Come on, Leah, you can
う
do
なっ
this.
てないで。どう俺を好きなのか答えて。
Imagine your crush acting like this with you. God, no moaning. Tell me in what way. I feel like I'm being interrogated. My neck was starting to hurt because I was turned away to keep making eye contact. I gave an inoffensive response while struck in this pose. I like you as a friend.
ふーん。でも、前に仲間より特別だとも言ったよね。
Ooh, yeah, and you're lying to him now. But you said earlier that I was more special than a friend. I did.
言った。仲間よりもっと特別で、俺のことが好きで好きで、夜も眠れなくなるくらい大好きだって。
Did she say that she couldn't sleep at night? Did she say that? Is he making things up? Is he reading her mind again? You said that I was more special than a friend and that you liked me so much you couldn't sleep at night, like really liked me. No, I didn't. I didn't say all that. Startled, I turned and looked at him. Oh.
どういう意味で俺のこと好きって言ったの？仲間として？それとももっと特別な存在として？
This is like one of those moments where like you're too shy to tell the person you like that you like them and they're too shy to say the same thing back to you, so you want the other one to admit it first. It's just stressful. What do you mean when you said you liked me? Do you mean as a friend or as something more? Tell me. Yoichi communicated this only using his eyes rather than saying it out loud. I'm not getting out of this. You could run. Besides, I'd been planning on telling Yoichi how I felt one more time anyways. Okay, I get it. I'll tell you what I meant when I said I liked you, but before I do, let me apologize for what happened that day. I'm really sorry I said you didn't have a heart because I couldn't see your threads, Yoichi.
あんた、まだそのことを気にしてたんだ。
That's still bugging you? Boy, you didn't talk to me for a week. Are you for real? You told me you said some terrible things that hurt my feelings. Well, I said something even worse. You're the only one who can decide if you have a heart, but I said that.
それは、まあ仕方ないんじゃない？あの時はしずきの件があって冷静でいられなかったけど、あんたは人の感情が意図って形で見えるし。
It was unavoidable, really. I couldn't keep my cool at the time because of what happened with Shizuki, and you see people's emotions in the forms of threads.
その事実を言っただけなんだから、気にする必要も謝る必要もないでしょ。
You were just telling the truth, so no need to worry or apologize for it.
でも、あんたがそうやって俺のことを気にしてくれるのは嬉しい。
I'm glad to hear that you care about me that much. He's smiling just like he did before. It reminded me of the time I took Yoichi to the hill to cheer him up. He had snorted with laughter back then, but now his smile was overflowing with kindness. My heart is pounding. I like you as more than a friend, Yoichi. The words came out of my mouth on their own. Yoichi's eyes opened wide. And he's like, bye. I guess I caught him completely off guard, even though he was interrogating me and really wanting me to say this. I like you as more than a friend.
一度聞けばわかるから。
I heard you the first time. Then does that mean... He can't be blushing, can he? I can barely tell. When I rubbed my eyes to make sure I wasn't just seeing things, I noticed that Yoichi's face was red. He definitely is, which made my face red too. So you get embarrassed sometimes
照れて
too?
ない。
I am not. Why is your face red?
あんたが俺を異性として好きとか言うからだろ。
I guess I can kind of see. It's not that blushy though. It could be redder. His ears could be red. Because you said you like me as more than a friend, duh. Then you are.
照れてない。
No, I'm not. Yes, you are. After arguing back and forth, Yoichi sighed in defeat.
もうそれでいいから。
Alright, I guess. Uh-huh.
キコは心が封じられてるから、照れるって感情はないはずなんだけど。
Vessels aren't supposed to feel emotions like embarrassment since our hearts are sealed off. You must have a heart since you have memories, Yoichi. Do you think that's why hearing me say I like you made you blush?
あんたも誰かにそう言われたら、照れるんだ。
Would you be embarrassed if someone else told you the same thing? Huh? It depends who said it. I think I'd just be happy they were in love with me.
ふーん。じゃあ告白されたら、誰とでも恋仲になるってこと？
You mean you'd date anyone who asked you out? Yoichi glared at me. No, of course not. I'd make me happy that they felt that way about me, but you're the one I'm in love with, Yoichi.
ふーん。
He said, huh, just like he had earlier, but he looked much more cheerful. Yoichi, do you like me back?
まさか。さっきも言ったけど、俺はキコだよ。誰かを特別に思ったりするわけないじゃん。
Dang, this is the rejection arc. You're joking. I already told you I'm a vessel. I would never think someone is special to me. Then why'd you get so grumpy when you heard I would date anybody? You looked so happy when I said I liked you too. I figured that meant you liked me back. Even I felt it was extremely self-centered of me to say that, but I had to in order to make Yoichi aware of his own feelings.
俺、不機嫌になってた。
I was grumpy? You
あ
were?
んたに好きって言われて、嬉しそうだった。
He's lying. Look at his affection bar. That's true. He's in love with me. This guy couldn't like me any more than this. This guy's like one step from kidnapping me so we could be together and putting me in a cage. Like, what the heck? And I looked happy when you said you liked me. Yeah, you did. Overcome with bashfulness, it took me a moment to confirm. Yoichi hung his head deep in thought. Then he said it in almost a whisper.
確かにそうかも。
I guess you're right. Wow. Meaning?
うん。俺もあんたのことが好きみたい。
I guess I like you too. That's the best we're gonna get from this guy. We did it. We got the good ending, guys. We're done. It wasn't very assertive, but Yoichi said he liked me. He's Laichi now. By the way, you don't mean you like me as a friend, right?
多分、恋仲としての好き。曖昧で悪いけど、こういう気持ちになったのは初めてだから、確証が持てないんだよね。
I think I like you in a romantic way. Sorry to be vague, but I'm not super sure. I've never felt this way
そうだ。
before.
あんたはどうして俺のことがそういう意味で好きだって確証を持てたの？
How were you so sure that you liked me like that? Oh, right. I said something horrible to you, and then you got mad and upset and left, and I went, but I like him. I gave it some more thought. Back when Yoichi and I started fake dating and Sato doubted our relationship. Is there a blush? It's the slightest blush I've ever seen. In fact, let me look at this screen. That's more... Yeah, it's so minuscule. You can barely tell he's blushing. Like, I took a screenshot because I always take a screenshot when they start to blush. And honestly, it's... so weak. Look at that. Look how weak that blush is. Super weak. In fact, here's how you can tell it's not blushing anymore. See that? Such a weak blush in comparison. Like, enhance! That's the best I can do. It's a Wika game. We're getting distracted. Okay. Thinking back on it, I became aware of it when I asked Yoichi for advice about Sato. Since I can see people's emotions in the forms of threads, I thought I'd spend my entire life checking what color other people's threads were. You told me I should value my own feelings more, remember? If you hadn't, I'm not sure I would have ever reconciled with Sato. I'd still be peeking at the colors of her threads to this day. I still sometimes look at them out of habit, but I've been prioritizing my own feelings much more than I used to. I think that kick-started my crush on you. Talking to Sato afterwards and spending time with you only made me more and more attracted to you. I wasn't completely aware of it myself until I told you earlier that I liked you. I was so embarrassed I barely squeaked out those last few words.
俺があんたを好きかもしれないって思
Imagine
ったのは
telling,
あんたに告白された時
I
か
don't
らなのか
know,
も。
a trash can you like them. Like, that's what a vessel is, right? It's just something you put something inside. So like a trash can. Hear me out. They shouldn't have this much animation. I think I've been in love with you ever since you confessed your feelings for me.
別にあの時のことを蒸し返さなくたってよかったのに、わざわざ蒸し返した。それってまたあんたに告白してもらいたかったからなんだと思う。
I shouldn't have brought it back up again, but I think I did it on purpose because I wanted to hear you say it again.
あんたから俺を異性として好きだって言われて、胸のあたりが温かくなった気がするし、他のやつとって考えてたら
I
嫌な気
feel
持ちになった。
so warm inside hearing you say that you like me as more than a friend. The thought of anyone else taking you away from me made me upset.
ねえ、これは恋仲としての好きでいいんだよね。
So does that mean I like you in a romantic way? Yoichi looked at me like a lost child. I stared back into his eyes and nodded. Yeah, it does.
そっか。
Hmm.
俺はあんたのことが好き。あんたは人間で、俺はキコだけど、一緒になってくれる？
Is this the first one that's actually asked her out before the end? I like you, Leah. Will you go out with me even though you're a human and I'm a vessel? Sure. Gladly. Although I'm new at this whole relationship thing.
よろしく。
Yep, same. We both bowed, then looked back at each other. Now we were in a real relationship, like a real one. Like not a fake fakey, like a really, not a really fake at all.
で、この後はどうすればいいわけ？
So now what? We hold hands. Give me your hand. I don't know. Yoichi cocked his head at my
さあ
question.
って、こういう仲になったのは、やっぱり俺が初めて。
You dunna? This is my first time being in a relationship, you know? Yeah. Me too.
そっか。それなら仕方ないよね。
No two ways about it then. He seems so happy. Seeing Yoichi happy made me happy too. Still, it didn't really feel like we were in a relationship since we were just standing around smiling at each other. What did I suggest to Yoichi when we were fake dating again? Going on dates, calling each other nicknames. I listed off examples where I remember what I said. He has that slight blush. I swear it's adorable. Where's Asia? She might be eating. She sometimes goes, I'm back. And then she has food suddenly. Although, let's see, it's almost 8 o'clock here, which means it's 9 o'clock where she's at. No. It's 10 o'clock almost. She's 2 hours ahead of me. Hard to say. She'll pop up. She's gonna regret. She'll watch the VOD. She rewatches when she falls asleep. And or gets busy. I was fixing me something to eat. Look at me. I did it. Look at that. Ooh, I'm good at this game. I listed off examples while remembering what I said. Or Kissing? Oh, she's going a step further. I couldn't recall proposing that to him, but I'd heard that couples kiss after asking each other out.
ああ、なる
Do
ほどね。
they?
じゃあしてみようか。
Oh, right. Let's give that a shot. That's so nonchalant. I got distracted looking at stuff on my phone. Classic. I do that too. What? Whoa. I did see the plush too. All of a sudden, he pulled me by the hand, causing me to stumble forward. My head bumped into Yoichi's chest when I lifted my head to apologize. Oh. Leah's intuition is on point. I'm good at predicting games as well as real life things. Dang, he's got his hand on her head. Whoa. Look at her Obi. What the heck? That's so cute. I don't think I've seen her Obi this much. Why her? Let me be her. Nah, you're Komame. His eyes are open. Wait a second, I couldn't finish my apology. Why? Because Yoichi had covered my lips with his own. I was so surprised I shoved him away.
ちょっと何するの?
Yeah, look at that. What are you doing? I was just saying we could. Why were you trying to kiss me? I said, utterly
あん
embarrassed.
たが恋仲になったら口づけするって言ったんじゃん。
Dang, look at that. She didn't even want to kiss him. You said people kiss once they start dating. I did, but I need to be ready for it.
ふーん。じゃあ、もういい?
Okay, you good now? Wait, just a minute. I commanded Yoichi in a huge panic when he tried to kiss me again. Kissing somebody takes a lot of courage. Why isn't he even batting an eyelid about this? He's a vessel, my darling. He does not really care that much. Does he really think kissing is just putting your mouths together? Zone second readiness? Oh my goodness. I looked at Yoichi, concerned that he saw this as something completely devoid of emotion. He's blushing up close now. Okay, he's got more blush lines this time. His cheeks are a tiny bit red. Maybe he's aware then. Maybe it was because I was staring him down. When he noticed me looking at him, he looked back.
もう心の準備は終わった?
Are you mentally prepared now? Sure, okay. I wasn't in the slightest, but I nodded anyways. Oh, wait, I just realized. Oh, he's got blushies now, too. This is her sleeping. Wait, was his hand around her before? Did I miss his hand earlier? End game, you unlock something special? Wait, what? Did I? Her sleeping kimono has a cute obi. Okay, okay. I will never be mentally prepared. Oh god. That sounds like me at work. Oh god. Instead of being forceful like he was last time, he pulled me in gently by the waist. Oh wait, maybe his hand wasn't there. Hang on, we gotta go check the screenshot. Okay, yeah, his hand wasn't there previously. Okay. Sometimes you gotta prove it. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, seeing Yoichi's handsome face right in front of mine. During a date with Deathstream, I was losing my mind. Dude, I need to go through a date with death and make some clips of that because I'm supposed to be good and make clips, but like that game was so funny. I need to play more of their games in June. Because I know you said they make a lot of boy love ones. I'll probably play some of them then because I want to do some girl. I could do some boy. Leah. Yoichi?
好きだよ。
I love you. Oh my stars. Wait, are you guys out here talking about secrets? Endgame unlocked. I see. Oh wait, do you not get this kiss scene if you don't get the good ending? Our lips made contact. The first time had been so sudden it didn't really feel like we'd kissed. This time it definitely did. Yoichi and I are actually together now. Like, we're like in a like relationship. Like, he likes me, I like him. We're dating. We enjoyed each other's company for a while. Euphoric. Euphoric. Ooh, she learned some new words. When you finish the game, you unlock something special. Let's say after you finish all the routes, you will see. Can I date Hibi? The following morning, the Onyaban assembled in the reception hall just like they had the night before.
これより城下町組には平岡家に突入してもらう。他の皆も準備はいいな。
Special ending, you get to date the guy who killed your entire family. The Castletown team will infiltrate the Hiroka's manor. Are the rest of you ready? Everyone nodded in response.
余一、お前もこれを持っていけ。
Take this with you, Yoichi. Hyuga said before handing Yoichi a long sword called a tachi. Yoichi normally used a shorter wakizashi. This time, however, he was going to be up against a giant Blightfall and the god who grants its powers. Hyuga had probably prepared a tachi for him because he didn't think a wakizashi alone would be enough. I'm just gonna bring a dagger as usual. Swords were heavy, and I still wasn't used to wielding them, so oh my gosh. So they just had me carrying a dagger. Here I am with my little knife. It'd be terrible if I hurt one of my comrades by mistake. I'll do everything I can to help using this.
お前のおかげで原因の良いかを見つけることができるな。
I wonder if I can find a short Otome game to play on New Year's, actually. I am working on New Year's Day, but I work late, so I could possibly do a late night stream on New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. I don't go out drinking, as I don't drink very often, but last year we had a New Year's Eve party. And it was fine. But we get sleepy. Thanks to you, we'll be able to pinpoint the Blightfall behind all of this. Hyuga said as I stared at my dagger. This is kind of intense, right? Like, this seems like a really big story arc for something that's not locked behind a secret ending. He must have meant how I used my dagger to injure the giant.
紙切りの時と同じように木札に傷がついている形人を見つけるんだね。
Just like with a kamikiri, we'll want to look for a formfolk with a scratched wooden tag. Right. Performing the snow sacrament on them should solve this case. We also need to wipe out the god helping the Blightfall out. Again, back to the not like other girls scenario. Imagine this, right? Imagine you are an entire clan of people. Huge clan, gorgeous white hair. Picture that. And you fight monsters daily, like all the time. You're like, I'm so good at this. Watch me murder all these monsters. And then your entire clan is wiped out except for one baby, I'm going to assume. And somehow that baby, that single baby, is going to seek revenge for the entire clan because now that baby is somehow stronger than all of yours. Is that possible? I mean, it's classic superhero 101. It makes me think of the Harley and Poison Ivy show, or Harlequin show, where she's like kill everyone, don't leave anyone behind. You forget one person, they seek revenge. We also need to wipe out the god helping the Blightfall out. Between the giant Blightfall, the god, the additional Blightfalls being summoned, it would be a remarkably more difficult battle than any Blightfall we'd slain before. I'm sure the Castletown team will manage just fine. I gave my dagger a squeeze to reassure myself. Imagine if they had actually gone with more people. Then I felt someone place their hand on mine. Yoichi, he didn't say anything, but he had a kind look in his eyes.
これは。
Are you...
さて、行こうか。
Well, anyways, let's get going. Miyashi stood up and the other members of the Castletown crew followed suit. We'll be back. I bowed to everyone before taking off for the Hiroka family estate. I'm going to say that wrong every time, aren't I? You can't put an A and an O beside each other. It throws me off. We arrived not long after. It was so quiet there. Yesterday's chaos almost didn't seem real.
慎重に進も
Proceed carefully. We all nodded. I drew my dagger at my waist and stepped inside the mansion with it firmly in my grip. No one's here. We hadn't ran into anyone so far. We walked down the halls of the seemingly empty mansion, vigilant. No. Then, when we finally reached our destination, we found a few terrified form folk instead of Suzuki. Where is Suzuki? A servant shook his head vigorously as if to say he didn't know. The other servants were no different and simply trembled. May I check your wooden tags just in case?
どうぞ。
Go ahead. I took the wooden tag from the servants and scrutinized it. There aren't any scratches. Nothing seems off. Thank you very much. I handed the wooden tag back to the servant, then looked back at Yoichi and the rest. What do you think?
木札に傷がついている形人はいなかった。つまり、犯人はここにはいないってこと。
None of the form folk have scratches on their wooden tags, meaning the culprit's not here. I see. We'd known for a while that there was nothing out of the ordinary about anyone here. Suzuki is bound to be with the form folk in question. We won't know who they are until we figure out where she is. Where might Suzuki be now?
わかりません。昨晩から姿が見えなくて。
I don't know. I haven't seen her since yesterday
きっとお
evening.
嬢様は化け物にさらわれたんです。
The monsters must have gotten
も
her.
う死んでしまったんじゃ。
You mean she's already dead?
縁起でもないことを言わないで。
Don't speak it into
でも
existence. Dang,
庭
there's
の
so many
土が
people.
大きくえぐれてたんだよ。あれで無事だったら奇跡だよ。
But it put a huge hole in the ground out in the courtyard. It'd be a miracle if she was still safe after that. I'm sorry, what? There's a hole out there? They have no idea what happened yesterday. There's no way they'd know where she is then. It was entirely possible that they'd all hammered out their story in advance, but I could tell how scared they were from the color of their threads. They wouldn't be able to coordinate their emotions too. Where did Suzuki and her form folk go? Conveniently, just then the sliding door opened and Mr. Hiroka walked into the room behind him with Suzuki glaring at us.
勝手にしずきの部屋に入るなんて随分と失礼な客人ですね。
What terribly rude guest you are coming into Suzuki's room uninvited. I'm sorry, but there's a
どん
reason
な
where...
事情があると言うんですか。まあ、そちらから来てくれたのは好都合です。
Imagine if he had a face. Wouldn't he be glaring at us right now? What might that be? It's awfully convenient that you came to
皆
us.
さんにはここで死んでもらいます。
You're all going to die here. Was he a form folk the whole time? Did he just say die? I noticed something hanging from Mr. Hiroka's neck. A tag. It was dull black color and it had scratches on it. There was no mistake. The person before us was Suzuki's form folk, the one who had transformed into a Blightfall.
しずきの何か形人？そんなわけない。あの人はちゃんとした人間だった。
Your older brother's a form folk? That can't be right. He was an actual human before.
ええ。お兄様は確かに人間だったわ。
Yes, my elder brother was human. What do you mean
言
was?
葉通りよ。お兄様は人間だったけれど、 死んで形人として生まれ変わったの。
Exactly what I said. He was human. Then he died and was reborn of form folk. When I talked to Mr. Hiroka before, he said he had succeeded his deceased father as the head of the family. So if their father passed away and his brother passed away sometime after that, it's not too surprising that she made herself a form folk out of loneliness. Even if something horrible enough happened for you to make a form folk of your brother, that form folk is now a blightfall. Okay, that's a blightfall. It must have been hard to lose him right after your father passed away, but stay strong, girl.
あなたは何を言っているの？
What are you talking about? You made a form folk of your brother because it was hard losing your family member after one family member after another, right? Look at that cute smile. Look at her, little unhinged baby. Suzuki clutched her sides with
あなた
laughter.
っておめでたい人ね。私がお兄様を殺したとはこれっぽっちも思わないの。
You're naive. It didn't even occur to you that I killed my brother, did it? Suzuki killed her actual brother? Was that really the ghastly story behind what just had happened? Still, she had no reason to lie. You really killed your brother, Suzuki?
ええ。殺した。
Yes. Yes, I did. Suzuki said this matter-of-factly, her expression not changing in the slightest. Why would you do that?
言い名付けに逃げられた。役立たずのイカズゴケだって私を邪険にしたから殺したのよ。
Because he was cruel to me, calling me a deadbeat spinster whose fiance had ran
お
off.
兄様がいなくなってせいせいしたけど、そのことが知れると、お家断絶になるでしょ。
It was such relief once he was gone, but it would have been the end of our family if anyone found out.
だから、お兄様の持ち物で形人を作ったの。それ以降、ずっとお兄様のふりをしてもらっているわ。
So I made a form folk using one of my brother's possessions. Since then, I've been having him pretend to be my older brother.
形人のお兄様は、実のお兄様と違ってとても優しいの。私が色恋草子を書いてても文句を言わず、もっと書けって言ってくれるのよ。
Unlike my actual brother, my form folk brother is very kind. He doesn't complain even when I write romance novels. He actually tells me to write more.
物語を書くのは楽しいわ。現実は思うようにいかなくても、物語の中では私の思い描いた通りの世界が繰り広げられるんですもの。
I really enjoy writing stories. Reality never goes the way you hope, but in my stories, I can create a world as I see fit.
そういえば、そんな時にあれと出会ったのよね。
That reminds me, you met it earlier, didn't you? It? What do you mean?
確か日比恵という名前だったかしら。私の悪意が心地いいから力を貸すとか言って、それならどうぞって好きにさせたわ。
He was named TB, wasn't he? He said he'd help me out because he found malice pleasing and let me do whatever I
そ
wanted.
の時、ちょうど形人のお兄様もいて、この形人に悪意を植え付けてやろうって、そんなことも言っていたわね。
I had my form folk brother around at the time. He told me to install malice into my form folk too.
私は、私を捨てた言い名付けと、それを奪った女が憎い。そしてあれは人間が憎い。つまり、利害が一致したのよ。
I detested my fiance who abandoned me as well as the woman who took him from me. He hated all humankind. Our interests were aligned.
利害が一致？人間が憎いならあんたも憎いってことになる。その力はあんたを殺すよ。
Your interests were aligned? If he hates humankind, that means he hates you too. Those powers will kill you.
別に構わないわ。どうせ生きたところで、虚しいだけだもの。
I don't really care. My life's been rather futile anyway.
この力で私に屈辱を味わわせた者を殺せるなら死んだところで後悔などしないわ。
I'll die a happy woman if the power he's given me allows me to kill those who've disgraced me. Well, do I have a story for you, Shizuki? Your fiancé regretted leaving you. So much so that the form folk he left you for killed him and then herself. Oh, shoot, she didn't like hearing that. Countless black threads erupted from Shizuki's body.
いいぞしずき、もっともっと憎め、それが我らの力になる。
He needs a face. He should have had a face this whole time. It's the only reason I didn't think about him being the person. I didn't assume he would be a form folk since they said it was her brother. I mean, I had like the inkling, but then I was like, but he's not a form folk. That was the only thing that stopped me. Like, but he's not a form. That's her brother. Excellent, Shizuki. More. Grow even more hateful. It makes us more powerful. You can't let her make the blight fall stronger. Shizuki, please listen to what we have to say.
その力で江戸の町を滅ぼして住人を殺すんだよ。家族が愛する者がいる人たちを殺してあんたは何とも思わないわけ。
Yoichi, you're going the wrong way with this. Can't calm down. She does not care. You'll destroy Ito and kill all the residents. Don't you care that you'd kill people with families, with loved ones?
もし
No one
それ
loves
で
her.
あんただけ生き残ったらその時両親の呵責に耐えられる。
What if you were the only one to survive? Would you be able to withstand the
後悔
guilt?
しても失った命は戻らない。それでもあんたは絶対に後悔しない。自分の恨みを優先してよかったって言えるの。
Even if you regret doing it, regret won't bring back the dead. How can you say for sure that you won't have any regrets and you're glad you put your hatred first?
うるさいうるさい。道具のくせに私に説教するな。
Shut up. Don't lecture me when you're just some object. Woo. Okay, boys. It's getting dark in here. Shizuki, you said you hated your former fiance and the woman who took him from you, right? But they're not in Ito anymore. You can destroy the city, but it won't mean anything.
うるさい。
Alright, well, she's not listening to reason anymore. Shut up.
もうあいつらが江戸の町にいない。だから今はいなくても昔あいつらはこの町にいたじゃない。
They're not in Ito anymore, so who cares if they're not? They were a long
こ
time
の
ago.
町がなければ私はあの人に捨てられなかった。あの女だって現れなかった。
If it hadn't been for this city, he would have never abandoned me, and she never would have shown up.
そうよ。江戸の町が悪いんだわ。私の人生をむちゃくちゃにした江戸の町なんて滅んでしまえばいいのよ。
You heard me. It's all Ito's fault. The city of Ito ruined my life, so it needs to go down in flames. Dun 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 dun.
なんて心地いい。
That feels so good. Hi, look at you. That's a ghostly shadow projected from Mr. Hiroka's back. It was the same spirit that came out of the giant blightfall when I had injured it.
あれが君の言っていた日比恵という神か。
Is that the god named Hibi you were talking about? Yeah, no doubt about it.
この力があれば。
With this power, Mr. Hiroka also appeared to be in ecstasy as if he were in tune with Hibi. Hibi's body was also melting into Mr. Hiroka's. He's gone.
嫌な予感がする。お前たち、気をつけろ。
I have a bad feeling about this. Be careful, everyone. Hyuga placed his hand on his sword so he could draw it all at any second. So did Miyagi and Yoichi. I also gripped my dagger because I'm cool. Someone's tickling him. He's laughing.
我らの思いはただ一つ。人間を 全てを滅ぼすことだ。
We have but one wish to destroy all humankind. Mr. Hiroka was completely covered in black threads. He slowly began to expand until his giant body burst through the roof.
離れろ、巻き込まれるぞ。
Get away or get caught in it. Poof. We heeded Kyuga's warning and distanced ourselves from Mr. Hyoka as he transformed into a blightfall. If I'd gone over there just now, I probably would have been pinned under the debris. Leah, I'm fine. Although I hadn't been caught under the collapsing roof, I had some dust in my eyes. After blinking a bunch, my vision finally came back to me. Before my eyes was an incredibly shocking sight. The roof right above Mr. Hiroka's head had been gone. And the blightfall I seen the other day was standing there in the morning light.
どんなに強力な良いかでも日差しには弱い。あんな風に平然としているなんて信じられない。
Even the strongest blightfall is still weak to sunlight. I can't believe it's just standing there completely unfazed. Miyagi whispered dumbfounded that a god could create a blightfall that could withstand the sunlight.
神が力を与えた結果なのでしょうか。
Is it the result of being granted powers by a god? Maybe. He was struggling when he granted him powers earlier, but now he had a mask on, proof he was a blightfall, meaning I couldn't tell what expression he was making. But if he was suffering, he wouldn't just be standing there like that. And this feeling, there is even more emotional imprints than the last time we faced off against the giant blightfall. I've never seen this many negative emotions before. Shizuki's grudge and Hibi's hatred simply ran that deep. That reminds me, where is Shizuki? Girl, where are you? She was standing next to Mr. Hiroka until just a moment ago. Did she get caught when the roof was destroyed?
あらあら、屋根を壊してしまって。
Oh dear, you wrecked the roof. I looked up when I suddenly heard a voice coming from above the giant blightfall's head. Apparently I couldn't see Shizuki from where I stood because she was on top of it. She got down from its head, slipping onto its shoulder.
まあいいわ。あなたたち、江戸の町を滅ぼしなさい。
Ah well, now everyone destroyed the city of Edo. Imagine if we had broken into this house sooner. Everyone? She wouldn't have said it like that if she were just ordering the giant blightfall anymore. It seems like the giant blightfall can produce others. Is that what she's ordering it to do? I took up my weapon ready for whenever the blightfall that spawned from the large one attacked us. Instead, all the Fae form in the room transformed. Huh? Instead, the giant blightfall that spawned from the books scattered all over the room. Ah. I didn't even see the black threads gather together. The blightfall came to life before I could even register what
こ
happened.
れは彼女の念が宿っていれば形人になっていない道具を良い化させることすら可能なのか。
Dang, she's so powerful that explains why they vanish the moment you kill them. Does that mean she can, if she wants to, she can make blightfall out of objects that haven't even been turned into form folk? If she can, the city of Edo is in terrible danger. You're in terrible danger, girl. As Lee and the company were storming the Hyoka estate, over at the brewery, Yanagi and the other servants, including Sato, were eager to get to work.
嬉しすぎて涙が出そう。
I'm so happy I might
ここ最
cry.
近部屋にこもりっぱなしで退屈だったもんね。
It's been real boring being cooped up in our rooms
ほ
recently.
んと退屈すぎて死ぬかと思ったわ。
Seriously, I thought I was gonna
ほ
die
ら
of
そこ、
boredom.
喋ってないで仕事してよね。
Hey, don't just stand there chatting, get to work. The servants were restless because it had been a long time since they last worked. Yanagi watched them with a kind of twinkle in his
私
eyes.
は奉公人に恵まれましたね。これも余市のような人物が上に立っているおかげです。
I'm blessed to have such wonderful servants, and it's all because they have someone like Yoichi to lead
今
them.
頃余市と彼女はお庭番の仕事を遂行し
I kind of pressed the button, my bad. Yoichi and his little girlfriend had been out at the Oniwan business out on only one business lately. That must be why the Blightfalls are gone. Blightfall had disappeared from not only Castletown, but all over Edo. I think it's too early to count chickens. Just saying. It was all thanks to the secret Onuaban who protected the city unbeknownst to the citizens, Yanagi thought to himself. As the servants happily prepared to open the store, Sato, one of the servants, polishing sake bottles away from everyone else. Hey, Sato. Another servant called out to her. It's much more fun chit-chatting with us while we set up than being by yourself, you know. I just ruined the fun. Sato turned her down, but the servant continued talking to her undaunted. Have you heard of this book called Imperial Love? I have! Sato turned enthusiastically towards the other servants and vigorously nodded. I knew it! I figured you'd like it too. You got so excited about it just now. Come on, how about it? She asked, pulling Sato by the hand. She had apparently determined that Sato couldn't ignore her if she talked about her favorite book. She pulled her towards the other servants. Huh? Just then a romance novel in the corner of the room began clattering and shaking. It almost looked like something was about to fly out of the book. Am I just imagining things? Despite thinking this to herself, Sato observed the book curiously. It wasn't just her imagination, the book was quivering. Sorry, but something's caught my eye. Sato told the servants before approaching the book. She picked up the book and tried to flip through the pages. But a Blightfall was birthed from it before she could. A monster! The servants flew into a panic, seeing a Blightfall appear out of thin air and fled outside. Sato's legs gave out beneath her. It all happened so fast she couldn't run away like everyone else had. And Sato died. A horrible death. I'm just kidding. The Blightfall sprouted a bunch of feelers which swooped down on her all at once. I can't escape. She could still die. Then one of the other servants' bodies slammed the Blightfall. Shocked, it retracted its feelers. Sorry. Are you okay? Let's get out of here while we still can. Yeah. Sato took the servant's hand and ran outside. Everyone calm down. Let's evacuate somewhere safe for now. That was so scary. We're safe now. Can you stand? Yeah. As Yanagi comforted. Wow, how did I? Like it's a word. I've said it many times in my life. I just forgot how to pronounce it just now. Is that normal? As Yanagi comforted the sobbing servant, he did a head count. That's everyone. Now to take refuge somewhere safe. He heard a loud noise coming from the street as if to interrupt his thoughts. Did something happen out there too? Yanagi! He turned around and gasped. The Blightfall that spawned from the book earlier was there, bellowing and trying to attack them. Run towards the street for now. Yanagi only hesitated for a brief moment. Bringing up the rear, he ran towards Castletown's main street. Where's all those guys? Why did a monster come out of the book? How would I know? Wait, a monster came out of your book too? Castletown was in total chaos. A monster! It's a monster! Where's all the people? It wasn't just Castletown. All of Edo was in turmoil. He had seen a large crowd running from the entertainment district as well, probably fleeing from a Blightfall. Were those flames coming from the direction of Samurai Town? Having fled to Castletown himself, Yanagi was dumbfounded by the apocalyptic sight. Help!
無事ですか？
Are you alright?
ありがとうございます。
Yes, thank you. Is that present what you're made from? Tell me.
お礼はいいですから。すぐに江戸の町から出てください。
No need to thank me. Please just get out of Edo. Genji, my other husband. So many husbands. The townsperson nodded, then took off running for the hills without looking back.
ケンジ殿
Lord Kenji.
柳殿ですか。ここは危険です。すぐに他の町民と一緒に丘まで逃げてください。
Is that you, Lord Yanagi? It's dangerous here. Make a run for it with the other townsfolk right this
ケン
minute.
ジ殿はここに残られるのですか？
Are you staying behind? Listen. I'm listening.
それが僕たちの仕事ですから。さあ、お早
It's,
く。
it's our job. Come now.
あ
Hurry.
りがとうございます。ケンジ殿、くれぐれもお気をつけて。
Thank you. Be careful out there. He bowed deeply to Kenji. Yawning. I'm yawning. I should be yawning. I probably got 150 husbandos. I'm taking a guess. It's like it's a rough guesstimate. We'll start listing them in a song. There's Sheen, Lucas, Kenji, Eves. He bowed deeply to Kenji, then headed for the hills with his servants. Anku.
さあ、あいつらを殺しなさい。
Come on. Kill them. The giant Blightfall roared, then swung its log-like arms down. Fortunately, it was rather sluggish, so everyone was able to dodge its attack before they landed. We were super, blessed, yo. However, its attack slipped the ground beneath us. Split the ground. Oops, not slipped. The mere thought of what would have happened if it had hit me sent a shiver down my spine. Gah. Next, it tried to mow us down with its arms, but we were able to dodge that
攻撃は
too.
単調だけど厄介だね。
Its attacks, they're very one note, but a real pain. Yeah, taking a single hit would have dire consequences.
刀で攻撃しようにもこう狭いとまともに刀を振るうこともできん。このままでは良いかに有利すぎるな。
He's supposed to have a real sword, not a short sword. Sad. We could try attacking with our swords, but there's no space to swing at them in a room this small. The Blightfall has the upper hand here.
庭まで誘導すればなんとか戦えるかも。
We might be able to fight it if we lead it out into the
前に
courtyard.
あの人に呼び出されてあれと戦った時も庭だったからどうにか戦えたようなもんだし。
When I fought the Blightfall after being summoned here by Shizuki earlier, I managed to hold my own against it out there. Oh, and that's where I injured it. It's nice and open in the courtyard. Let's go to the courtyard. Come on, little Blightfall. So you guys might be able to attack it at the same time.
よし
Imagine.
良いかと戦うのは庭に出てからだ。今はあれを庭まで誘導しよう。
Can you lead this? It doesn't need to be led. It doesn't need you to tell it where to go. You are the ones retreating. We're fighting the Blightfall once we're out in the courtyard then. Let's lead it out. There, we all took off running to the second the words left his lips.
今すぐあいつらを追いなさい。
Just kidding, Shizuki has no concept. Alright, chase after them. When I turned around, I saw that all the Blightfall that had spawned from the books were chasing after us too, not just the giant one. This isn't good. We keep killing them, but it never ends. I could hear the loud footsteps of the giant Blightfall behind us. Even when we got to the courtyard, we'll have to fight that other Blightfall, not just the giant one. Books had been piled up high in Shizuki's room. If all of those turn into Blightfall, and all of those Blightfall coordinate their attacks with the large one, Miyagi came up with an idea while we were running.
このままだと巨大なヨイカと創始のヨイカとの戦闘になる。それでは数に押されて負けてしまうかもしれない。
Kinji's route endings are one of the top of the game. Say less, that's the next route we're going for. I think. Yeah, because we can't do the cute little white-haired boy until he's second to the end. I know Taru's last. At this rate, we'll have to fight both the large Blightfall and the book Blightfall. We might lose due to sheer numbers.
俺ではヨイカをどうすることもできないけど、創始のヨイカを足止めするくらいはできる。だから、君たちは心置きなく、あれとだけ戦ってほしい。
I can't do anything about Blightfall in general, but I can at least keep the book Blightfall at bay. The rest of you, don't worry about them, just fight.
宮地殿、わかりました。そういうことであれば、
Lord
あ
Miyagi,
れらはあなたにお任せします。
very well, we'll leave those to you.
うん。これでも俺は君たちの上司だし、たまには上司らしいところを見せないとね。
Got it. I'm still your superior, so I've got to act the part every now and then. I can see the courtyard now. We sped up and got to get a lead on the Blightfall chasing after us. After making it to the courtyard, we kept running towards the back. Miyagi was the only one who stayed behind waiting for the Blightfall to arrive. The Blightfall who were born from Shizuki's book began to appear one after another, then rushed Miyagi all at once.
そこだ!
Got ya! Miyagi tossed a capture net over the book Blightfall. Shocked, they extended their feelers but couldn't cut through the net. Their countless feelers were actually getting tangled up in each other, keeping themselves from being able to move.
あまり頭のいいヨイカではなさそうだね。
These Blightfall don't seem to be very smart. Miyagi, watch out, they have feelings. Having broken free from their shackles, the Blightfall reached for Miyagi with their feelers in an attempt to attack him. However, Miyagi easily dodged their attacks. Once again, he threw a capture net over the remaining Blightfall, capturing them. The giant Blightfall arrived on the scene later.
行くよ。
Let's go.
あ、
Got it. They drew their swords and made their way towards the Blightfall. The Blightfall held its arms up, then tried to smash them both. Yoichi and Kyuga ran in different directions, confusing the Blightfall about who it should attack. Two members of the Onyoban weren't about to miss that split-second opportunity. They shouted, then sliced into both of the Blightfall's arms. Off in a flash. I think they meant to put then sliced both of the Blightfall's arms off in a flash, because then sliced into both of the Blightfall's arms. Oh my god. This is not written well. Okay. But then a new book's Blightfall appeared before their very eyes. Well...
Yoichi! 離れろ!
Yoichi, get away. When we heard Kyuga shout, he quickly turned and stepped back. The Blightfall also retreated to the back, protecting its injured arm. Blightfall spawned in large numbers in front of it, like they were guarding the giant one. Why are even more Blightfall appearing? Like, what's up? Miyagi drew the book Blightfall towards him. Then I turned around and looked at Miyagi, wondering why I heard the sound of paper ripping. Die. Die, all of you. Oh, man. The handwritten letters were peeling away from the pieces of paper Shizuki was throwing, which then glommed together and formed Blightfall. It wasn't the book themselves turning to Blightfall, it was the words she had written down. I see, so the Blightfall we've been killing never had a true form as an object to begin with.
一旦引くぞ。
Let's retreat for now. Kyuga and Yoichi came back over to me, dodging the book Blightfall's attack. Had they decided they had no intention of fighting? The book Blightfall retreated with the giant one. The large Blightfall was shaken up by its injury, but it didn't appear to be life-threatening. In all the other games, story modes so far, like the big bad gets a weird yokai name. They didn't do that with this one, so I guess that's why they just keep calling it the bigger one. Instead of something else, like the giant poetry one, the one that tells stories, the storytelling Blightfall. The large Blightfall was shaken up by its injuries, but it didn't appear to be life-threatening. Earlier, its wooden tag was buried in its arm. Looks like it's hid it in a different location this time. They hacked away in search of the giant Blightfall's weak point while dealing with the book Blightfall. That alone was a lot to handle, but Shizuki was also birthing an infinite number of Blightfalls on top of that because we're doing absolutely nothing to stop her. Am I understanding this correctly? We're just watching her. We, like, hit her in the head. Like, come on, you have to kill her. Just knock her unconscious for a few minutes. We might run out of stamina before we find a big one's wooden tag. Shizuki roared with laughter as she continued creating Blightfall. To win this fight, we need to do something about Shizuki herself. Good for
巨大な
you.
良いかより先にしずきを始末する。よいち、お前も異論はないな。
We need to deal with Shizuki before taking on the giant Blightfall, Yoichi. Any objections? Yoichi didn't answer his question. It wasn't that he couldn't. Yoichi wanted to save her, and that hasn't changed despite the circumstances. But if we let her run wild, we'll be killed before we can deliver the finishing blow to the giant Blightfall. He doesn't want to sacrifice his friends, but he doesn't want to forsake Shizuki, who's like a parent to him either. Yeah, but it's like, you know, a birth parent. That doesn't make them they didn't raise you. You would have to choose abandoning one or the other. In which case, he'll just have to pick both. Hyuga, let me try to persuade Shizuki.
何？
What? If her hatred ebbs, the giant Blightfall's power might weaken too. Besides, Shizuki is the one creating the new book Blightfall. If I can convince her to stop, it'll keep the numbers of Blightfall from increasing, won't it? Yeah, if I
確
just
かにそれが
talk
でき
to
れば
her.
一番だが、しずきをどう説得するつもりだ？
If you can pull it off, that'd be ideal for sure, but how do you plan to convince her? I've got a story she'd like to hear. I've done a lot of investigating on Shizuki. I've learned a lot about her fiancé in the process. Maybe I can touch her heart by talking about him. I'll need your help to do that. Yoichi, Kyuga, could you draw the giant Blightfall away from her, please? Pretty please. Elise, please.
俺からもお願い。しずきを始末するのが手っ取り早いのはわかるけど、あの人は俺の親みたいなものだから。
Picture this. The entire town's on fire. There's someone causing that problem, and we're going to ignore that because, like, she's like a parent to me. Dude, she's like a parent. I would really appreciate that. I know getting rid of her would be the quickest solution, but she's like a parent.
わかった。私たちで巨大な良いかからしずきを引き離し、彼女に説得してもらう。
We'll draw the giant Blightfall away from Shizuki while she tries to convince her to stop. Thank you so much. You're like the best.
源十郎、ありがとう。
Thanks, Genjiro.
礼はいい。それより、どうやって巨大な良いかからしずきを引き離すかだな。
No need to thank me. Now the question is how we separate them.
俺に任せて。
Leave that to me.
ではそちらはヨイチに任せよう。お前はしずきが巨大なヨイカから離れたところで
They're all yours, Yoichi. Once we've drawn the giant blightfall away from Suzuki, head over. Got it. We decided on a plan. Yoichi shouted at Suzuki, who was still roaring with laughter.
高みの見物なんていいご身分だね。ああ、戦って傷つくのが怖いから守ってもらってるんだ。
What a nice vantage point you have, looking down on everyone. What? Are you having it protect you because you're scared you'll get hurt in battle?
なんですって。
What did you just say?
誰かに傷つけられるのが怖いのに、そのくせ自分は相手を傷つけても何とも思わない。
You're scared of being hurt, but you think nothing of hurting others.
本当にいい根性してるよ。あんたみたいなのが俺の生みの親も同然なんて。俺って
Like he said,
す
birth
ごく
parent. That's what I said. Charming, really. Can't believe my luck having someone like you as my birth parent.
俺はあんたに手放されたおかげで今の主人に愛されてる。そのことだけは感謝してあげるよ。
But thanks to you letting me go, I'm loved by my current owner, and for that alone, I'm thankful. Shizuki looked at Yoichi with eyes full of
あい
rage.
つを真っ先に殺
Kill him first.
人任せにしないで。あんたが俺を殺しなよ。それとも臆病なあんたにはできない？
Don't make someone else do it. Kill me yourself. Or are you too chicken?
言ったわね。いいわ。お前は私がこの手で殺してあげる。
That's it. Fine. I'll kill you with my own two hands. The giant blightfall bent over and Suzuki landed softly on the ground. Alright, we managed to separate Suzuki and the giant blightfall. Not really. Now all that was left to do was persuade Suzuki. I ran over to her, not letting my chance get away from me.
お
Suzuki?
前に用はないわ。私はあの道具に用が。
I have no business with you. What could I possibly want from that? You might not, but I do. Intimidated by my threatening attitude, Suzuki flinched. Now's my only chance to win her over. Suzuki, do you know what happened to your fiancé and the woman he eloped with?
知るわけないでしょ。私を捨てたあいつらがどうしているかなんて興味ないわ。
Why would I? I have no interest in knowing what they've been up to after he abandoned me. As Shizuki grew more and more enraged, more black threads sprout from her body. If she actually wasn't interested, she would have been indifferent. Based on how angry she was probably curious what happened to her ex-fiancé and the woman he eloped with after all. Takamoto, your former fiancé, is no longer with us. What? Suzuki whispered, dumbfounded. Black threads fell off of her. Her hatred did lessen, albeit not by much.
そう。好きな女と一緒になったのに、亡くなるなんて哀れね。
Is he? How pathetic of him to die after getting together with a woman he loved. You have it wrong. I shook my head from side to side. You were the one he loved, Shizuki.
私。
Me? More black threads fell off of Shizuki's body.
嘘を言わないで。あいつは私を捨てて他の女と逃げた。それでどうして私を好きだなんて。
Don't lie to me. He abandoned me after running off with another woman. Why would he do that if he loved me?
そういえば私の憎しみがなくなると思ったんでしょう。おあいに貴様。そんな嘘に私は騙され。
Do you think saying that would make me less hateful? Unfortunately for you, you can't trick me with your lies. Takamoto and the Kura-san eloped to Osaka, but they ended up killing each other there. He had a change of heart. Although he was glad he had eloped with the Kura-san, he realized he really didn't love you more than a form folk. I heard that he only impulsively ran away with her because he was trying to run from his concerns about the future.
嘘よ。そんな嘘に私は騙されないわ。
You ain't got no proof, that's the problem. You're lying to me. You won't trick me with your lies. Shizuki clutched her head, messing up her hair, her beautiful hair. Her mouth said I was lying, but part of her wanted to believe me. A few more black threads fell off of her body. I'm sure you heard him talk about the future, right?
そういえば
Now that you mention it. That must have reminded her of something because she faltered.
ことあるごとにお前は由緒ある高本家を継ぐ身だとご両親に言われるのが辛いとこぼしていた。
He used to complain that his parents took every opportunity to tell him he was the successor of the prestigious Takamoto family.
私の両親も厳しい人だったから彼の気持ちがよくわかって。
My parents were also strict,
慰め合っていた。
so I understood how he felt. We used to comfort each
あ
other.
の日もそうだったわ。お父様に叱られて落ち込んでいる彼を慰めて、その時に櫛を。
We comforted each other that day too. He felt down because his father yelled at him, so I tried to make him feel better. That was when he gave me the comb, she said, touching her hair. It was probably where she used to wear it in her hair. She closed her eyes in fond remembrance, then eyes began to form. Then tears, eyes, not eyes. Eyes did not form. Whew, then tears began to form in the corner of her eyes.
逃げた女と二人、どこか遠い地で幸せに暮らしているんだとずっと思っていた。
I always figured he was living happily somewhere else with the woman he ran off with.
私をこんな目に遭わせて自分たちだけ幸せになるなんて許せない。そう憎しみだけを募らせて生きてきたのに。
To be clear, just because he died doesn't mean things are fine. Like, right? That doesn't make it better. Like, he still did that to you. Did you go to an extreme? Absolutely. Was that okay? Not really. I could never forgive him being happy after everything he put me through. Every single day of my life, my hatred grew stronger.
まさかあの人が私を思っていて、それで遊女と揉めて命を落としただなんて。
I can't believe he actually loved me. And he lost his life fighting with her about it.
もっとあの人に寄り添えばよかった。そうすればこんなことには。
I wish I'd been closer to him. Maybe if I had, this would have never... Shizuki suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. As she cried, black threads began to fall off of her one by one. The giant Blightfall could barely stand it. It let out an anguished cry and made its way towards Shizuki. Before it could get to her, Yoichi sliced into its upper shoulder. What about the other Blightfall? I only just realized there were hardly any Blightfall left by the larger one. With the morning light, the weaker Blightfall were annihilated. They had been reinforced by the power of Shizuki's hatred before, but now it was all gone. They had disappeared even without the use of the snow sacrament. That left the giant Blightfall as our only remaining enemy. The Onoaban combined strength could probably take it down without much of a fight now that it didn't have the book Blightfall to coordinate attacks with. Hyuga's sword flashed across the Blightfall's mask. Despite being a formfolk Blightfall, the mask was still part of its body all the same. The giant Blightfall let out a sorrowful shriek, then collapsed. I could see a wooden tag on its back. The black threads had been closely guarding it until now. When Shizuki's hatred lessened and its mask cut, we were now able to see its true weak point, its wooden tag. Time to put an end to this. Shusha! Yoichi lifted his sword above his head and swung it down towards the wood tag. I just realized, imagine if I had tried to finish this last night. Dude, this has almost been 4 hours. Or it's been 3 hours. Minus the 20 for us just chatting. Yeah, that'd been 3 more hours. It was almost midnight already. I would have died last night. The giant Blightfall let out one last dry shriek, then black threads started disappearing from its body. All the black threads vanished into the sky, leaving just Mr. Hiroka, who had reverted back to his original form. No, his body was disappearing too, bit by bit. I mean, what's going on with you, buddy? You got a lot. You got black hands with like marks that goes on your neck. You got some strings on your neck. You got some swooply whooply dudes all over your body. Like, there's a lot happening here. Just then, Hebe emerged from his body. By the way he was suffering, he probably wouldn't be able to escape the snow sacrament even though he was a god. If you so hate that he disappeared, cursing us in the bitter end. Mr. Hiroka vanished almost exactly when Hebe did. Then the morning calm returned to the area around us. It's all over now. It's all over. We did it, guys. High fives all around while this woman's crying on the ground, guys. Shizuki's form folk turned, Blightfall was gone, and so was the god who had given him his strength. The Blightfall born from Shizuki's hatred were all gone too. The city of Ito was probably calm now as well, in pieces. Just then, Shizuki tilted feebly to the side and fell to the ground.
Shizuki!
Shizuki? Yoichi rushed over to hear. Yoichi rushed over to her at once and cradled her in his arms. Shizuki's eyes were sealed shut. She showed no signs of waking up. We ended up exterminating her form folk, Kazuki Hiroka, by performing the snow sacrament on him. Shizuki's probably not waking up because it's his owner. As his owner, it had an effect on her too. I looked over Shizuki, trying to find some way to save her. Every single black thread on her vanished, so she won't turn into a Blightfall. I'm sure she'll recover just like Antone did. It's okay, Yoichi. The black threads on her body are all gone. I'm sure she'll be fine after a while. Okay. He was still worried, sick about her anyways. Yoichi gave her hand a squeeze, staring into her face.
私と宮地殿は江戸の町を見てくる。
I'm gonna take a look around Ito with Lord
この
Miyaji.
場は君たちに任せていいかい？
Can we leave this area up to you guys? I gave Miyaji a nod. In spite of the huge battle we had just fought, they took off quickly. Once they were gone, the only ones left were me, Yoichi, and Shizuki. Shizuki hadn't moved at all. She didn't die, did she? All worried, I grasped her other hand. Thank goodness she still has a pulse. Then, although faint, my hand began to emit light. Oh right, this happened when I purified Mitsu too. Shizuki had been heavily affected by her form folk turning into a Blightfall. As a result, Shizuki had probably been on the verge of becoming a Blightfall herself. I should perform the snow sacrament on her, even though it never worked on people before, but maybe because the thing's dead, she can do it now. Still holding her hand, I pressed my other hand to her chest. I prayed that Shizuki wake up. Yoichi told me that he wanted to atone for what he had done. I'm sure Suzuki wanted the same thing. At first, the light only barely covered my palm. It gradually got stronger and covered her entire body. She doesn't do this power on any other story route so far. Then Shizuki slowly opened her eyes. Something close to a sigh spilled from her lips. Right at that moment, Yoichi let go of her hand. When he let go, her hand fell victim to gravity. It flopped onto the ground. Ow. Suzuki seemed to be straining herself, but couldn't make her hand budge at all. After trying over and over again, she eventually let out a sigh of defeat. Shizuki, do you remember what just happened?
全部覚えているわ。
Yes, I remember everything. I saw no madness in her eyes when she said this. Since we performed the snow sacrament on the form folk who'd caused all this, Shizuki, her owner, had also been purified. Are you okay?
気にしないで。
Don't mind me. Shizuki said not to worry, but I couldn't help but be watching her cough in front of me. I'll get some water. I tried to stand up, but she grabbed my arm.
自分のことは自分が一番よくわかってるから。
I know myself best. Her voice was feeble, but her gaze was strong as she stared me down. It must have been hard for her to suffer the effects of a blight fall for so long. That said, I heard that she had always been frail. She might have a long recovery ahead of her. Even if I managed to make all the emotional imprints disappear using the snow sacrament, I couldn't make her body recover. I reflectively looked over at Yoichi. Yoichi was looking down at Shizuki with emotionless eyes. She must have noticed the way he was looking at her. Shizuki exhaled deeply, then braced herself and closed her eyes.
あなたの好きにしなさい。罵倒してもいいし、とどめを刺したかったら刺してもいいわ。
Do whatever you like. Vilify me if you wish to, or stab me if you want to finish me
俺の
off.
手で死にたいんだ。
You want to die by my hand?
何よ、簡単に殺しちゃう。つまらないって言いたいわけ。
What? Are you trying to say it'd be boring dying that easily?
俺はあんたが憎んだ許嫁が送った櫛だよ。つまり、許嫁に殺されるようなもんでしょ。あんたはそれでいいのかってこと。
I'm the comb gifted to you by your fiance who you despised. You essentially be killed by your fiance. You're okay with that?
なんだ、そんなこと。
Oh, what are you? Shizuki opened her eyes, which then darted around, looking for Yoichi, of course.
もう憎んでないわ。
I don't despise him
あの人が
anymore
本当に愛していたのはあんただって分かったから。
because you found out he really did love you.
それもあるけど、不思議ね。あんなにあった憎しみがきれいさっぱりなくなってる。
Partly, it's strange. All the hatred I felt towards you is gone.
あなたが私に何かしてくれたんでしょう。
Did you do something to me? Her gaze shifted from Yoichi to me. I looked into her eyes and nodded. I performed the snow sacrament on you. The snow sacrament rids your body of impurities. I performed it on your form folk as well, but he...
それならきっとお兄様の元となった道具も壊れているでしょうね。
The object he originated from must be broken then.
私が死んだら面倒かもしれないけど、道具を弔ってあげてちょうだい。
If I die, this is asking a lot, but could you please mourn his object for me?
お兄様を殺して自分のためだけに形人を作って、
Ah, you said he was an asshole. That's fine.
あの子に罪はないから。
I killed my brother and created a form folk for myself, but he did nothing wrong. Shizuki? The things Shizuki had done while driven by her hatred couldn't be forgiven. Still, I couldn't bring myself to believe that someone who had asked us to care for an object while she was on the verge of death herself could be all that bad. I heard you. Could you tell me what his original object was?
手鏡よ。あそこのお兄様の部屋に置いてあるわ。
A hand mirror. It's over there in my brother's room. Suzuki tried to show us where the room was with her trembling hand, but all she managed to do was make her fingertips move slightly. In that room? Don't worry, we'll make sure to have a service for it. We be able to tell which room was Mr. Haruka's when searching the mansion later. When I said this, a relieved smile spread across Suzuki's face. Her expression was so peaceful it seemed like she had no regrets.
さあ、お前の手でとどめを刺してちょうだい。
Please, finish me off yourself.
お前に殺されるなら、私は本望だわ。
My dying wish is to be killed by you? Yoichi reached for his waist and unsheathed his short sword. Is Yoichi seriously going to? The fact that the matter was that this was what Shizuki herself wanted. He brought his sharp, shiny blade down towards Suzuki. But then he stopped short and tossed his sword aside.
何をしているの？私はとどめを刺してって。
What are you doing? I told you to finish me up.
あんたの望むことはしない。
I'm not gonna do what you want.
散々迷惑をかけて、綺麗に死ねるとは思わないで。あんたは自分のしたことを一生かけて償わないといけない。
Don't you dare think you're gonna die a nice, neat death after all the trouble you've caused. You need to spend the rest of your life atoning for what you've done.
冷たいのね。やっぱり、私があなたを捨てたことを根に持っているの。
You're so cold-hearted. Do you have a grudge against me because I threw you away?
そうよね。私があなただったら、死の間際で塩らしくなられても許せるわけ。
Right? If I were in your shoes, I doubt that I could forgive you for becoming all sweet on your deathbed, too.
感謝してるよ。
I'm grateful.
前に俺は、主人に愛されて形人になったって言ったよね。本当は、形人じゃなくて、キコっていう、化け物を倒すために作られた道具になったんだ。
I said earlier I became a form folk after being loved by my owner. I'm not actually a form folk. I'm a tool called a vessel created to defeat monsters.
あんたに捨てられたみたいに、キコとしても使えなくなったら、捨てられるんじゃないかってずっと思ってた。
I always thought that if I no longer could be used as a vessel, I'd be thrown away just like what you did to me.
だから、早く役目から解放されたいと願って。でも、そのおかげで、俺はこの子に会えた。
That's me. I wanted out of it as soon as possible, but because of it, I got to meet Leah.
捨てられた記憶だけじゃない。俺の中には、あんたに愛された記憶だって、ちゃんとあるんだ。
I don't just remember being discarded, I remember being loved by you.
あの時はひどいことを言ってごめん。俺もあんたのことを、親として愛してたよ。
I'm sorry for the terrible thing I said before. I loved you too as a parent to me.
しずき、俺を産んでくれて、ありがと
う。Thank you for creating me, Shizuki.
Yoichi.
Yoichi? Suzuki called Yoichi by his name for the first time.
Yoichi. 私も、あなたを愛していたわ。最後まで、愛してあげられなくて、ごめんなさい。
Yoichi, I loved you too. I'm sorry I couldn't love you to the very end.
私も、あの人も、こんな最後を迎えてしまったけれど、Yoichiは、どうか、幸せ。
Both he and I ended up meeting our makers. Yoichi, please be happy. Yoichi took Shizuki's by her trembling hand and nodded. Thank you. With Yoichi holding her hand, Suzuki quietly closed her eyes with a sweet smile on her face. And she never opened them again. sure he used his tool to brush her hair. Like, wow. Three months later. Talking Blightfall. Monsters that recited a single passage from a romance novel. In a terrifying turn of events, the books themselves transformed into monsters, plunging the city of Edo into chaos and confusion. However, the monsters all but disappeared shortly after. Edoites and even the monsters themselves must have been so obsessed with the novels that they were seething with jealousy. Or so the rumor went. Rumors were also going around that the monsters had taken other monsters down with them. The reason? Ever since then, Blightfall have abruptly stopped appearing around Edo. Miyagi had proposed that defeating Hibi would keep Blightfall from increasing in numbers. Thus, the turmoil being caused with the Blightfall in Edo would also settle down. Thus, proved to be true. Did we defeat Hibi? I almost would say we didn't. Genuine peace had returned to the capital. Mimi, just thought I'd stop by and say hi.
あら、あなたじゃない。それに、ヨイチ、クガさん、宮地さんまで。こんなに来てくれて嬉しいわ。
Forgot Komame again. But you look who it is, Leah and Yoichi, Kyuga, Miyagi too. I'm thrilled you all came to see me.
この店のこし茶と団子は絶品だからね。妻や娘もまた来たいと言っていたよ。
The sea of tea and dango here are second to none. My wife and daughter told me they'd love to come here again. Oh, and have you been here with them since?
最近は仕事の方に余裕ができたから、妻と一緒に娘の勉強を見ているんだけど。
I have lately. I've had enough leeway with work to watch my daughter study with my wife.
教え方がとっても上手で、俺から教えることは何もなくてね。むしろ俺の方が娘と一緒に教わったりしているんだ。
I hope that you are smarter than a 3-year-old Miyagi. I'm just gonna say it right now. She has such a way with teaching. I have nothing to teach her myself. In fact, I've been learning along with my daughter.
頭が良くて美人で気配りができて、俺にはもったいない女性だよ。
She's so smart, beautiful, and considerate to boot. I don't deserve a woman like her.
娘が賢くて美人なのも妻に似たんだろうな。できた妻と娘を持てて、俺はなんて幸せ者なんだろう。
And my daughter's clever and beautiful, just like my wife. I'm lucky to have such lovely ladies in my life. What's wrong, Mimi?
宮地さんが奥さんや娘さんを溺愛しているのはよくわかるんだけど、来るたびにお話を聞かされているから。
I can tell Miyagi's head over heels for his wife and daughter, but he tells me the same story every time he comes here.
それだけじゃなくて、宮地さんと奥さんの仲のいいところを見せられて、正直お腹がいっぱいなのよね。
And that's not the only thing. I've seen how well they get along together. Honestly, I've had just about enough. Apparently there's victims of his non-stop gushing here too. Either way, Mimi meets Miyagi's wife and daughter? Met? I heard him talk about them a lot, but I've never seen them before. Now I'm curious what they're like.
宮地さんはいい方なんだけど、奥さんや娘さんが絡むとちょっと。
Miyagi's a great guy and all, but when you throw his wife and daughter into the mix, got it. As curious as I am, I don't think I'll ask. Mimi, can I have the usual?
はいはい。ちょっと待っててちょうだいね。
Sure thing. Wait just a second. With that, Mimi headed to the back of the shop. After watching her leave, we all sat down on shogi stools. Chirp, chirp. Komame, who had been quietly sitting on my shoulder, then hopped over to Yoichi's head. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
心配しなくても美晴さんのことだからあんたの分も用意してくれるでしょ。
Don't worry, Mahari will definitely come back with something for you too. Chirp! Komame nestled her brow. This was nothing I had seen before up until Yoichi started petting Komame's head with his finger. Senpai! Noticed me! I'm speaking Komame now. Komame squinted her eyes in contentment. Touched, I watched the man and his bird, but then my eyes met Yoichi's.
こっち。
Come here. Huh, sure. Not sure what for, I scooted closer. Huh? What? Yoichi, why are you stroking my head?
なんでって撫でて欲しかったから羨ましそうに俺たちを見てたんでしょ。
Why? You were watching us jealously like you wanted me to pet your head too. I just thought it was really sweet.
ふん。でも俺がしたいなら別にいいよね。
Doesn't matter, I wanted to anyways. This must be quite the sight. Won't his hand get tired of petting both me and Komame? I was so uncomfortable that my eyes were darting around. I then made eye contact with Miyagi.
うんうん。やっぱりそうだったんだね。
Yep, I knew this would happen.
どういうことですか？
What do you mean, sir? Is he blurry as hell? What's going on with his eyes? He doesn't look blurry on this one, but he looks blurry on this one. What's happening? I don't know.
ああ、彼女とヨイチが本当の恋仲になったんだよ。
Leah and Yoichi are an actual couple now. What? What? My voice was drowned out by Mimi's.
宮地さん、それって確かなの？
Hyuga clueless as ever. He's just here for the vibes. Miyagi, is it true? She placed a tray of tea and sweets down on the shogi. She had spilled a bit of the tea out of shock, but hounded Miyagi without paying much mind to it.
ヨイチと彼女からはっきり聞いたわけじゃないけど、二人を見ていれば一目瞭然だからね。
I haven't heard either of them say that exactly, but just look at them. It's obvious.
ここに来るまでの間も仲睦まじくしていたし、間違いなく恋仲になっている。
They were being so
そうだろ？二
affectionate
人とも。
on the way over here. I knew they had to be dating. Am I right, guys? Yes.
うん。この子とは本当の恋仲だよ。
Yeah, Leah and I are actually dating.
まあ。
Well.
いつからそうなったの？ヨイチを選んだ理由は？顔？それとも性格？コマメちゃんがヨイチ派だからそれも関係？
For how long? What made you pick Yoichi? His face? His personality? I know Komame is a fan of Yoichi, so did that have anything to do with... Mimi, calm down.
もう可愛い妹に特別な相手ができて落ち着けるわけないじゃない。
Asia, as Komame would be super jealous of MC and Yoichi being together, wishing to be in MC's place. That's pretty much it. I'm surprised she hasn't started pecking her. How can I be calm when my adorable little sister found herself a special someone?
もっと早くに知ってたらお祝いできたのに。あ、そうだわ。
We could have celebrated if I had known about it earlier. Oh, I know. She said, clapping her hands together.
ここのお題は私持ちにするから好きなだけ頼んでちょうだい。宮地さんと久我さんも遠慮しないでじゃんけん注文してね。
Order anything you want on my tab. Miyagi and Kyuga, don't be modest. Order away.
しかし、いいのか？ヨイチと彼女を祝うためなら、私たちは関係ないが。
Are you sure? If you're doing this to congratulate her and Yoichi, I don't see what we have to do with it.
いいのよ。江戸が平和になったのはあなたたちのおかげでしょ？
Yoichi, my love. 2 seconds later. No worries. Ito's at peace again thanks to you
ちょっ
guys.
とお茶がこぼれちゃったから新しいのを入れてくるついでにお菓子も追加で持ってくるわね。
I spilled a bit of tea, so I'm gonna make a fresh pot. I'll bring some extra sweets as well. With that, Mimi went back inside the shop with a bounce in her step. Yoichi lowered his head before making a brief but insistent demand. He was implying he wanted pets too. At this point, I was used to Yoichi behaving this way. He's like, my turn. All right. I gave a very Yoichi-like response before giving him a pat on the head too. And Komame. You too, Komame? Yes. I love pets.
わかる。気持ちいいよね。
I know, it feels good, huh? Yes. I'm just translating for the bird now. Yoichi and Komame both nodded in agreement, their eyes happily closed.
お待たせ。当店名物のこし茶とお団子。
Sorry for the wait. I brought you the house specialty, tea and Sure.
あらまあ、知らなかったわ。ヨイチってこんなに甘えただったのね。
I had no idea you were into that, Yoichi. Seems so. Sometimes he gets jealous when I'm paying attention to Komame, but I guess I don't mind it because it's cute.
仲がいいのね。あなたが幸せそうだと、私も幸せだわ。
You guys seem close. Glad to see you so happy.
満足した。
Thanks, Mimi. I just knew I missed something. Yeah, I'm satisfied now. Not me. Let's have some tea and sweets then, shall we? See, Komame, there's some for you too. Yes! Snacks! That's my only way I can react to that. Komame hopped down from Yuichi's head onto a plate of rice, then started pecking away.
私たちもいただきましょ
Why don't we go ahead and dig
そうだね。
into...
いただきます。
Sure thing, let's eat. While Kyuga and Miyaji ate their dingo, Yoichi stared at his plate and showed no interest in eating anything. You gotta be kidding me. I had a bad feeling about this. Yeah? I knew Yoichi was grinning widely at me. It'll be extremely embarrassing doing that in front of everyone, but I know he's going to be a huge pain if I don't say,
ああ。今度はあんたの番。今日は気分がいいから特別にあんたにも食べさせてあげるよ。ほら、口開けて。
Imagine this is oh my god, he's so cute, but like in reality this would drive me crazy. This is the person that you like look at side eye like, I don't need to be, this is too intimate, you're going too far, not in public, people. It's your turn. If I'm in a good mood today, so I'll make sure to feed you extra special. Come on, open your mouth. Yep, that's it. I am these people. Like, why is this happening? Everyone's eyes were on us. I gotta get out of here.
久我さんはこの子たちと同じ職場なんでしょ？これを毎日見るのもなかなか大変よね。
He's in his honeymoon stage. That's so true. Oh, God. Kyuga, you work at the same place they do, right? Must be rough watching them do this every single day.
う。いや、あれからお庭番での活動も減り、最近は集まってはいない。それに、今後も同じ職場で働くかはわからないからな。
We haven't been getting together all that much since then, as there's been less Oniwaban work. Besides, I'm not sure we'll be working together soon.
吉宗様が裏のお庭番を設けられたのは、江戸の町を騒がせている良いかの存在があったからだけど。
Lord Yoshiman only created the secret Oniwaban because of all the Blightfall terrorizing the city of Edo.
その良いかもほとんど出現しなくなっている。解体することはないだろうけど、人数はかなり少なくなるだろうね。
Blightfall have... Oh my gosh, that was such an aggressive hiccup just now. Blightfall have pretty much stopped appearing. We won't completely disband, but there'll be fewer of us.
ちなみに俺はもともと表のお庭番としても活動していたから、そのまま残るよ。
Yeah, but you can't do the snow sacrament, so if a Blightfall shows up, what are you even gonna do, buddy? I was originally part of the public Onryoban. I'll be staying.
私も残るつもりでいる。表向きの番方が本職となるが、裏のお庭番としての活動も続けていくだ
You
ろう
got a
な。
job as a castle watchman in this route too. I plan to stay as well. My official job is being a castle watchman, so I could probably continue being part of the secret Onryoban as well.
久我さんと宮地さんが残ってくれるなら安心ね。陽一とあなたはどうなの？
I'm relieved to hear Kyuka and Miyashi are sticking around. What about you and Yoichi? There was a reason I couldn't answer her question. Lord Yoshiman summoned us tomorrow for this exact reason. He must have known Yoichi had his memories too. And vessels who had their hearts and memories back had to be disposed of. Even in this peaceful world, I doubt it. He'd overlooked it partly because it was revealed right before a big battle, but who knew what decision he would hand down now that all the turmoil had died down.
大丈夫。処分されそうになったら命がけで抵抗するから。
It's okay. If it sounds like they're gonna get rid of me, I'll risk everything to fight it. We'll run away together. We'll be on the lam. We'll sleep on the ground outside. We'll eat bugs if we got to. Yeah, and with what happened, if that happens, I'll be right there with you, begging them not to.
こらこら、二人とも吉宗様を困らせないでね。まあ、あの方は江戸を民を思う方だから、きっと余一のことも悪いようにはしないと思うよ。
Hey, don't bother Lord Yoshiman, guys. He loves Ito and its people, so I'm sure he'll go easy on Yoichi. You're right. I'll believe in that while being received by the lordship tomorrow. Lord Yoshiman was a sincere and noble person, and not a dateable option, which honestly is a travesty. I was sure he would go easy on Yoichi, just like Miyagi said. With that thought, I looked over at Chiyoda Castle where the shogun lived. I could live in a castle, I'm just saying. The next day, Yoichi and I arrived at the audience
仰せに
chamber.
よりまかり越しました。
We're here by your command, my lord.
よい、表を上げよ。
Very well, raise your heads. Thank you very much, my lord. Like, look at that guy. He's hot. I'd date him. None of the other Onryoban are here today. Yoichi, Lord Yoshiman, and I were the only ones here. Last time I was in a room with just the guy, he got attacked by a Blightfall. And he saved my life, by the way. When I was first given an audience with the shogun, he had been flanked by members of the Onryoban. I also assumed his retainer would be here, but I saw no sign of them. This had to have been extremely out of the ordinary.
そなたたちを呼び出したのは他でもない。余一の処分についてだ。
The reason I have summoned you both here is none other than to discuss Yoichi's
そなたが
punishment.
記憶を有していたこと、またそれを隠してお庭番の仕事に従事していたこと、すべて京四郎から聞いておる。
Kyoshiro told me everything. That he possesses memories and that he hid this from us while engaging in Onryoban work.
記憶や心を取り戻した貴子は処分することになっている。それはそなたとて例外ではない。
Vessels who have regained their hearts and memories are to be disposed of. You are no exception. Please wait, my lord. It's true that Yoichi has his memories, but he doesn't have his heart back yet. So please don't get rid of him.
断言するのなら無論証拠があるのだろうな。
If you're asserting that, you must have some sort of proof. I do. Earlier, you attested that my powers were genuine, my lord. My eyes see no threads on Yoichi.
つまり感情の意図が見えないのならそのものには心がない。よって未だに貴子であると言いたいのだな。
If you can't see any emotional threads, the person must not have a heart. Therefore, as you'd like to suggest, Yoichi must still be a vessel. I nodded. I didn't want to say that in front of Yoichi, but it was the only way to save him. Without thinking, I squeezed my hands in a tight fist. Yoichi placed his hand on mine, causing me to snap my head up and look at him. Yoichi. I could see tears threatening to fall from his kind eyes. Bro, what? Even though I couldn't see any emotional threads on him, Yoichi did have a heart. Are you gonna tell me that he would really say he's gonna kill this guy when he's gonna say psych and never mind? I held back the urge to say that out loud and implored Lord Yoshimon one more time. Please don't get rid of Yoichi.
俺の心は決まっておる。そなたが何を言おうと決定を覆すことはない。
Leah, my mind is made up. Nothing you say will sway my decision.
よいち、そなたに処分を下す。心して聞くがよい。
Yoichi, I henceforth waive your disposal. I advise you to listen very carefully to what I have to say. I was suddenly so silent in the room you could almost hear a pin drop. Lord Yoshimon stared squarely into Yoichi's eyes before speaking in a booming voice.
鬼輪番の任を解く。江戸でそのまま暮らしてもよし、江戸から離れて暮らすもそなたの自由だ。
You are hereby relieved of your Onyoban duties. You may continue to live in Edo, or as you are also free to leave the city as you
今まで
wish.
裏の鬼輪番としてよく働いてくれたな。そなたたちの活躍のおかげで江戸の町は平和になった。感謝するぞ、よいち。
You've done excellently. As part of the secret Onyoban, Edo is peaceful, thanks to you and your team efforts. For that, I'm very thankful, Yoichi and Leah.
つまり、お咎めなしということですか？
Mean I won't be punished, my
う
lord?
ん。そなたが記憶を隠していたのは罪だが、今回の功績に免じて不問とした。また、静木についても追って沙汰をする。
Correct. You were wrong to hide your memories from us, but I will disregard it in light of your contributions. You will hear from us regarding Shizuki in due course.
静木はどうなるんでしょうか？
What will happen to Shizuki? Yoichi asked, sounding very solemn. Suzuki had been examined by a doctor afterwards and managed to narrowly escape death. Since she had been affected by her form folk turning into a blightfall for so long, however, her body was rather weak. She still showed no signs of waking up. Since Suzuki was guilty of killing her actual brother in addition to causing chaos throughout Edo, she was currently recuperating under shogunate surveillance.
よいち、そなたは静木がなぜ兄を殺害したか聞いておるか？
Yoichi, did she say why she killed her older
許嫁
brother?
に逃げられて、兄から役立たずのいかずごけだと邪険にされたから殺したと聞きました。
She said she killed him because he was cruelly mocking her about being a deadbeat spinster after her fiancé deserted her.
実はな、静木は兄を殺してはおらん。
Shizuki didn't actually kill her brother. What?
静木が殺していない？でもあの人は兄の形人を作りました。それに静木の兄が生きていれば屋敷にいるはずですよね。
She didn't, but she made a form folk of him. If her brother were still alive, he would have been at the manor.
静木の兄、平岡和景は確かに亡くなっておる。しかし、あれの兄は不幸な事故で亡くなったのだ。
Shizuki's older brother, Kazukaji Hiroka, is most certainly dead. However, he passed away in an unfortunate accident. Lord Yoshimon then told us the truth about what had happened. Ooh, dish boy. The day of the accident, Shizuki's brother had been cruelly mocking her, calling Shizuki a spinster and a pitiful excuse of a woman whose fiancé had ran off. Apparently, he'd been bellowing it so loudly, even Foamfork, who just happened to be passing through, froze in fear. Shizuki wailed from being yelled at by her brother. Just as a formfolk attempted to tell them they couldn't leave things on that note.
いや、もう私を責めないで。私だって捨てられて傷ついてるのよ。
Don't put the blame on me. I was devastated when he deserted me too, you know. Shizuki? Kazukazi? Those are two different what? Kage. What the heck? Those are two different words. They typoed it and she repeated herself. You're kidding, right? She's screaming, brother, 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 please answer me, brother. Wait, then they knew he was dead. Shizuki had never meant to kill her older brother. There had been an unfortunate accident and he passed
この
away.
ことは現場を見ていた形人から聞いておる。俺が殺していないと言ったのはそういうわけだ。
I heard about it from the forum folk who watched it happen, thus why I said she didn't
だ
kill
が
him.
事故であろうと兄が死んでしまったことは事実。よって無罪放免というわけにはいかん。
Imagine. Oh god. Anyways, that said, though it may have been an accident, he passed away all the same, hence we can't completely acquit
それ
her.
に江戸の町を騒がせたのはれっきとしている。だがこれもしずきだけの責任とは言えぬであろう。
Shizuki also caused disorder throughout the city of Edo, although she may not have been solely
日比恵とい
responsible.
う神に目をつけられてしまった不幸。言い方を変えればしずきは被害者とも言える。それらを鑑みれば死刑にはならぬであろう。
Her sorrow caught the eye of Hibi. From another perspective, Shizuki could be considered the victim. Taking this into account, I cannot call for her death. Really?
俺が嘘をついてどうする。家臣どもがうるさく言ってくるであろうが悪いようにはせん。安心するがよい。
Would I lie? My retainers will probably give me an earful, but rest assured that I will do what's right by her.
死んだ方が楽なのに
Dang.
生きて償っていくなんて大変だよね。まあ同情はしてあげないけど。
Living will much be harder for her than dying would be. Not that I sympathize with her or anything. Despite what he said, Yoichi's tone was rather
以
gentle.
上である。このことを他の者たちにも話してやるとよい。
That is all. You may tell the others about what transpired here. Thank you.
失礼します。
Excuse us. When we got out into the hallway, I immediately let out a sigh I'd been keeping bottled up.
緊張した？
Were you nervous? Of course I was. I was so incredibly nervous I thought my heart might jump out of my chest.
その割には吉宗様に俺の処分の免除をお願いしたりしてたじゃん。
Instead, you begged Lord Yoshimon to exempt me from being punished. Oh, that's because I didn't. This game is officially just making fun of my dyslexia. Like, this is the third time where the words have been backwards, right? Because I didn't you want to be. Like, what? I'm sitting there going like, I got him backwards. And I stare at it for a minute and I'm like, no, I was right. It's wrong, but it's right. That's because I didn't want you to be. With every fiber of my being, I'm glad you won't.
うん。処分されるどころか、俺の願いを叶えてもらえるとは思わなかった。
I never expected him to grant my wish, let alone not punish me. Oh, right. You've been freed from duty. Congrats,
ありが
Yoichi.
とう。これであんたと一緒に旅に出られるよ。
Thanks. Now I can go on trips with you. He actually openly thanked me now. He's a human. He's so human-like. Trips. Yoichi nodded when I tilted my head in confusion.
もし役目から解放されたら、旅に出たいとずっと思ってたんだ。まあ、実際にはそんなの無理だって諦めてたんだけど。
I always wanted to go on a trip. If I ever was set free from this job, well, to be honest, I completely gave up on the idea. Figured it'd never happen. You don't mind if I go with you?
うん。というか、むしろ俺の方がいいのって聞くところじゃない？
No, in fact, shouldn't I be the one asking you if I can go?
旅に出たいっていうのは俺の願望じゃん。このまま江戸に残りたいなら、あんたの希望を優先させるけど。
I'm the one who wants to go on a trip. If you want to stay here in Ito, I'll put whatever you want first. But you wanted to travel, right? You don't need to cater to me, you know?
だって無理強いはできないだろう。それに、今は一人で旅に出ても寂しい。うん。寂しい気がするし。
I can't force you to go, and I'd be really lonely going on a trip by myself. Yeah, definitely would be.
あんたのいるところが俺の居場所だから。
For me, home is wherever you are. Aww. I stared directly into Yoichi's eyes after he said that. I feel the same way. Home is wherever you are. I'd love to go on a trip with you, Yoichi. Would you take me with you?
そんなの当たり前だろ。
Of course.
ありがとう。
Thanks. He smiled happily and embraced me. I hugged him back, and we stood like that for a while. A few days after Yoichi and I decided to go on a trip together, now that we had handed over everything and said our goodbyes, it was finally the day we'd be leaving
君た
Ito.
ちがいなくなると寂しくなるね。あ、こ
It's
れ
a shame
妻
there's
か
no
ら
CG for that.
旅
Yeah,
の道
where's
中
my
で食べてくれって。
special after ending CG? I haven't got it yet. Better be good. I'll miss you guys. My wife said to eat this when you're on the road. Is it mochi? Thank you. We definitely. Oh my god! I don't know why I thought that would make her more centered. What is she wearing? We definitely will. I took the kori from Miyagi and placed it in our luggage. A trunk woven from bamboo or willow branches.
どうやら宮地殿と被ってしまったようだ。
It appears Lord Miyagi and I were thinking the same thing. Hyuga said before presenting us with some rice balls wrapped in a bamboo sheath.
仕方ない。これは私が昼時に。
Oh, we'll have these for look. Yoichi grabbed Hyuga's arm as he attempted to put the food he had made in our luggage. He then peeled the bamboo sheath off and started munching on the rice ball right then and there.
うまい。
Delicious.
こら、よいち。
Yoichi.
俺たちのために作ったんなら、俺が食べたっていいでしょ？
Can I have one if you made it for us?
ほら、あんたも朝バタバタしてしっかり朝毛を食べてないんだから、食べた方がいいよ。
Here, have one too. We were all over the place this morning, and I didn't have a proper breakfast. You should eat something. Sure. Wait, his outfit... Is it different? It looks the same. Why does she have a cute jacket on and he doesn't? When he handed me a rice ball, I couldn't help but glance over at Kyuka.
よければ食べてくれ。その方が私も嬉しい。
Have some if you like. I'd be delighted if you did. Okay then.
緊張感のない別れですね。
This farewell lacks any sense of tension.
まったくだ。こんなことなら見送りに来ないで仕事をしていればよかった。
Oh, please. If you're looking for tension in the air, you should just have worked instead of sending them off.
良いかがほとんど出現しなくなっても、娯楽街には山ほど仕事がありますからね。
Lightfall hardly ever appear anymore, but there's no shortage of work to do in the entertainment district.
慢性的な人手不足だというのに、大太郎もさっさと旅に出てしまいましたし。
Yeah, Otaro had to go because he's
あの子
evil.
には困ったものです。
He had to go pieces because he's evil. We're chronically short-handed, and yet Otaro promptly left on a trip of his own. Honestly, what am I gonna do with that boy? Well, that's right. Otaro had also left Ito. Apparently, he wanted to see a bunch of different places now that he was a free man. That was quite the It was quite the shock since he left the same day he told us. I'd say that it's very in character of Otaro, but I would have at least liked to have said goodbye to him. But now we're going on a trip too. Maybe we'll run into him whenever we end up staying. I finished the rice ball Kyuga handed me as those thoughts ran through my mind. Thank you, Kyuga. That was delicious.
そのままじっとしてて。
Hold still, Leah. She's got rice on her face. Okay. I froze just as I had been told, and Yoichi came closer.
取れた。
Okay, got it. To my great surprise, Yoichi took the grain of rice that was stuck to the corner of my mouth and popped it into his.
おいおい、あんまり見せつけてくれるなよ。
Hey man, can you stop showing off all the time?
彼女の顔が真っ赤だし、本当は困ってるんじゃない？ヨイチ、あんまり彼女を困らせちゃダメだよ。
Her face is bright red. She must be really embarrassed. Don't bother her so much, Yoichi.
あれは困ってるんじゃなくて、照れてるだけだろ。しかし、これでまだ心が封じられているなんて信じられないな。
She's not embarrassed. She's just blushing. I find it hard to believe your heart is still sealed when you're pulling stunts like that, though.
まあね。でも、俺はこの子を見てるとそうしたくなる。そこに心があるかないかなんて、俺にとってはどうでもいいんだよ。
Oh, well, seeing her act like that just makes me want to do it more. I don't really care if it means I'm got a heart or not.
心か。
A heart? Yoichi muttered to himself. Kyoshiro!
お前が本当に心を取り戻したらどうなるんだろうな。
What would actually happen if your heart came back?
さあね。案外取り戻しても変わらないんじゃない？
Honestly, not a whole lot would change. He said this in an easygoing way, then slung his belongings over his shoulder again.
じゃあ、俺たちそろそろ行くね。わざわざ見送りありがとう。
Alright, we gotta get going soon. Thanks for coming to see us off. It was a very frank, very Yoichi way of saying goodbye. Thank you so much, guys. I'll come back to Ida with Yoichi to hang out sometime. I waved my hand with all my might, then chased after Yoichi. Bye! Oh, so long! Keep waving. The last thing I did was bow my head before running after Yoichi once more. A few bell hours after we left Ito, we walked headed for Mikuni Kaido Highway. Our destination was the province of Ichigo, which would take a few more days to reach. Are we on foot the whole damn time? Yoichi, do you mind our first destination being the village where I used to live? The day we decided to take a trip, Yoichi asked me where I wanted to go, but the village I lived in before coming to Ito was the only place I knew. That was part of the reason why I couldn't come up with any other answer, but either way, I'd really like to know how my dad's grave is doing. It should be well kept, since I'd asked the villagers to take care of it for me. So I wanted to see it with my own two eyes. And that was why Yoichi picked my village as our very first
急ぎの旅じ
destination.
ゃないし、俺もあんたがどんなところに住んでたか見てみたい。
We're not in a hurry, and I'd love to see what it's like where you used to live. Alright, Tomonari and Toja were the ones who came to pick me up. Yoichi has no idea what it's like there. I wonder if the villagers will welcome me back. Girl, no. They looked so relieved when I had decided to leave for Ito. Truthfully, I probably hadn't been back this entire time, mostly for the villagers' sake. I'd like to go back though. I want to clean my father's grave myself and tell him about me and Yoichi. I want to tell him I found someone who needs me, someone who takes good care of me, and that he's someone I need, someone I hold dear to my heart too. I looked up Yoichi, who was walking beside me.
どうしたの？
What's up? Nothing. I was just looking at you because I was thinking about how much I love you.
何それ？恥ずかしいやつ。
What's that, man? You're embarrassing. I saw his cheeks flush a faint red. He seemed to be blushing. He's so cute. Yoichi's natural reaction, not a calculated one based on what I had said or the look on my face, made me so happy. I could feel a small tugging at the corner of my mouth. Just then, a merchant carrying a huge load crossed between us. He bowed. His brow was glistening with sweat, and he seemed to be struggling. Excuse me? Are you all right? Have some water if you like. I took a bamboo tube filled with water out of my belongings and offered it to the man.
これはありがたい。お言葉に甘えていただきますね。
I'd be mighty grateful. I'll take you up on that offer. He appeared to be incredibly thirsty. The man brought the bamboo tube to his lips and gulped it down.
ようやく生き返りました。すみません。あなた方の飲む分がなくなってしまいましたね。
Whew! That put a pep in my back in my step. My bad, though. I drank all your water. It's okay. We'll just replenish our supplies at the tea house up ahead.
そもそもそんなに喉が渇いてるなら、茶屋で休憩してくればよかったんじゃない？
If you were that thirsty all along, why didn't you take a break there
その
yourself?
時は休まなくても大丈夫だと思ったんですけどね。いやー、失敗でした。
You thought I could manage without one, but, well, that was my
親
mistake.
切な方に出会わなかったら、江戸にたどり着く前に倒れていましたよ。本当
If I hadn't
に助かりました。
If I hadn't met you kind souls, I would have collapsed before making it to Ito. You really saved my hide. You're heading to Ito?
ええ、少し前まで江戸の町は危険だから近づいてはいけないと噂されていたんですが、今
Yes,
は
I
落
am.
ち着いたと、これも風の噂で聞きましてね。
This seems like a weird sidestep, but alright. Until recently, I heard rumors that you shouldn't get too close to Ito because it was too dangerous, but now I hear things have
街
calmed
道も
down.
封鎖されていましたが、こうして解除されましたし、また賑やかさが戻って、こちらも大助かりですよ。
The highway was blocked off too, but it's not sealed off anymore. It's been a huge help that things have picked up around here and
お
again.
伊勢参りが終わったら奮発していい宿屋に泊まっちゃおうかな。
After making our pilgrimages to Issel Shrine, we should splurge and stay at a
そ
nice
れな
inn.
ら温泉がついている宿屋がいいかもな。
In that case, maybe we should spring for an inn with an attached
え、
onsen.
いいの？そうと決まれば急ぎましょ
Really? Then it's settled. Let's hurry.
そんなに手を引っ張るなよ。
Hey, don't yank my arm so hard. Are they married? They seem
う。お
close.
うや。もう少しで江戸ですからね。
Come on, son. We're almost to Ito. What a weird coincidence that all these travelers are right here. Is that a family thinking they have to pick up? Things have picked up. It feels like peace has returned. As I glanced at the people walking by, I made eye contact with
押
the
し付け
merchant.
なことをお聞きしますが、お二人は夫婦でしょうか？
Sorry from the impolite question, but are you two married?
おや、
Married?
違うんですか？男女の二人旅ですし、てっきりそうだと思ったんですが。
You're not? I assumed you were since you're traveling alone together.
違わないよ。
No, we are. Yoichi, what are you saying?
だって今は恋仲だけど、いつかは夫婦になるじゃん。だったら否定することもないかなって。
We're only dating right now, but we'll be married eventually. Why deny it then? What?
ちょっと何その顔。あんたは俺と恋仲になるだけで満足して、その先は考えてなかったってこと？
You're looking at me. What are you looking at me like that for? You mean you're fine just dating me and never thought about our future together? Well, no, but... So Yuichi's been thinking about our future? Oh my god. I could feel a surge of happiness wash over me.
そういえば、あんた随分と大きな荷物を持ってるけど、中に入ってるのってやっぱり
That
女
reminds
物の
me.
装飾品？
You're carrying a pretty big load there. You got any women's
ええ。
accessories?
串に郊外、かんざしから紙油までいろいろと取り揃えていますよ。
Why, yes. I have all kinds of things from combs to kogai hairpins, ornamental hairpins, and even hair oil. Hairpin, an item used to put up one's hair, also used as a hair accessory. Nice. The merchant took the bag he'd been carrying on his back and placed it on the ground and then showed us what was inside. Wow. There were mother-of-pearl combs, makie, decorative hair accessories, tortoiseshell hairpins, a decorative technique using she shells, mother of pearl. Makie, a type of fine decorative technique in lacquer utilizing gold and silver powder. I let out a cry of astonishment at all the lovely eye-catching items. They're so lovely. Though spellbound by them, a question popped into my head. How did Yoichi know he had woman accessories in here? He didn't. What? How did he know? The question straight up was, you carrying any? Got any? Like what? That's not... Yoichi seemed to know what I meant when I looked back at him because he answered my
行商だ
question.
と大体女物を扱っていることが多いから。男物もあるけど、こっちの方が儲かるしね。
Most merchants hawk women's goods. They have things for men too, but these are more profitable. I see. All of these accessories definitely looked expensive. Just selling one would probably net you a decent profit. While poring over the items, my eyes landed on a comb. The design kind of similar to Yoichi's comb. Oof, it's pretty expensive. How do you know? Is it priced? Although it was cheaper than the item adorned with mother of pearls or make, it was still fairly expensive. I just thought it'd be nice to match Yoichi, but I can't waste money like that. I'll resist. I retract my hand just before reaching for my wallet.
これちょうだい。
This, please. But then Yoichi took his own wallet out. Yoichi, don't waste your money. We need to save, or we won't be able to travel later on. Yoichi had quite a bit of money saved up since he'd been receiving a salary from both the Onyoban and cover job. I was also paid decently as a member of the Onyoban, but we'd be broke if no time if we threw our money away.
恋仲の相手に贈り物をするのは無駄遣いとは言わないでしょ。
I wouldn't call buying your girlfriend a present a waste of money.
ねえ、あんたに小刀を贈った時のことを覚えてる？
Remember that time I gave you a dagger? I do. I have it right here. He went out of his way to buy me a dagger because I needed one for actual
あ
combat.
んた、小刀をもらった時に仲間として認められてる感じがして嬉しいって喜んでたじゃん。
I gave you the dagger. You were so happy because you said it felt like I accepted you as a
俺
member
は
of the
仲間
team.
だと思って送ったわけじゃないのに喜んで変なやつだなって思ってた。
I thought it was weird of you to be so happy about it because it wasn't why I gave it to you. It was because however you felt you were still thinking of me.
じゃああんたのことを考えて送ったものならもっと嬉しい？
So does it make you happier when I give you a gift because I'm thinking of you? Of course, I never let this dagger leave my sight, but I really can't have you throw money away.
はい、お題。で、こっちはもらうね。
Alright, here's the money. I'll take this one. Yoichi took several ichibukin out of his wallet and handed them to the merchant. He bought it. As I stood there hanging my head in defeat, I heard a voice
あんま
above
り
me.
欲しくなかった。
You didn't want it that bad? Startled, I looked up and saw Yoichi making a sad face. I was only thinking about being thrifty, but Yoichi bought it because he was thinking of me. Besides, deep down, I am happy he bought it. Like, part of me's like, I love it, but a part of me's all like, money, I understand. I'm that way too. I did. I only wanted it because it seemed to match yours, so I couldn't be happier.
あっそう。じゃあこれ。あんたにあげる。
Oh, then here, this is for you. Thank you. I took the comb solemnly. Now that I looked at the comb up close, the design is very similar to Yoichi's. Maybe it was made by the same craftsman.
毎度あり。それとこれ。よかったら使ってください。
Thank you for your patronage. Please use this along with it if you like, the merchant said, throwing in some hair oil for free. Thank you so much.
それでは、良い旅路を。
No problem at all. Have a great trip. The merchant placed his wares on his back, then started walking in the opposite direction of us. What a nice guy.
今度これで髪をツヤツヤにしてから櫛を刺してあげる。
Yeah, next time I'll put this comb in your hair after using the oil to make it nice and glossy. Sure. My face went red when he whispered into my ear. It had just hit me all over again that Yoichi and I were dating. I mean, I guess if you're dating a really hot guy, like every day you're like, damn, that one's mine. That's fine. That evening the sun had set and we had found a lodge at a post station. I was in a separate room from Tomonari and Tojo when we were staying in the inns before, but tonight I'll be sharing a room with Yoichi. Perhaps this was why I was feeling strangely fidgety. Nah, that's not the only reason why. Sitting in this position isn't helping either. I glanced down and caught a glimpse of Yoichi looking rather comfortable. Where's Komame? No, Ichi, we have an early day ahead of us tomorrow. We need to get ready for bed soon.
面倒くさい。あんたがやって。
What is this? What a waste. Why haven't I seen him dressed like this before? He was in his room before. Like, why wasn't he wearing this in his room? Then you get ready. Okay, I will. Could you move?
ダメ。
No. He's such a cat. This is a cat. Yoichi said flatly, then started squirming around. Yoichi, don't move so much. Okay. He said this reluctantly before shifting around some more. Wow. Then all of a sudden he stopped moving and shut his eyes. Wait, is he going to stay like this all night? I was fine for now since he hadn't been resting his head on my lap for very long, but my legs would go numb if we stayed in this position all night. Oh well, because she can't say no to Yoichi. Yoichi's eyes snapped open when I mentally sighed in exasperation. Pet me on the head. He's just going absolutely feral. Okay, okay. He can be so demanding. That's how she lives now. Once he was done bathing, I patted Yoichi's hair dry, then brushed out any tangles with a comb. It must have felt good because a little while ago he fell asleep with his head in my lap. He looks like Rowan Tenshi. What's his name? Oh god. The guy with the scar. I can't think of his name right now. Did I say it right? I might just said it right. If he stays here, his hair will get messy. She snoozes at other roots except her hubs. Yeah. She will. She will, totally. She'll come up like, what did I miss? I want to kiss this man. I mean, he looks like Sleeping Beauty when you think about it. Could work. Could work for you. If he stays here, his hair will get messy after all the effort I just put in to make it nice and neat. Did he really not care about looking disheveled, even though he told me to care more about my appearance? Oh my goodness. Oh well, I can't think of a more Yoichi way to be affectionate. Yoichi hated it when people paid attention to him, but apparently he wanted attention from the person he let his guard down around. Come to think of it, if Yoichi only does this around me, I wore that small badge of pride. Hey Leah, get that for me. Oh, what? I've got a headache, but I'm ignoring it for this man. I feel that. Huh. As I looked all around to see what he meant, my eyes landed on a bound book. Okay. Bye for now. As I looked all around to see what he meant, my eyes landed on a bound book. Can I even reach it like this? Imagine just like laying on your back and going like, I can't get off the lap. I've got to do things. I stretched out my arm but couldn't reach it due to how we were positioned. Yoichi, mind moving a little? Yoichi silently shook his head no. He is such a cat. He's a cat with his head like sitting in your lap and you don't want to like disrupt him because like wrong touch and he'll run. If it wasn't going to move, I had no other choice than to get it like this. It's no use, my arms were shaking. Do you surrender? Yeah. Okay then, kiss me and I'll move. Kiss you? Okay, wait, kiss? I nearly stood up without thinking when he suggested this ridiculous terms. Imagine just being something he can sit on. Like what? Don't move. I found the perfect spot to lie in and you'll ruin it. Sorry? I apologized instinctively before shaking my head. Of course I'd be surprised by you saying something like that. Why even make kissing you a requirement in the first place? Because I've kissed you before, but you've never kissed me. I also take notes like that. I haven't made you... I haven't. Maybe you just don't remember. Nope. If you initiated it, I would have remembered. Just to be clear, telling her to kiss you does not mean she's initiating it either. Maybe I secretly kissed you while you were asleep.
鼻息がうるさそうだし。
I would have noticed. I feel like you snore really loud. It's not that loud.
で、するの？しないの？どっち？
Yeah. So do you snore or not? Which is it? Gah. I was at a loss for words, unable to come up with anything to say right now. Hold on. Wasn't Yoichi the one who asked me to get the book for him? Yoichi was hard up, not me. Meaning I didn't need to comply with his conditions. Yoichi must have made that a requirement because he wanted me to kiss him. Now that we were dating, I learned that Yoichi was the type who felt loved through actions rather than words. Not that he doubted my love for him or anything, he just wanted peace of mind, seeing me demonstrate my love through my actions instead. Got it. I'll do it. So I ask you to please close your eyes? I was so nervous I asked very politely. Yoichi happily agreed when I said I'd do it.
はい、どうぞ。
Sure, here you go. Was he smiling earlier? I can't remember. Is this a new CG? How many CGs are there? Excuse me. His eyelashes are so long and his skin is so nice and clear. It had been nighttime when Yoichi kissed me before, so I hadn't been able to see his face clearly. Is it not nighttime? You got a light beside you. I'm also jealous of how glowy his lips are. What the hell? And I'd have to ask him his lip care routine. Since I didn't get many opportunities like this, I studied Yoichi's face. Now that I had forever to look at him, though. Yoichi had his eyes closed obediently for now, but I could see him urging me to hurry up after a while because he had grown impatient. Here goes. I lowered my face to Yoichi's and kissed him on the lips, and I immediately sat back up.
は？もう終わり？
Done already? All done.
ふーん。
Yoichi replied listlessly while getting off of my lap.
ま、あんたにしては頑張ったんじゃない？
I know that took a lot of effort for you. We don't know CG of her leaning over and kissing him. Messed up. Thanks. He then followed up with, try harder next time. All I could say in response was that I'd see what I could do. In any case, now I can finally get the book for him. Yoichi could have gotten it himself since he was closer, but now he started to roll around on the tummy mats. He's a cat, apparently, who was serious about not doing any work. Okay, are you good now? Yoichi took the book from me, then started flipping through the pages. What kind of book are you reading?
しずきの書いた本。これは下巻。
A book Shizuki wrote. This is the final volume. Oh, really? Wait, the final volume? I looked at the front cover in disbelief and did in fact see Imperial Love Book 3 printed on it. So it was published. When I talked to Mimi about the romance novel, the last book hadn't came out yet. If it had, she definitely would have mentioned it. More importantly, Shizuki was still recovering. Although she woke up before we set off on our journey, I heard that she fell right back to sleep. I couldn't imagine her being in any state to finish writing the last
まだ
book.
出版はされてない。俺は出版予定の草紙をいち早く佐藤からもらっただけ。
It's not out yet. Sato got me an advance copy of the book. Why would Sato have... Sato was one of the servants at the brewery. I know who Sato is. She's got green hair. How did Sato have a copy of Shizuki's manuscript even though she wasn't related to her?
柳さんが平岡家と懇意にしてたのは知ってるでしょ？今回の事件で形人が全員職なしになって見かねて引き取ったのが柳さんなんだ。
You know how Yanagi's close to the Hiroka family? All the form folk lost their jobs after what happened. Yanagi couldn't stand and watch it, so he took them in.
俺とあんたが抜けるから5人全員雇えそうってことで全員引き取ったみたい。本当にいい人だよね。
Because he didn't pay us as much, is what I'm hearing. Apparently, he was able to hire all 5 since you and I were leaving, so he took them all in. He really is a great guy. He is. And so is everyone else who works at Yanagi. I'm sure the form folk from Hiroka's estate will fit right in there. Shizuki's form folk all loved her dearly, and she loved them too. I'm sure Suzuki was also relieved.
まあそういう事情で一度しずきの屋敷に行ったんだって。で、形人の持ち物を整理している時にしずきの原稿を発見した。それが
That's why he went all over to Shizuki's manor while he was sorting through all of the form folks' belongings. He found Shizuki's manuscript. This. So the last volume had already been completed then. I read up to the end of the second volume in my spare time, but the plot had started to drag. Oh dear. Ever since the main character, Chiyo, was dumped by the man who used to frequent the comb shop, she had lost all faith in men and became androphobic. Androphobic. On the other hand, the man who chose to stay with his fiancée was happier than ever. He had a loving wife and everything was going well at work. Then one day the man visited the comb shop girl again. Chiyo immediately retreated to the back of the shop and watched the man, wondering what he'd came here for. After what I said, you probably wouldn't want to get back together with me, would you? Chiyo had already made up her mind. If he ever asked her something like this, she'd viciously shoot him down. But then she heard him say the most preposterous thing. I'd like to give my wife a new comb as a present. Give me the beautiful one you have. Since money was no object for the man, the shop owner rubbed his hands together as he readily agreed to help. I'll never forgive him for being happy while I'm been unhappy. Mark my words, I'm gonna destroy his happiness. That was where the second volume had left off.
いや、完成はしてなかったよ。つい最近完成させて本になったのがこれ。正真正銘、まだこの世に一冊しかない本だよ。
It wasn't done yet. She only recently finished and made it into this book. This is literally the only copy in the world. That makes it extremely valuable. Not really. But what did Sato end up being the one to publish it in the first place? Yanagi had found the manuscript. That part I understood, but I didn't quite comprehend how Sato ended up being the one to publish it.
佐藤はこの創始の熱狂的な支持者だったから、このままお蔵入りになるのがもったいないって柳さんに掛け合ったんだって。
Since Sato was such an avid supporter of the book, she haggled with Yanagi for it. She told him it'd be a shame for the manuscript to go into storage.
それで柳屋から独立して貸本屋を開こうって決意したらしいよ。
She decided to separate from Yanagi and open her own book lending shop.
佐藤の貯めてた給金じゃ足りないから柳さんから開業資金を出してもらってね。
The money Sato saved up wasn't enough, so Yanagi loaned her some startup capital. Is that what she was talking about before?
Yoichi たちがいなくなると寂しくなるな。
We'll miss you. This is too much. I don't need all these side stories, guys. Like, what? Sato is a great character who you could have developed before this. Why am I getting this in the post credits?
また江戸に遊びに来てね。
Oh my god.
その時は絶対ここにも立ち寄ってね。
Stop by Edo again sometime, and when you do, make sure you swing by. Will do. We'll definitely come back to Edo. Deal. It was the day before we left Edo. Yoichi and I visited Yanagi's house to say goodbye. I wasn't there long, but it was a happy place to work. It made it hard to say goodbye to them. Yoichi must have felt the same way. He looked a bit sad while saying his farewells to everyone.
俺がいなくてもしっかりやってよね。
Do a good job even without me around. I don't think this had to be this long.
なんとかやってみせるよ。
I like Yoichi a lot. Don't get me wrong,
た
but
まには
why?
遊びに来いよ。
Be sure to stop by every now and then. I'll bring her with you. Make her happy, Yoichi.
言われなくても。俺よりあんたはどうなの？そろそろ恋仲の相手くらい作ったら。
Don't need to tell me twice. What about you, though? About time you found yourself a girlfriend.
いるとやっぱりいいもんか？
Guess I could use one, huh?
うん。毎日が幸せ。
Yeah, every day is bliss.
おおお前からそんなセリフを聞ける日が来るとはな。
Never thought I'd hear you say something like
お前
that.
も作れよ。
毎日が幸せだし仕事に精も出る。
It should be
いいこ
over
とずく
soon,
め
Leah.
だから
Hang in there.
な。
It's just like we don't like Sato didn't have a story that needed to be tied up. We don't need this backstory. They could have just simply said we found this book. It was unfinished. We thought he would want it. That could have been the end of this. We didn't need a whole book lending side story. Like what? When did she say she was passionate about novels and wanted to run a book lending store of her very own? She never had that conversation with us. We're having a flashback that could have just been a reel back. It didn't have to be a flashback. Find yourself a girl. You'll be happy every day and it'll inspire you to work harder. There are zero downsides.
まさか
Not you guys too. It's because she has a face. You're right. You're right. They gave her a face, so she had to tie into this. Even though she only like showed up for one part of the chapter, and that was just to be like, hey, I like you. I also like this boy that you like. Friends. And that's it. All the men gathered around Yoichi, simultaneously nodding.
すごく可愛い相手を作ってみんなを羨ましがらせてやるからな。
I'm gonna get a super cute girlfriend just to make you all jealous. I love seeing this sort of thing. Just then, Sato came back from sweeping outside. I need to tell Sato about me and Yoichi. Sato, do you have a moment? There's something I want to tell you. I'd rather talk about it in private if possible.
それならあっちで話しましょう。
Let's talk over there. I nodded to Sato, told everyone I'd see them later, then left the room. Are you going to give her
それ
kamame?
で私に報告したいことって何かしら？
So what is it you wanted to tell me? Sato stopped walking and turned to face me. Yoichi and I are dating for real now? I then confessed that when Sato had been suspicious of our relationship, we were just pretending to be in love.
やっぱり私の勘は当たっていたのね。
My intuition was right. Yeah, I'm sorry for lying to you back then.
もう過ぎた話なんだからいいわよ。それに、陽一さんがあなたと恋仲のふりをしていたって、私が陽一さんにしつこくしていたのが原因だと思うし。
It's all water under the bridge. Besides, I feel like Yoichi only pretended to be in a relationship because I was being so persistent.
ねえ、何がきっかけで本当の恋仲になったの？
What led to you guys becoming a real couple? It's a long story, but I realized I like Yoichi in a romantic way. When I told him how I felt, he said he felt the same way. A lot had happened prior to that, but I kept it fairly short. Earlier, you asked me what it was about Yoichi that made me fall in love with him. He's a big eater and he's lazy and he often twists people around his finger thanks to his moody cat-like personality. Ooh, who's been calling him a cat forever? Me. But I love him. All those things included.
短所も好きって。本当に陽一さんに惚れているのね。うん。もうあなたの気持ちは疑わないわ。陽一さんと幸せにね。
If you also love his shortcomings, you really must be in love with Yoichi. I don't doubt your feelings for him anymore. Leah, I wish you both happiness. You are my best friend, Sato. We are besties now. Thanks, Sato. Sato had been in love with Yoichi for a long, long time. There's a difference between love and like, by the way. Just saying that out loud. I was thrilled to hear her congratulate me and wish me well. Weren't her feelings hurt? Sato will believe that I love Yoichi so much. Like you just spent 2 hours talking to Sato.
見事に振られてすっきりしたわ。これで新しい恋に生きられる。
I feel so much better now that I have been rejected in such a magnificent way. Now I can devote my life to a brand new love. She was far from sounding hurt or sad. In fact, she looked downright cheerful about it. She didn't seem to be putting on a brave front for me. She must have actually gotten over her feelings for Yoichi. Did something happen? I found myself asking in spite of myself. Her love for Yoichi had been genuine after all. And yet she had gotten over him just like that. I feel like she might have been getting over him already.
あら、まさかあなたに指摘されるなんてね。実はね、私好き な人ができたの。
Is it Kyuga? Do you have a crush on Kyuga? Sato, go for Kyuga. Kyuga. Oh dear, I didn't think you'd point it out. I actually have a crush on someone else now. Sato told me of this rather bashfully. Really? Is it someone I know?
うん。ここで働いている人だから、あなたもよく知ってる人よ。
Oh, lame. Uh-huh, it's someone who works here. So you know him really well. I said this during Paradigm Paradox as well. Like, in Paradigm Paradox, she had a friend who gets infected by the monster stuff. And if you choose the bad route, which I accidentally did on the first route, she doesn't die. But if you pick the good route, she dies. And I wanted her to be on the other route with me, dating one of the characters I don't take. She can't get the pink-haired boy. She can't have Ibuki. Ibuki is mine. That's my boy. But she could have Hyuga, or she could have had, I don't know the name of the cat boy from that game that made me so angry because he beat the crap out of my character a couple times. But she could have ended up with either one of those. Like if you end up with Hyuga, she ends up with the cat boy. If you end up with the cat boy, she ends up with Hyuga. If you end up with Ibuki, she ends up with Hyuga because Hyuga's better than the cat boy. It's just true. That's just a fact there. But no, can't share love interest. Not the only one can be in a relationship is my character. Anyways, I wonder who it could be. There's a lot of male servants and no one comes to mind. How about
こ
Yanagi?
の間、江戸の町にたくさん化け物が出たでしょ。危うく化け物に襲われそうになったところを、
Oh, servant
その人
number
が
2?
さっそうと助けてくれたの。
I know how all those monsters appeared in Edo the other day. He gallantly came to my rescue right when I was about to be attacked by one.
すごく素敵だったわ。
It was incredible. She must have been recalling what happened. She whispered all this eccentric. Sato must have felt like this took a weight off her shoulders because she had a crush on someone else now. Have you told him how you feel?
まだ。だって私、ずっと陽一さん一筋だったのよ。その人も同じ職場だから、私が陽一さんを好きだって知ってるし。
Not yet. I've always had a one-track mind for Yoichi, you know. My crush works at the same place I do, and he knows I like
実
Yoichi.
際、告白しているところを見られたこともあるわ。それなのに急に好きですって伝えても信じてもらえないんじゃないかって。
He's seen me confess my love to Yoichi. Why would you confess your love to Yoichi in front of everybody? He probably wouldn't believe me if I suddenly turned around and said I liked him. Oops, sorry. That's part of it. I'm more terrified of being rejected than anything. I don't think I'd recover if he turned me down. I'm that deeply in love with him. Sato. Her threads were a mix of multiple colors. There was just so many, no even more emotion than when she had been in love with Yoichi. I know him too, right? Can't you tell me who it is?
仕方ないわね。特別よ。
Guess there's no getting around it. Just for you though, okay? Then Sato told me the name of the guy she had a crush on, but we didn't bother giving him a name in the game. If I'm not mistaken, he's been part of the group gatherings around Yoichi earlier. I think right now might be the perfect time to tell him how you feel. He was looking for a girlfriend apparently. I told Sato he mentioned finding a super cute girlfriend to make everyone else jealous.
でも、私はそんなに可愛くないし。
You literally look like MC with slightly different eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm not that cute. Yeah, I think you are. Besides, I like you for your personality too, not just your looks.
え、それ本気？私はあなたに意地悪したのよ。それなのに好きって。
Do you mean that? I was so mean to you and yet you're here saying you like me? Unlike me, you tell it how it is. I've always envied that about you. You're a bit like Yoichi.
もう、結局のろけじゃない。でも、そうね。私が陽一さんに惹かれたのも、自分と似てたからなのかも。
Can we get through this, guys? Sato's cute, I get it. But like, God, Sato didn't earn this. Brother, now that you got just gushing about your man, I see what you mean, though. Maybe I was only attracted to Yoichi because we're so much alike.
断られるのが怖いからってうじうじしてるのは私らしくないわね。当たって砕けろの精神でその人に告白するわ。
It's not like me to sit around twiddling my thumbs because I'm scared of being turned down. I'm gonna go for it and tell him how I feel. I'm rooting for you. Sato's eyes were twinkling. She'd probably tell him before we left on our trip.
ああ、そうそう。私もあなたに報告したいことが。やっぱりやめとくわ。
Oh, there's something I wanted to tell you, but never mind.
実現するまで秘密。
Gotta keep it a secret until it actually happens. I'm curious now that you've brought it up.
実現したら教えるから。多分明日には教えられると思うわよ。
But did she? Did she tell us before we left? I'll tell you once it happens. I might be able to tell you about it tomorrow. But you won't be able to because I'll be gone on my trip by then. Tell me about it now. No can do. I asked her a couple more times after that, but Sato stubbornly refused to tell me anything. She must have meant opening her own rental shop and publishing the book. I was floored by her incredible
最
drive.
後の一押しはしずきの言葉だったんだろうね。あの人、この本だけは出版したいって言ってたから。
The last push was something Suzuki said. She said this was the only book she wanted to publish. Did Suzuki say that? I thought back on it, but couldn't recall anything of the sort. Maybe it was when he summoned Yoichi alone to her house. I can't imagine Suzuki saying anything like that to Yoichi back then, though. What exactly did he hear Suzuki say?
あの人が目覚めたって連絡をもらったから会いに行ったんだ。
She got in touch shortly after waking up, so I went to see her. Then Yoichi answered the question I had in my
驚い
head.
たよ。てっきり布団で寝てるかと思えば起き上がって原稿を書いてるし、寝ろって言っても全然話を聞かなくて。
I was surprised. I assumed she'd be sleeping in bed, yet she was up writing her manuscript. I told her to get some sleep, but she wouldn't
仕
listen.
方ないから放っておいたら、しばらくしてあの人がやっと筆を止めて、その原稿を俺に渡してきた。下巻が完成したってね。
I figured there was nothing I could do, so I left her to it. After a while, she put down her brush and handed me her manuscript, the finished third and final volume.
この本だけは出版してって言った途端、糸が切れたように倒れたから、慌てて医者を呼んで、今度こそ死んだんじゃないかって思った。
Imagine if she had, though. Ugh, Star Wars. Anyways, she collapsed right as she told me to publish this one book. I panicked and called the doctor. I thought she had died this time for
でもあ
sure.
の人は死ななかった。ただ気力を使い果たして眠っただけって言われたよ。ほんと、人騒がせだよね。
She didn't, though. They told me she had just fallen asleep because she used up all her energy. She seriously loves making other people worry. Yoichi was grumbling about it, but I could tell by look on his face that he was relieved. I guess she hated the idea of releasing the first two books, but not the final volume in the trilogy.
さあ、ただ書き終えた時、あの人すごく満足そうな顔をしてた。だから俺も願いを叶えてやろうかって思ったんだし。
Who knows? She looked really satisfied with herself when she was done writing, so I wanted to make her wish come true.
多分、これがしずきの本当に書きたかったものだろうから。一緒に読んでくれる？
Because this is probably what Suzuki wanted to write all along. Want to read it with me, Leah? Of course. I had no reason to turn Yoichi down. I replied right away and sat down next
じ
to
ゃ
him.
あ、最初から読むよ。
Alright, I'll start from the beginning. Chio had just sworn revenge on the man who had cruelly turned her down. That day she took the day off and went to Samurai Town where the man and his wife
多
lived.
分この辺りに。
It's gotta be somewhere around here. Chio had never been to his house before. She'd only heard him talk about it back when they were dating, so she didn't actually know where it was. As she walked around counting entirely on her memory, a pair of two well-dressed men walked in front of her. They must have been heading home from tutoring, just kidding. They were talking about what they'd learned during their lessons. Chio tried briskly to walk past them.
そういえば高見殿がご結婚されたそうじゃないか。
That reminds me, didn't Lord Takami get married recently? But stopped her in her tracks when she heard one of them say his
高見殿は俺たち気楽な次男。三男坊ではなく嫡男だからな。結婚の次は跡取りをせっつかれるだろうさ。
We've got it easy because we're second and third sons, but Lord Takami is the eldest. He's her probably pestering him for an heir right now.
その心配は無用だろう。どうやら奥様が解任されたらしく、高見殿は大層喜んでいると聞いたぞ。
No need to worry about it. Apparently his wife is pregnant. He's absolutely
一時期は
thrilled.
高見家を継ぐのが嫌だと、うさばらしに遊び回っていた男がな。まさか奥様一筋になるとは、世の中何が起こるかわからない。
To think he gallivanted around town to distract himself from how he didn't want to be head of the Takami family, and now he's devoted to his wife. Life's unpredictable.
まったくだ。
You're telling me. The men continued on, leaving Chiyo frozen in shock. Why? Because the men they'd been gossiping about Takami was the name of the man who had ditched Chiyo to be with his fiancée, and apparently his wife was now pregnant. It must have been a huge shock to Chiyo. Her fist quivered with rage.
憎い。私を捨てたあの男が、それを奪った女が憎い。
I hate his gut for dumping me and the woman who took him from me too.
この辺りはまだしずきが憎しみにとらわれていた時に書いたんだね。
Suzuki must have wrote this part when she was still consumed with hatred. Yoichi briefly closed the book. That must have been how she assumed her fiancé and courtesan's future had turned out. In her imagination, he had ditched her for the woman he loved, and they'd been blessed with a child. It must have made her hatred grow stronger.
続き読むよ。
I'll read the rest. Months later, Chiyo passed her days cheerfully as if she'd completely given up on getting revenge. She was finally back to her old, sunny self. Rumor went around and customers began crowding the comb shop just like before.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome.
恋仲の子への贈り物ですか？それなら、こちらの櫛が今大人気なので、きっと喜ばれると思いますよ。
Are you looking for a gift for your girlfriend? In this case, these combs over here are really popular right now. I'm sure she'd love one of these.
あなたもこれを贈られたら嬉しいですか？
Would you be happy to get this as a gift?
はい、そうですね。
Yes, I would.
じゃあこれをください。
I'm getting Mathis's vibes and I don't like it. Then I'll have this one, please.
お買い上げありがとうございます。では早速お包みしますね。
Thank you for your purchase. I'll wrap this up for you right away. Chiyo wrapped the comb in a furoshiki and handed it to the man. He left the shop happily clutching the
ここに来
bundle.
る人たちはみんな幸せそうだわ。
Everyone who comes here looks so happy.
幸せな顔をして櫛を受け取りに来た。
I bet he did too when he came for the comb he gave me.
でも、あなたの幸せもこれまで。今日、あなたからすべてを奪ってあげる。
But your happiness ends here. Today I'll be taking everything from you. A dark smile spread across her face. That's right. Although it seemed like she had completely given up on it, she'd been making steady progress on her
今日は
plans.
もう上がりますね。
I'm done for today. After letting the shop owner in the back know she was leaving, Chiyo finished cleaning and left the shop. No one who spotted her walking towards Samurai Town with a bounce in her step would have ever thought she was on her way to get revenge. That's right, she was on her way to murder not that kind of story. Murder his wife and kill their unborn child. She was inspired by a really dark event that happened in the 70s, but this is in the past before that, so she time traveled into the future just to find out what happened then. Anyways, it's a whole long story. The only sound in the quiet residential neighborhood was Chiyo's footsteps. Her destination was the manor where the man who jilted Chiyo lived with his wife, of course. There wasn't a single soul around, which was rather unusual for a home of a samurai. That kind of a story. Normally there were doormen who kept an eye for suspicious people. There was none to be found. Why? Because Chiyo had bribed them into leaving their post just for this stretch of time. Dang, I'm pretty on point right now. She pulled the dagger she kept stashed in her opie. Then she stared intently at its sharp, shiny blade. There's no going back. Chiyo planned to take his wife's life, then her own. She made up her mind a long time ago. She looked up, then entered the mansion. His wife's room is. As Chiyo looked around from the hiding place, trying to figure out which room was the wife's. It's a lovely day today. Let's take a nap, then go for a walk around the garden. The shock of spotting her target almost made Chiyo drop her dagger, but that hadn't been all. The most shocking thing was the wife was holding a baby. I'd only believe this if she was already pregnant. The kid's already been born. You know what? Quite a long time had gone by since I swore vengeance on him. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're so cute. So incredibly happy you were born. Thank you for joining our family. Don't be weak. Stab the baby too. Oh, it's not. Maybe. Okay, hang on. Sorry. Wrong game. Wrong game. If I stab her with this dagger, what'll happen to the kid? She only wanted revenge on him. It will be massive revenge if you kill them both. Actually, making him being a single dad, way better revenge. No? Stan. His wife and child had done nothing wrong. Leah, are you okay? No, because this had such a long random side adventure for some reason. Was she really okay with taking all of that from him out of hatred? Absolutely. So stab him, my guy. I have no excuse. As much as I hate him, they've done nothing wrong. The baby don't deserve it. The guy might, though, right? Right? Chiyo seethed her dagger and left. The entire time she could hear the happy voices of the mother and her child playing in the garden. Ridiculous. Chiyo walked down the alley alone as it began to grow dark outside. In the end, I couldn't get revenge on him, but don't worry, the timid guy will give you a hair comb now. She made it her purpose in life, but now she didn't even have that. What in the Virtue Evermore? I don't have anything to live for. Maybe I'll just die. Is your ex's name Lucas? Jeez. As Chiyo thought this to herself, she heard the sound of footsteps coming her way. That's one of the customers who came to buy a comb. Who came to the comb shop to buy something today. Still, it wasn't terribly unusual to pass people like this in town. Yoichi ending is dragging, and it's only the good end. Leah's plans foiled yet again. I just wanted to finish this game today. It's so long, not gonna lie, I didn't mind it only because I was curious about the story. I'm too curious about a lot of stuff. Yeah, but like, it went from like, oh, you know what, let's travel. Oh, no, sorry. It went from it's the end of the thing to let's travel. So now we're traveling to BTW. Guess what? This random side character who had like I don't know, 2 scenes is doing now to give me a backstory as to why I have this book. By the way, here's the book. Here's the final chapter. This has nothing to do with them. She cleaned her heart. We didn't... Oh, God. It wasn't terribly unusual to pass people like that in town. She tried to walk straight past him, but then the man called out to her. Man, it's so much like Mathis right now. Excuse me, do you have a moment? She stopped in her tracks, head tilted in confusion. The man sighed in relief, then handed her a box wrapped in a furoshiki. Please take this! And then he ran. Huh? She couldn't wrap her head around this sudden development. Imagine being cute and not realizing it and thinking that you could only get one guy. Right? Weird. But he brought this gift for his girlfriend. Why would he give it to me? Chio's confusion must have clearly shown on her face. The man began to explain while scratching his head. It's almost 11 o'clock again, by the way. This has been 5 hours. This is not even. This is like the after credit chapter we're on right now. Wow. I think we got through 3 chapters yesterday at the same amount of time. I actually planned on giving this to you when I bought it. You said you'd be happy to get it as a gift, so I thought you'd like it. I didn't want to give it to you then because I didn't want to bother you while you were working, so I followed you all the way to the samurai's house and watched you walk into their backyard and stare at their baby and this woman and had a knife in your hand, and I was like, huh, weird, she must want to like cut potatoes or something weird like that, and then you left. So then I followed you here, then I jumped to the other side of the alley and came down, so it looks like I was walking up to you and not from behind you. Anyways. Something tells me you might do the bad ending next stream. Nah, I'm off tomorrow. I'm gonna push. Unless the bad ending's an hour and a half. Like, is it this long to get the bad ending? Usually it's just bad. You're so close to finishing the good ending. I don't believe you. So I went back to the comb shop around the time you got off work. Distract her. Oh, my heart. I feel bad for her. Oh my gosh. It's just so random. Like, this was such a good route. Why is this taking so long? When I did, they told me you already left for the day. I don't know where your house is because I'm not that kind of stalker yet, but I figured I might run into you if I just wandered around here. Oh man, I'm just pretending this is Mathis in a different timeline. I didn't think I'd actually see you. I like you. Would you go out with me? With me? He was so nervous, it was almost impressive how badly he fumbled this critical question. He didn't seem to realize he had been staring Chio down with a dead serious look in his eye. You said whiff! You said whiff! Chio burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I messed up asking you something so important. Chio laughed even more when she saw him panicking. She was laughing so hard tears were welling up in her eyes. This gives the vibe of someone who's like a little conceited. Wow, that was hilarious. I haven't laughed like that in who knows how long. Anyways, let's get some ramen. Chio had always forced her smiles. She hadn't laughed from the bottom of her heart like that since she had been dumped by that guy.
歌方の声は忘れて、私も一歩前に進んでみようかな。
Now that I've put an impermeable love behind me, I think I'll try to take a step forward too. Perhaps she'd be able to build a happy future with him. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to put her faith in someone one more time.
いいわ。あなたと恋仲になってあげる。私はこう見えて結構嫉妬深いんだから。浮気なんてしたら承知しないからね。
That'd be funnier if it was what I had said, where she's like, hey, and I followed you to this late person's house and saw you with a knife. Anyways, I'll go out with you. As you can see, I get really jealous. Don't cheat on me or I'll never forgive you.
はい。浮気はしません。一生あなただけを大事にします。
That's like a 6 months into dating kind of statement. Just saying. All right, I won't. I'll cherish your view with you my entire life and no one else. How happy for them. And thus Chio found a new love. He loved her and no one else for his entire life, just as promised. He didn't cheat on her once. They were blessed with an addition to their family, and the three of them lived happily ever after, thus bringing this turbulent love-hate affair to a close. Sniff, 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 sniff. Oh, don't lie, Leah. It wasn't that sad. I'm so glad it was a happy ending where no one ended up suffering. I was worried Chio might actually kill the wife when she entered that house. I was so worried that I found myself feeling completely, utterly relieved when she gave up on the idea, even though I knew it was just a story.
しずきが正気に戻って続きを書いたのはここからだろうね。
Shizuki must have written everything that came after this once she regained her sanity. That's why it got so boring. Yoichi said, pointing to the scene where Chio entered the Taka Mist's house.
そうでなきゃ、お千代はきっと。
Otherwise, I'm sure Chio would have. Yeah, I knew that Yoichi meant even though he didn't finish his sentence. Despite all the sad and painful things that happened, everyone was happy in the end. You're right, Yoichi. This is the story Shizuki wanted to write. They'll be much more popular than the first 2 volumes once it's out. I don't think so. Some people just like crime and violence. Virtue Evermore, for example. Don't you think? It might even end up being passed down through the generations. Oh, probably not.
べた褒めしすぎ。あんたは感動したみたいだけど、俺はそこまで感動しなかったし。
Easy with the praise there. You seemed touched by it, but I wasn't that impressed. Despite saying this, I could see traces of tears running down his face. He wasn't being honest with me as usual. Huh? And then a piece of paper fell out of the bound book in Yoichi's hand. For a moment, I thought a page had fallen out because it wasn't bound properly, but quickly realized it was a different shape. It was a neatly sealed letter. You lied to me. This isn't anywhere near done. Yoichi, you dropped your letter.
俺の？文なんてもらった覚えないけど。ちょっと貸して。
My letter? I remember getting one. Let me see. Sure, just hold a sec. When I picked up the fallen letter at Yoichi's insistence, I just so happened to see who it was addressed to. Wait, is this? Yoichi spoke to me when I froze.
どうしたの？
What's wrong, Leah? Look at this. I foisted the letter onto Yoichi.
はいはい。まったく、何をそんなに慌てて。
Okay, already. Honestly, what are you so worked up about? Yoichi seemed shocked too. I only looked at the handwriting for a little bit, so I almost didn't believe it myself, but judging by Yoichi's reaction, I guessed right. The letter stuffed into this book was from Shizuki to Yoichi. He silently opened the seal and scanned the letter. I wonder what it says. Peek over, my guy. I wasn't about to read a letter addressed to him, so all I could do was watch silently as he read it. Guess it means I can read it too. I took the letter he handed me and looked it over. You lied, Leah. You lied. You said it was almost done. They're reading letters now. Thank you. Take care of Yoichi. She'd written those 2 brief sentences and nothing else. Shizuki, although short, it eloquently showed how Shizuki felt, did it? And based on how shaky their letters were, it might have taken all the strength she had to write it to. Maybe what the wife told her child in the story was meant for Yoichi too. I neatly folded the letter back up and handed it back to him. He tucked it inside his kimono and pulled me close. At least it was only 2 sentences. Yeah, but we're gonna get like at least 2 pages worth of dialogue about it. He tucked it inside his kimono and pulled me close to him. Okay, I forgive it. I'm over it now. It's fine. It was worth it. Wait, look at this thigh. Holy what? A lot of skin right now. Maybe a few more minutes or seconds. Minutes and seconds are very different times. My God. I won't ever make you feel the way I made Suzuki feel. I'll treasure you for the rest of my life, Leah, and no one else, so please stay here by my side. I will. I hit the wrong button. Despite all the sad and painful trials, everyone was happy in the end. We would create the future Suzuki had hoped for. I love you with all my heart, Leah. I love you too, Yoichi. They kissed. I fucking love CG. I love them. Dang, that's a lot of thigh. Like, whoa, that's risque. I lived all by myself before coming to Edo. But after arriving at the capital, I met a lot of people and was wed to Yoichi. Whoa. I would never be lonely again. Mom, Dad, I'm really happy right now. We quietly snuggled like this for a while so we could share each other's warmth. Dang, I love him. He looks great. Alright, let's see. Is this even... Oh wait, that was super cute. What the heck? Look at that little boy. Look at that little boy. She ain't got no little anything. Look at his. He's so cute. He's ready to finish her tonight. I mean, he was not the modest one. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh, I can't even see Kinjiro. I won't let me click on Kinji. Oh, because I haven't done the routes yet. Whatever. Otaru, hi, how are you? I've missed you. Okay, let's see what pictures we're missing from his route. Literally 1. Okay, so that's just the bad ending CG then. Did I do it? Did I do it? Is it saying I... No, one more. Well, let's see what the bad ending looks like. Does he look cute when he's crying? I'm gonna test it and see if it's as easy. Oh wait, there she is. Look at that, and she's got her bird friend. What the heck? That's super cute. Why doesn't she have that when you click on her on the other thing? Not right now. Okay, Oh, no, not this one. Good night. I'm gonna leave early, tired. With the headache, you also don't like the bad endings, I understand. Okay, let's see. Oh goodness, do I not know where I'm going? Where am I? It's the option where we're... Is it this one? Is it this one where it's like a real sentence? Ah, yes. Good night, Asia. Alright, let's see. We're gonna find something else. I think this should do it. Bye! We'll see you soonish. I'm not sure when my next stream is actually. It's someday. Wednesday, maybe? Maybe sooner? I wonder how many romantic rivals each courtesan has. It definitely wasn't just one or two. Plus, there was as many courtesans in the red light district as there were stars in the sky. It was probably safe to say they had several times that many rivals. A few hours isn't enough. Since we were in charge of Castletown, we didn't have any information in the entertainment district.
そういえば、城下町で働いてる鍵屋の看板娘が派手な色恋をしているって噂になってたけど。
Speaking of which, I've heard rumors that the poster girl for the locksmith in Castletown has been having quite the affair. Oh, I heard about that too. They even made Yukio woodblock prints about it.
城下町なら私たちの管轄だし、
Well,
そちらの
Castletown.
線で調べるか。
Castletown is under our jurisdiction. Why don't we look into it? I couldn't stop thinking about the courtesan's romantic rivals, but decided to leave looking into that as a last resort. After making our decision, we said farewell to the owner and left the brothel. This might not be the ending that gets me a CG, but it's definitely something. In the end, we hadn't made any progress in our investigation. Although deeply disappointed, all we could do was move on.
お前たちはこれからどうするんだ?
Oh, I don't know if I need to still do the normal stuff here. We'll find out. We'll find out. Pretty sure the Huff was my last save. We'll just save with that. Just do the right answers. I don't know. Or maybe I shouldn't stop Yoichi. No, he liked when I stopped him. Okay. Yoichi, that's enough. I step between them. Says I can't skip. His eyes open wide. I'm shocked. I never would have guessed. I can't tell you, I don't really want to blame her for what happened. I probably would have done the same thing on her shoes. Suzuki gave birth to a huge number of black threads. If we kept provoking her, we would never... Who knew what kind of Blightfall would give birth to? Her anger and resentment ran that deep.
確かに。
All tension left his shoulders.
ごめん。
Sorry, but... She's angry. An arm-like appendage woven from black threads came sweeping down. Ah! The wind from the nearly blew Yoichi and I away.
Shizuki! 一体何があったんだ?
Shizuki-sama, 大丈夫ですか?
Are you okay?
Shizuki-sama!
あなただ、行くよ!
This is all stuff I've seen. Sorry, bye! I won't let you escape. Did that happen last time? Hard to say. When you don't let me skip, it makes it hard.
では
Back to the base.
喋るよ。今後
Am I gonna...
鬼は
Oh, sure. I'm sure he wants to ask me about it well. Why I lied? Okay. Why can't I fast forward? Why are you doing this to me, game? Let me just go to the next actual scene, my guys. You don't have a heart. He gets really upset about that. Unable to stop him. All I could do was watch him in days as he left. I hurt his feelings. I know I'm in love with him. forced to stay inside. Na 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 na. We're out here. It's almost spooky. That reminds me, isn't Kyuka here?
ヨイカがいないのを見ると、この辺りのは無事に倒したんだろうね。
Probably somewhere else. Yaji stopped walking and pointed at a mansion. So this is where Kurinosuke Takamoto lived. Wait, oh, I told Miyagi I had an idea, then looked up Kurinosuke Takamoto in the samurai dictionary. Of course, I kept it a secret. Oh, I said okay, so because I said yes, let's focus. I see. We get different hints. Gotcha. I said I heard it from Shizuki instead. Takamoto eloped with his sweetheart, so he wouldn't be here. If his family was around, we might be able to glean some information.
あら？あなたたち、そこで何をしているの？
What are you doing over there? A woman said to us as she was passing by. Excuse me, but we wanted to speak with a family who
お
lived
客
here.
様だったのね。でもごめんなさい。高倉様は先ほどお出かけになってしまったから、また時間を置いて。
Visitors, I'm sorry. Mr. Takakura left a little while ago. If you come back a little late. Excuse me, this isn't the Takamoto residence?
ええ、高倉様のお屋敷よ。
No, this is the Takakura residence. Did I make a mistake? I came all the way here after memorizing the address. There was no way I got it wrong.
高本。あ、前に住んでいた方ね。
You mean the family that used to live here? Do you know them?
ええ。私はこの家で働いているんだけど、旦那様が以前そんなことを。
I work with a family that lives here now, but the master of the house told me about them. The samurai directory said this house belonged to them.
消し忘れじゃないかしら。高本家はお取り潰しになって、今は高倉様の所領よ。
Maybe they forgot to cross them off. The Takamoto family was abolished, so this house belongs to the Takakuras now. Abolished.
穏やかな話じゃないね。それに、お取り潰しされるには、それなりの理由があるはずなんだが。
Not a very pleasant topic, though I'm sure there's a reason why. An entire family wouldn't go under because of an elopement, right? Perhaps Kirisuke had been the only heir. Pardon, but did the Takamoto family not have any heirs?
いいえ、遊女と駆け落ちしてしまった嫡男以外に次男がいたって話よ。
They did. I heard they had another son, younger son, in addition to the one who eloped with the courtesan. Then he should have been able to take over for the Takamoto's family. Why was the family
不幸な
dissolved?
話よね。次男が後を継いで、いくらもしないうちに亡くなってしまうなんて。
Is that the guy that smokes? Is this the guy that smokes family? Wait a second. Whoa. Did I know names before? Hang on. Are all the vessels related? Yes? Ooh. Okay. Interesting. The characters tie together. Oh. Wait a second. I don't remember this other guy having a connection. Interesting. All right, well, we'll keep playing. We'll see what happens next. My camera just glitched. I saw that. It's a real tragedy what happened. The second son took up the helm only to die a short while later. Did he die prematurely from chronic illness or
持病
something?
はなかったみたいだけど、体はあんまり丈夫じゃなかったそうよ。
It didn't seem like he had anything chronic. He just never was in good health.
そのせいか、長男に期待をかけて、次男には自由にさせてたみたいね。
Must have been why they pinned all their hopes on the eldest leaving the younger one free to do whatever
け
he
れど
wanted.
長男が駆け落ちしていなくなって仕方なく次男が後を継ぐことになっちゃったらしいの。
After his older brother eloped, however, he was forced to succeed
そこ
him.
からいろいろと不幸が重なってその方は病にかかって倒れて亡くなられたとか。
Several more unfortunate events happened, like the school that he ran set on fire by one of the students that went to that school, and then he blamed himself for that. He collapsed and passed away after contracting an
子
illness.
供がいればその子が後を継いだんでしょうけど妻子もいなかったから結局お取り潰しになってしまったって話よ。
I'm sure if he had had any children, they would have succeeded him. But since he had no wife or children of his own, the family went under. What a tragic, like, family life, right? Like, not only did he not just run away to marry someone that he said he was in love with, then he regretted it, and then they died. Wow. I had no idea. What happened to the Takamoto's eldest
そ
son?
こまではさすがに知らないわね。それこそ一緒に駆け落ちした人しかわからないんじゃないかしら。
That I have no idea. The woman he eloped with is probably the only one who knows. Thank you for telling me all
いえ
this.
いえ、最近は昼間でも危ないから気をつけて帰りなさいね。
It's no trouble. It's been dangerous even in the daytime recently, so be careful getting home. With that, the woman entered the manor. So the Takamoto family is no more, and no one knows where Kiranosuke Takamoto went. We'd hit an informational dead end. Wow. I still can't skip. We walked back to the base together. I thought we'd be able to convince Shizuki to help us if we knew where Takamoto was, but I guess that's a wash. Alright. I guess it's no surprise that he realized something happened. Yeah. Why won't this game let me skip after I've got old dialogue? You can see emotions in the form of threads, right? Yeah. I've been parodying him. Yep. That happened. I remember. The fact that Yoichi isn't mean means you're special to him. He's not mean to me. I cannot skip because this option's unavailable. Okay. Huff. My sides were hurting from running so much. Yoichi's fighting a monster. I'm trying not to fast forward past new dialogue, but like it doesn't really give me an option for that. And I don't like when it does this to me. Yeah, there's not one on here. Because I have one where you can hit fast forward and will only stop if it's new dialogue, and I don't see that option here. Let's do... Whether Blightflaw attacked him. Stood back and got ready for this next attack. Is that... Okay. Step back, shrieking. I'm just so... It should be skip read only setting in the Y button. Mine says skip. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know what the difference between force read and play read is. Didn't tell me because I didn't look like one. Because like this will usually take me to the next unread option, and it's not there. Enough running. Hurt your feelings. I apologize. Force reads when you skip all dialogue. Mine's is currently on first rule. If I do this, it switches to play read. And I don't know what the difference is. Because play read was skipping. I accidentally had play read on earlier, which was skipping dialogue I hadn't read before. And I was like, oh god. Oh, he's so beautiful. Anyways, Komami's here to be Komami. Komami's like, I'm Komami. A little better than Tomonari pops up and he's like, dude, we gotta go talk. And we're all talking. We talk. Left out. I still don't know. I keep doing both and I still don't know. Shocked that your clan came up. Me too. Go along with whatever you decide. It did the same thing on the last route too. It's kind of like, oh gosh, like in there's more than one game where you get like to the true ending and it won't let you skip part of it even though it's dialogue you've already had because they've added like 2 lines of text that's different. Thanks, Roger. We're gonna go to bed now. And then he kisses me and I have a panic attack. Does that happen in this one? I paused for a second because it was getting so far. I'm like, dang, did they talk this long?
Ah, なるほどね.
So cute. Okay. I like the punching sound. That was great. Following morning, assembled the reception hall. That, I don't know if I paused that. Maybe that did it.
これより城下町組には平岡家に突入してもらう。
Ready. There's my trusted blade. We're there. No one's here. We look at these people. Just they die. Yeah, this is so wild. Why does it make me go through all this? See? She's angry. He's angry. They're all angry. The ceiling falls down. Lightfall show up. We're gonna go back here. Monster. Oh, sorry. It was brew servant number 3 and not 2. I just wanted to double check that I was right on that number, I guess. Oh, there he is being beautiful. Oh, my stars. I'm scared I'm gonna fast forward between, like, dialogue, which is why I keep pausing, but, like, it keeps just being dialogue we've already read. She is being wild. Alright, so we need to deal with her. Yoichi didn't answer. He couldn't. Alright, leave that to me. Got it. Alright, so now he's gonna taunt her to come down. Okay, oh, that was me. That was me. You might not, but I do. Okay, this is... finally, we're there. This is new dialogue because in this reality, she doesn't know that he ran off with a corazon and that he changed his mind after running off the corazon and wanted to come back to her. You said earlier that your former fiance doesn't live in Edo anymore. I don't know what happened to him and the woman he ran off with. But I don't think what happened to his... But I do know what happened to his family. His younger brother succeeded him at the head of the Takamoto family, but then he passed away after many hardships. The Takamoto family has fallen into decline, even though it wasn't by your hand. Your former fiance has fallen on hard times. Shizuki listened to Mie speak, her face completely devoid of emotion.
あの男の家族が不幸になるのは当然でしょ。そもそもそんなこと、同じ町に住んでいる私が知らないわけないじゃない。
Isn't it obvious that his family would fall on hard times? And why do you think I wouldn't know about it when I live in the same town this entire time?
あの男の家族がどうなろうと、あの男と逃げた女が今どうしていようと、もうどうだっていいの。
Who gives a shit what happened to his family or how he is and the floozy he ran off with is doing? She's gotta...
あいつらがいた江戸の町を滅ぼしたい。この町そのものが憎くて仕方ないのよ。
I want to lay waste to the city of Edo where they used to live. I have no choice when the town itself is utterly detestable. Black thread sprouted from Shizuki's body before combining into one and covering her. Then Shizuki transformed into a pitch black cocoon. But it didn't end there. When the cocoon dispersed into black threads once more, the thread soared onto the giant blightfall, leaving behind hide nor hair of Shizuki.
しずきが良いかと同化しただと。
Did Shizuki just get absorbed into the blightfall? My bad. That was my bad.
いや、まだわからないよ。
I'm still not sure. Yoichi and Kyuga ran towards the giant blightfall, looking to bring their swords down upon it.
あなたの言葉は全て偽りだったのね。
Everything you said was a lie.
もう私には必要ない。
I don't need you or the present you gave me anymore.
この
Before they could make it to the giant one, the book Blightfall brought them to their knees with an attack that contaminated their very minds. Miyaji had his hands full keeping the book Blightfall from attacking, so he wasn't able to jump in and help. At this rate, the city of Edo really will be destroyed, and it's all my fault because I didn't learn the truth. Instead of convincing her, I amplified Shizuki's hatred and made her assimilate with the giant Blightfall. Oh no. I had to take responsibility. I hate everything. Was that within the black threads that formed the giant Blightfall? I could see deep blue threads slipping in and out of view. Was that its stomach? Blue is the color of sadness. Does that mean Suzuki wasn't completely assimilated into the Blightfall? Maybe she's stuck in its stomach. If we separate Suzuki from it and perform Snow Sacrament on her, maybe it'll ease all the emotional imprints and turn her back to normal. The book Blightfall were standing in our way. I won't be able to close in on Shizuki like this. Yoichi and Kyuga came back over.
しずきの説得が失敗に終わったんでしょう。それなら、あの人ごと巨大な良い顔。
Yoichi, man, this is your fault. We should have just killed her. Think of it that way. Your attempt to convince her ended in failure. Now the giant Blightfall's taken her. There's still a way, I declared, interrupting Yoichi. Suzuki is in the Blightfall's stomach. If we cut it open, we may be able to separate her from it. And if we manage to do that, I can perform Snow Sacrament on Suzuki and save her.
いい方法かもな。しずきを分離させることができば、巨大な良いかも弱体化するだろう。
Sounds like a good plan to me. If we can separate Suzuki from the Blightfall, it might also weaken it.
お前は以前、それで良い化した蜜を救ったことがある。今回も救えるかもしれない。
You saved Mitsu after she transformed into a Blightfall. You might be able to save Suzuki too.
そうだね。それにかけてみよう。
Let's give it a shot. Miyaji, why don't you go home and be with your family, okay? I don't think this is going to turn out well, and I'm worried about your daughter. Are you sure? I asked even though it was my idea to begin with. I said I would convince Suzuki to stop and I wasn't able to. I wouldn't blame them if they assumed I'd failed to perform the Snow Sacrament too.
俺がしずきを救いたいと思うように、あんたもそう思ってくれてるって分かってるから。
I can tell you want to save Suzuki as much as
そ
I
れに
do.
何より、あんたの力を信じてる。だから、
Oh
あんたに
no.
任せるよ。
More than anything, I believe in your powers. I leave this in your capable hands. Yoichi, please don't trust me.
私とヨイチはお前の力をこの目で見ている。信じない理由はないだろう。
Yoichi and I have seen your powers with our own eyes. We have no reason not to believe in you.
俺は実際に見たわけじゃないけど、君が根拠のないことを言う子ではないのを知っているからね。
Oh no, Miyagi, you're gonna be so surprised. I haven't seen them myself, but I know you're not one to say completely baseless things. Guys, thank you so much.
そうと決まれば、
Let's all die together.
彼女のための道を切り開くとしよう。
That settled, let's clear the way for her.
宮地殿、私も手伝います。
I'll assist you, sir. Miyaji and Kyuga unsheathed their swords before charging into the herd of Blightfall. Dispatching the feelers that reached out for every direction with their swords, they closed in on the giant Blightfall, but then... The giant Blightfall was groaning loudly enough to make the air vibrate. It was more than Miyagi and Genjiro could bear. They didn't stop, however. They continued charging towards the giant Blightfall.
俺たちも行くよ。
Let's get going too. Okay. We ran after them. The giant Blightfall tried to mow them down with its thick arms. Miyagi and Kyuga safely dodged. It moves slowly because it's so big, making its next attack easy to
こいつ
figure
は俺
out.
たちでどうにかするから。あんたはしずきを。
We'll take care of this. Leah, Shizuki's all yours. Got it. The giant Blightfall swung its arms down to try and keep that from happening. Yoichi and the others sliced into the stomach with their swords. Just then, a human-shaped Shizuki broke from the black threads. It looked like they successfully... My defense, it's almost been 6 hours. It looked like they successfully managed to separate her from the Blightfall. Thrown into the air, Suzuki fell towards the ground limp. Suzuki! I held my arms out and managed to catch her. Please, please save Suzuki. At the same time, my hand began to emit light. Huh? And everything instantly went black. Hate, 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 hate. This is actually funnier. Hang on. It goes off the side of the page. Like that's how it goes. Hate, 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 hate. Ha! Hate, 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 hate. Ah! Cough. Instead of purifying the emotional imprints, I'd been completely swallowed up by them. If I didn't keep myself steady, I likely wouldn't come back from this. No, even if I did, there was no guarantee I'd make it back. Still, I already decided I was going to save her. I grasped her hand once more. Hate. All the hate. I wholeheartedly accepted her maddening level of insanity. It's okay, I can still hold out. Please, Suzuki, come to your senses. Aww. Is that me? Did I die? While Leah was performing the snow sacrament on Suzuki, Miyagi, Yoichi, and Kyuga were engaged in a fight to the death with a giant Blightfall. Genjiro! At Yoichi's signal, Kyuga cut the Blightfall's arms. Then its other arm, then the next slash. With both arms injured, the giant Blightfall let out an anguished roar. Not on my watch. When he saw the Blightfall getting ready to emit its special roar, Yoichi sliced into its mask. For Formfolk, Blightfall's mask weren't their weak point, still that didn't change the fact that it was part of the Blightfall's body. Unable to bear the pain, the giant Blightfall collapsed to the ground. Only when it occurred to him that the book Blightfall might assemble to protect it did he realize there were no signs of them moving at all. Without thinking, Yoichi looked back at Leah and the others. She was still performing the snow sacrament on Shizuki. Because of that, the book Blightfalls weren't multiplying, and he saw no signs of them coordinating an attack against the Blightfall. That was the perfect opportunity to deliver the finishing blow.
Yoichi! Genjiro! あれを見てくれ
Ooh, Yoichi, Genjiro, look! Miyagi pointed at the giant blightfall. A wooden tag was now visible on its back. Cutting its mask must have rendered it unable to continue hiding the wooden tag, its true weak point. Yoichi moved before anyone else did. He quickly approached the blightfall's back and sliced into the wood tag with his sword. The giant blightfall let out a dying shriek before crumbling away like sand. In the end, it vanished into thin air. It was then that he heard the sound of something collapsing behind him. When he took a quick look behind him, he saw Leah and Suzuki there lying on the ground. Leah? What happened? Hey!
Yoichi, むやみに揺さぶるのは危険だ。
Yoichi, it's dangerous to shake her
こ
like
の場は
that.
俺が彼女を運ぼう。君たちは拠点へ戻ってくれ。
I'll carry her. You all head back to base.
わかった。
Got it.
どうか無事でいて。
Please be okay. What about the other girl? What about Suzuki? Is this the bad ending or not? I'm so confused. Where's my CG? Where's my missing CG? Do I get an after? Is there an after? My stars. Oh, poor Yoichi. Oh, no. I can't. I didn't even know it was an option. Thank you for informing me. I'm so used to not being able to skip. Oh, stars. Several days later. Defeating the head Blightfall caused the others that used books as a medium to vanish on their own. However, there was also Hebe, the god behind the big boss. Though the Onyoban remained on guard, defeating the head Blightfall seemed to have finished off Hebe too. There were barely any sightings of other Blightfall, proving Miyagi's mere guess that had been correct all along. Police had returned to Ito. The mood remained heavy for the Onyoban, however, because there she is. Morning.
今日も江戸の町は平和そのもので、俺たちお庭番の出番はなさそう。
Another peaceful day in Ito. Doesn't seem like the Onyoban will get our time to shine.
まあ、もう俺はお庭番じゃないけどね。ただの酒屋の番頭。表向きの職が本職になったんだ。
Not that I'm in the Onyoban anymore. I'm just the head clerk at a brewery. My cover job's my real job now.
この前、柳さんからのれん分けしないかって言われたよ。すごく名誉なことだけど、断った。
Yanagi asked me if I wanted to open my own branch a while back, but I'm sorry, it said it was a few days. Am I wrong? Did it not say a few days? I would have been a huge honor, but I turned him down.
俺は面倒くさがりで、常に楽することを考えてるのに、店を出したら大忙しで楽できなくなるじゃん。
I'm lazy and constantly looking for ways to kick back. If I set up shop, I'll be too busy and I wouldn't be able to do that anymore.
それに、あんたの世話もできなくなるしね。
And I wouldn't been able to take care of you. She didn't respond. She simply stared at the ceiling with a vacant look in her eyes.
髪、前よりずっと綺麗になったよ。
Your hair's much neater than it was earlier. I'd fixed her hair for her. She had terrible bedhead earlier. I couldn't just stand by and not do anything about it, so I tidied it up with my own comb.
満足した？
We don't do flashbacks even in bad endings.
すごく喜んでくれたんだよね。
I barely did anything, but she really enjoyed it. I'd probably never get to see her smile ever again. Oh, snap. The sliding doors open and Mitsugi and Genjiro entered the room. Mitsugi placed a Jubako on the tatami mat, then turned to her with a jubilant smile on his face.
おはよう。今日はね、あんころ餅を持ってきたんだよ。
Morning, Leah. I brought you some akuro mochi today.
ああ、味はお店の味に負けないくらい美味しいって保証できるよ。実はここ最近、おやつといえば妻の作ったあんころ餅で。
I guarantee the mochi from this shop is absolutely delicious. Actually, speaking of snacks, my wife recently made some akura mochi that was...
確かにお店と同じくらいうまい。
I'm sure was just as delicious as theirs.
ヨイチ、話の途中で食べるのは行儀が悪いぞ。
Yoichi, it's bad manners to eat while talking.
源十郎も食べなよ。本当に美味しいから。
Have some genjiro, they're really good.
君もほら、早く食べないと、陽一に食べられてしまうよ。
If you don't hurry and eat some, Yoichi will eat them all. She continued staring up at the ceiling.
口を開けて。
Open your mouth, Leah.
ごめん。俺がやるね。
Sorry, I'll do it for you. I pried her tightly closed mouth open with my fingers and placed a piece of akura mochi into the gape I
こ
made.
んな風にゆっくり噛むの。ね？できるだろ？
You chew slowly like this, see? You can do it, right? Leah slowly chewed the mochi one bite at a time as if she were savoring it.
よくできたね。
Good job.
口のところ、あんこがついたから拭いてあげる。
Got some red bean nut paste on your mouth. I'll wipe it off. I took a hand towel from my sleeve and wiped the corner of her mouth. After I was just about to be done wiping, I turned and faced the other two again.
お前はいつもこのように彼女の世話を。
Are you gonna take care of her like this
まあ
forever?
ね。この子がこんな風になったのは俺のせいだし。責任を取って面倒を見てあげないと。
I guess it's my fault that Leah's like this, so I have to take responsibility and look after
だと
her.
しても毎日では大変だろう。私たちに頼ってくれていいんだぞ。
It must be a lot of work to do this every day. You can turn to us for help, you know. What a terrible ending. Sometimes they die, and this is depressing.
お庭番から抜けてしまっても、陽一が俺の部下なのは変わらない。それに彼女だって俺の部下だからね。
Even though you left the Oniwa Bond, you're still one of my people, and so is she. Feel free to lean on us for help.
ありがとう。でも、この子の面倒は俺が見るよ。
She's like brain dead, and Yoichi will stay with her for the rest of her life. Look, they're together forever, right? Like, right. That's good. Thanks, but I'll take care
大
of
変で
her.
も全然苦じゃないし。それに、責任を取るっていうのはあるけど、一番は他の人に世話を任せたくないんだ。
It might be a lot of work, but I don't mind. Besides, I'm caring for her partly to take the blame. I don't want to push her care on anyone else.
わかった。これからも彼女の面倒はお前に任せる。
Understood. We'll let you continue taking care of her then.
もっと早くに俺たちが彼女を救えていれば、こんなことには。
If only we had saved her sooner, maybe this would have never happened. Maybe if we'd investigated courtesans instead of, I don't know, anything else.
光重は悪くないよ。
It's not your fault, Mitsuki.
だが、
But
誰かが悪いって言うなら、俺だよ。俺がしずきを救いたいなんて言わなければ、この子がしずきに注ぎをしようなんて言わなかった。
if anyone's at fault, it's me. If I hadn't said I wanted to save Shizuki, she wouldn't have tried to perform Snow Sacrament on her.
陽一、それは違う。彼女は心優しい子だ。救える可能性があるのなら、しずきさんを注ぎしていただろう。
You're wrong, Yoichi. She's a kind-hearted girl. She would have performed the Snow Sacrament on Shizuki as long as there was a chance she could be saved.
陽一が救いたいと願わなくても、彼女はきっとそうしていたよ。
She would have done it even if you didn't want to save Shizuki.
陽一だって悪くないんだ。
It's not your fault. Leah? Just then, the sliding door opened. Maharu and Tomonari entered the
そこで
room.
会ったから彼女も連れてきた。
I ran into Maharu, so I brought her with me.
あなたの具合が悪いって聞いてお見舞いに来たの。大丈夫？痛かったり苦しかったりしない？
I came to visit you because I heard you were in a bad shape. Are you hurting at all?
あら、あなたってばそんなところに座って病人なら寝てなくちゃダメでしょ？
You're just sitting there. Sick people should be in bed.
ねえ、何か言ってちょうだい。それとも話せないほど
Did
具合
not
が
explain this to Mimi? What the heck? Hey, say something. Are you feeling so unwell that you can't speak? She didn't respond to Maharu's voice either.
美晴さんに本当のことを伝えないと。
I need to tell her the truth. Maharu doted on Leah like she was her actual little sister. She might faint from shock when she found out the truth. Still, I couldn't hide that from her any longer.
美晴さん、この子は具合が悪いわけじゃない。精神が崩壊して何も反応ができなくなってるんだ。
Maharu, it's not that Leah isn't feeling well. She had a mental breakdown and doesn't react to anything anymore.
精神が崩壊って
What
ど
do
う
you
いう
mean?
ことなの？
Mental
良い
breakdown.
かになりかけた人を救おうとしてその思念に汚染されてしまった。今のこの子は何も感じないし何を言っても反応できない。
She tried saving someone on the verge of becoming a blightfall and was so contaminated by their thoughts. Now she doesn't feel anything or respond.
それってこの子が死んだも同然ってことじゃない。
She might as well be dead
どう
then.
してそんなことに？あなたたちがこの子のそばについていながらなんでなのよ。
Dude, girl, the blightfall are bad, okay? How did this happen? How? When you were all with her? I'm sorry.
謝ったってこの子は元に戻らない。優しいこの子がどうしてこんな目に。
Apologizing won't turn her back to normal. How could something so terrible happen to such a sweet girl? It only made sense that Maharu was infuriated. I silently watched as Maharu tried to grab me, only for Mitsugi to catch her by the arm.
美晴さん、君が取り乱す気持ちはよくわかる。だが、どうか落ち着いて話を。
Mitharu, I completely understand why you might be upset, but please calm down and listen.
落ち着けるわけないでしょ。
How could I calm down?
宮地殿、今は美晴さんを外へ連れ出しましょう。
Let's take Maharu outside.
そうだね。
Sounds
美晴さ
good.
ん、手荒な真似をしてすまない。
Also, this is just a few days later. How are they so convinced that she won't recover? I don't know why they'd be acting like this is a lot of work. It's going to be the rest of my life this early on. Because maybe there's some doctors, maybe there's some things, maybe there's some, I don't know, what's the name of that soothsayer person? Apologies for being rough with you, Maharu.
何を？
What are you?
話しなさい。
Let go. Leah.
美晴さん。
Maharu. That must have wounded Maharu deeply. I wasn't sure exactly what word described it, however.
ヨイチは貴子として生まれた時から記憶があるんだよね。
You've had memories ever since you were born as a vessel, right, Yoichi? Just then, Tomonari spoke up after sitting in silence the whole time. He was staring directly at me, but I saw no blame in his eyes. I guess he just wanted to know the truth for himself. I nodded at these thoughts went through my head.
じゃあ最初からしずきが恨んでいる相手とかも知ってたってことだよね。なんでもっと早くに言ってくれなかったの？
Knew from the start who made Suzuki so resentful. Why didn't you say
その
anything?
情報があれば僕たちだってもっと早く動けたはずだよ。
We would have been able to act sooner if we had that information.
なんで今さらそんなこと言うの？意味ないでしょ。
Why are you saying that now? What's the point?
なくはないよ。言わなかった理由を教えてもらわないと僕は納得できない。
Is Tomonari gonna kill Yoichi? Is that an option? The point is that I won't be satisfied unless you tell me why you didn't say anything.
貴子なのに納得できないもないだろ。
You're a vessel, you'll never be
そう
satisfied.
かもしれない。でも
Just like
僕
Alexander
には知る
Hamilton.
権利があると思う。
Maybe so, but I feel like I have the right to know.
権利あんたとこの子はお庭番とその仲間って関係なだけでしょ。
Your only connection to her is that you were both in the Oniwa bond.
特別な関係でもないのに俺とこの子のことに口出ししないで。
Don't butt in here when you don't where you don't belong when you never had any special relationship with her.
もしかして怒ってるの？
You're not mad, are you?
俺は冷静だよ。キコなんだから当たり前だろ。
I'm calm, of course I am. I'm a vessel.
そう。じゃあ冷静に理由を話せるよね。
Then you should be able to calmly tell me why.
それとこれとは話が別。
That has nothing to do with. Just then, Leah, who hadn't reacted to anything at all up until this point, made a feeble sound. Stop. Her eyes were as pink as ever, but her mouth seemed to be moving like she was saying, "Stop fighting."
今さらこんなことを言っても仕方なかったね。過去は変えられないんだから、現実を見て生きていくしかない。
If she can work to say stop fighting, then I think that's a sign she's in the right direction. She's gonna be fine, guys. She's getting her brain back soon. There's no use asking any of this now. We can't change the past. All we can do is live out our lives with our eyes on the truth. Tomonari then left, leaving us alone together in the room.
分かってる。俺が臆病だったからこんな結末を招いてしまった。
I know that I brought this outcome on myself because I was a coward. Just as Tomonari had said, we couldn't change the past. If only I'd believed in her earlier on. If only I'd confided in her and no one else at the very beginning. Although I had my regrets, I couldn't turn back time. Leah. I moved closer to Leah, closing her eyelids for her. Then planted a gentle kiss on her lips. Oh, that seems almost inappropriate when she's brain dead, but okay.
好きだよ。
Poor Yoichi. Aw. Love you, Leah. I love you too, Yoichi. I could clearly remember the look on her face which made it hurt even more that she didn't react. I'd brought this on myself, though. However bitter reality might be, I had to accept it and move on.
こうやって割り切れるのは俺がキコだからなのかもしれない。
It's probably only clear cut to me because I'm a vessel. She once said she couldn't see any emotional threads on me. Even still, she said I had a heart, but if I actually did have one, I would have cried and been upset just like Maharu when she ended up like this.
泣かなかった。そして今も苦しくて切ないのに泣くことができない。
But I didn't cry, and even though it hurt almost more than I could bear, I still can't. The pain and heartbreak I felt was probably nothing more than one of the reactions I'd picked up. However, there was one thing that I knew for a fact came from my own emotions.
あんたにしずきのような思いはさせない。一生あんたのそばにいてあげるからね。
Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. That's not... no. I won't ever make you feel the same way I made Suzuki feel. I'll be here by your side for the rest of my life, Leah. Dang. Sounds like she'll die soon, though, right?
君は雪間に恋願う。
She's definitely... can't live like that for much longer. That or she'll get her emotions back. You can't convince me that she could say stop fighting. Yay, I finished! Thanks! I did it! I did the whole thing! Look at that! There's only like... 71 to minus... I can't do math right now. Oh no, 30, 50... 52 photos left to go! We're doing it! Right before midnight. Yeah, it's not midnight yet. Imagine if I really had stayed up to try to finish this yesterday. I would have had to go to work. I would have had to stop and go to work and cry. the extras. I usually save like reviewing all this stuff here. If it's additional stories, I know they had some of that with Paradigm Paradox, and I know there was like a photo in here. Oh god, it says touch, and I just try to touch when I can't touch. Yeah, look at that. That's so cute. Close explanation. I know I saw the one for, I think, Tojo already, but I don't think I watched his. Look at these boys. It's his voices.
久我源十郎だ。与一と共に城下町を担当してい
I
る。
know they did this
時
in
間がある際
Paradigm.
は刀の手入れや素振りをして与一曰く真面目で面倒なやつだ。お前は私に合わせてがん。夫婦
I
生
heard a
活を
secret to
円満
happy
にす
marriage
る
is
コツ
working
は
together. You know, things like that. I'm trying to look at these. Look at his collar he has. Where's that collar? Do you have a different look? It's fine. I know I looked at his. He was 25. He did not act 25. How old was he supposed to be? 21. That's pretty accurate. Genjiro, how old were you? 27. Interesting. Oh, they're winter outfits. I see. Jacket on, jacket off. Uh-huh. Color indigo. Hobbies. Caring for his sword. Quick drawing his sword. He was born June 10th. What? I didn't even know they had those kind of birthdays. August 2nd. What's his Tundra Berry Lily? Color crimson. Flower motif scarlet. Rhododendron. Oh, I can't do that today. October 11th. His birthday was last 2 months ago. God, where am I? It's December. Oh, wait, does it ruin this for you early on? His original form, a comb Suzuki received from her fiancé. A tobacco pouch left in the use by a son of the Takamoto clan. It's like the most evil shogunate in the world that he's like, I know all these people are related. A short sword crafted by a swordsmith, Tadamin Asama. Well, look at that. We survived, sort of, but like barely. Look at that cute boy. And we get these special endings and openings. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Asia, who's not here right now, for sticking around and watching. I appreciate that. Ohio? Am I saying that right? Well, thank you for sticking it out with me today. It's been over 6 hours, and it took us that long to get through one chapter? Plus the end chapter? Oh my goodness. Wild. You too also have a good rest. I think you're also close to my time zone. You need some sleep. I think so too. And we'll continue tomorrow. Not tomorrow. That's a lie. Not tomorrow. Well, maybe. Not. I want to get through the opening part, so I don't know if I'll do that tomorrow. It's about usually 4 hours to get through all that. I don't know if I am in the mood to do that tomorrow. There's a lot happening, so it might be Monday night. Very soft maybe that it might be tomorrow because we got all the shopping we got planned to do, so I have no clue what time I'm going to be home tomorrow, so I don't want to make any promises. But thank you for joining me. And then if you're watching this on my YouTube channel, I stream on Twitch, and you can see my newer stuff on Twitch. If you're watching this on Twitch and you want to see my older videos, you can visit me on YouTube. I upload all the VODs there. It includes all the mispronunciations in the world. You could make a collage of them, honestly. Thank you. Have a great night. Have a lovely time. Bye for now.